Is it live? Hey, everybody. Welcome to International Women's Day 2024. Oh, my goodness. You don't want to know the stuff we just went through to make this happen. We've been having sound issues, pictures issues, you name it. We've had it going on, but we're getting it together. Our first guest is here. We're extremely ecstatic to be here. And what can I say? It's International Women's Day 2024. This all started with me saying to myself in a mirror, hey, I wonder if I could interview 20 women or so on International Women's Day as my way to give back and share their message. And what happens? Boom. We interviewed 29 women last year. Is there a problem? Okay, so for the one that's out there, just hold on. Let's see if we can't figure this out. Okay, everybody, hold on. We're having technical difficulties. We will figure it out. No. Okay. Well, one thing's going to happen or another. Okay, I give me a second. I can't get in. It won't let me in. Oh, I turned the Bluetooth off. If you're watching this, you know it's live because we got technical difficulties going on. So just hang on. Give us a minute. We're going to figure it out. You ever wonder what it's like to be a producer? This is what it's like. We're always handling things. So I know LinkedIn is live. Um, it's it's not letting me in here. I don't think Facebook is down. Destinations. Home. Guys, don't message me. I know it's down. It doesn't want me to do it here. No, it won't be. Hold on. Just give me a second. They can just watch me panic and freak out. Um, I have no issues with destinations over here. No. All the destinations seems to be working here. Do me a favor, go on your phone and look on Facebook and see if you can see my feed because this is working. It's not telling me I need to reset anything. This is, I don't have time for this. Okay. Alan, put up the "We'll be back" and let's figure this out. Guys, we'll be back. I don't care what it says. I just can't be sitting here on screen figuring this out. Is it muted?
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
Okay, I'm going to tell you guys what's going on, and then you'll know. So what is happening right now is Facebook has decided that we were moving too fast, and that's literally what it says. We were moving too fast. So it has blocked us temporarily. So we are recording this show. We will record it, keep going all day today. It is on LinkedIn. It is being fed to a bunch of other platforms, but it is not on Instagram and it is not on Facebook. And then we will re-air this tomorrow or Sunday so that it gets out there. So let me get back to the show because we are literally 20 minutes behind. So let me bring Renita up. I'm sorry for everybody, but we're just going to keep rolling, right? Hey, Renita, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on with you? Facebook literally said you move too fast, so we are going to block you right now.
Wow. What a day. What a morning. What a morning.
What a morning. What a morning. So we're just going to keep cranking, keep going through. We'll record these and then we'll re-air them separately or together over the weekend. Mm-hmm. But for right now, we're going to get your message. So what's happening, my sister?
Everything's good. You got my volume is okay with you?
Your volume is good. Can I have you turn it down just a little bit?
How about that?
That is awesome. That is awesome. So tell me what's going on in your world right now today.
Hey, everything's going on, TGo. You know, I'm just doing what I was called to do. And let me just say, you know, it's International Women's Day.
Yes,
you know,
ma'am.
what a day. What a day. It's an opportunity for women to be able to showcase who they are, you know, both past and present. So I'm excited just to be a part of the platform. I'm excited just to be one of your first guests this evening, kicking this thing off.
Yes, ma'am. And tell me, I know you have an amazing book, but you're also working on a new project. What's your amazing book that you have out?
Well, you know, I have a book. It's called Finding Daddy, and it's pretty much my truth. I released the book in 2012, and when I reached the book, it's just me telling my truth about being a fatherless daughter. For those of you who don't know, I'm a fatherless daughter advocate, and I advocate for women and girls who was raised without their biological father. You know, and it's time that we have to bring awareness to that because so many women have been living behind the mask based on whatever trauma that took place in their life, whether it was with the small T or big T. You know, so I bring awareness to that growing epidemic that's going on with the fatherless daughter generation.
That's amazing. You know, I love every time you come in the room, you can just feel the vibe. You bring the room together every time. And then, you're also super cool. You know, we need to talk about that. You're also super cool. But you are absolutely amazing. What's your new project that you're working on?
Well, you know, I got a couple book collaborations going on. I'm doing some things now in the Florida area. God is using me down in that area to help out some individuals down in South Florida. But I have a couple book collaborations. We just finished one called Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survival. That's a book where me and 21 other authors came together and collaborated that book, which is a phenomenal tool that's, that's out there now. And we got another collaboration that we're working on, as well as some engagements that's coming up.
So when you're not, flying all over the world, because you're an executive for a wonderful airline that I fly quite often, and when you're not flying all over the world and writing books and on stages, what do you do to just have fun?
Hey, well, you know what? Believe it or not, a lot of people don't know it, but I'm an advocate golfer. I am an advocate golfer. I love golfing. So in my spare time, I play golf. I like bowling. And believe it or not, I start next week learning how to play pickleball. I don't know nothing about pickleball, but a lot of my friends are doing it. And they've been telling me about it. And they said it's such a phenomenal sport. And by me being an athlete, they know I can do it. So I have my first lesson in pickleball coming up next week. So I'm very excited about that. But outside of that, self-care is very important for me. You know, where I can sit back and go to the spa and go, get massages and just unwind and just, renew my mind. My son is a yoga instructor. So he's teaching my husband and I how to do yoga. And it's very interesting.
That's fantastic. Okay, so what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Wow. Hey, look how far have we come. Women International Day. It's really a time that we can just celebrate each other, versus it give us a platform to rise above the women rights in all sectors. And on top of that, we can highlight each other as far as the women that the present and the past women. So it means everything to me because I am a woman that's out there doing the work, sharing my truth with people. So Women's International Day is a day where we can collaborate together, we can elevate each other, we can edify each other, and just learn from each other and grow together and continue to do the phenomenal work that all the women around the world is doing.
Sister, I love you. Your hair is fly as usual. Thank you for putting up with all of our technical difficulties. I'm going to try to get this back on course and on schedule. Please take a few minutes and come and be on the show and do a full interview with me. Please, please, please.
Most definitely. I would do that.
You are absolutely amazing. Tell everybody your book one more time.
The book is called Finding Daddy.
That is fantastic. Okay, everybody. I know we're off course. I know things are happening, but guess what? That's what live TV is about. Right now, we got an amazing person sitting. All the women today are amazing. You're going to hear amazing all day from me today. But we have a woman sitting in the wings. She is literally in Paris. Lady Jen, are you out there? Huh? Katerina. Oh. Okay, I gotta breathe. Okay, we're gonna get this right. So I met this wonderful woman that's coming up next, who on a cruise ship, the Marketers Cruise, actually. We shared a meal and sat down and talked about the world as it is and women in business. And Katerina is here. Hey, Katerina, where are you in the world right now?
Hi, TGo. I'm so happy to be here with you. And I am in Stockholm, Sweden, the land of ABBA, So really excited to be a guest here today.
I am so glad to have you here. Thank you so much for being a part of our International Women's Day. We're having this, I'm going to say this one more time, probably 15 more times today. Facebook has decided that we move too fast, because we've got 3 systems logged in for Facebook. And I guess it was too fast for the multi-trillion or billion-dollar company. And they decided to pause us for a little while. So we're just going to record this and re-air it later. But we definitely want people to be able to see your message and hear all about you. Can you tell us a little bit about your business, what you do, and just how cool you are?
Thank you, TGo. I'm happy to do that. And, like Facebook will do what Facebook will do, right? So we're good. So I'm based in Stockholm, Sweden, and I travel extensively. And I'm actually now in what I call my second career. So I had a career in finance, in big corp, for a number of years. I'm actually trained. I went to the Stockholm School of Economics. So business, finances is really like my lane, also marketing and sales. But then I found myself working like crazy, crazy hard for someone else's mission or vision, or really to bring even more money into a company that was already doing well. I was really successful in my first career. However, I was working day and night, and you could hear me at that point saying things like, oh, sleep is for people who are in their grave and stuff like that. So I've been performing and really like overperforming. That was like the model I was born into. So my health took a real hit. So I've been through a massive burnout for years, where you could say that really that, like, I don't wish this on anyone, really not on anyone. It was horrible. However, I got the blessing of getting to really know myself not from what like a human doing, not from all of what I was delivering, but really from who I was being, because I could no longer perform. So I just had to ask myself the question, so, okay, like, really, why am I here? What am I supposed to do with my life? What's my purpose? What does my soul really want to do? And so from that, I started the business that I'm running now and have been for quite a number of years now, where I support women who are service-based. They are entrepreneurs, small business owners, and they normally, they have a dream. They want to be able to live from what they're passionate about. They want the freedom of doing things their way, working with whomever they want, from wherever, whenever. And the reality is that, like, fast forward, even if you started your company with like big dreams and fantastic visions about freedom, many female entrepreneurs today, they struggle. They struggle with finances. They are overworked like crazy. And there's actually, like, you could say that there's a new form of, maybe it's even not even new, but poverty is actually an issue for all entrepreneurs, but specifically it's a problem for women. And with my background in finance and money, anything business building, and also I have like a long background in traveling the world and just going crazy with all kinds of, let's call it like anything within personal development, anything within, you could call it sometimes, TGo, like foo-foo stuff. So, ever heard of like a very obscure little course somewhere led by a shaman in the like far parts of Peru? I was probably there. So I've done lots of work with myself, both when it comes to like my personal development, leadership, communication, but also the thing that I see so many women actually lack, and that's like the business building part and the money. Like, to have your business work also includes having your finances work, so that you don't only survive from your company, but you can actually live well from it, or even thrive. So
you're amazing. You're amazing. Let me ask you a quick question. With
Yes.
everything that you do, all the travel that you have, I mean, you go all over the world. I met you,
Yes.
you know, on a cruise ship.
Yes.
What do you do with fear? Does fear factor in at all, and how do you handle it?
Oh, fear. This is thank you for this question. It's a really good question, because I hear many times that like other women, like our clients, I work today together with an all-female team, and we serve our clients with group programs, and I'm on stages, I'm speaking. And for instance, just like, you know, taking your place on a big stage. Like one time I was speaking at Latin America's biggest business event. It's called CIBIS, and they have had over 9,000 participants. And so for someone, this could be really courageous, like just, you know, to have your voice be heard. But however, like for me, yes, I can absolutely get nervous, but it's not brave for me to do something that I don't really fear. So the things that some women may fear, others may not. So fear, or like courage, I think, comes really from when you have something that you're really scared about. It's a really big thing for you, and you do it anyways. Like, you overcome something. So you can really never compare fear. I've been very comfortable actually traveling around the world, and sometimes I have been in situations where I thought like, oh, maybe this was not, like, maybe I shouldn't have taken like a right turn over here, of course. But generally, like my fear would really be more of like, that would be more internal. Like my fears would not be like, yes, I like really, TGo, like when I was like, my first appearance on a big stage, there was all like over 2,000. It was a physical stage, over 2,000 people in the audience. I was almost about to chicken out. I was almost about to go like, no, I can't do this. I will be like a hot, you know, just like I'll fail miserably. There were a lot of really great speakers at that event, and I was on the last day. It was a 5-day thing. So yeah, I've had my share amount of fear, but for me, it's more, I think, been about, to be really honest, like more scary for me has been to be vulnerable.
You're amazing. I want to thank you so much for hanging out. We got to go to the next wonderful woman that's waiting in the wings, but I have got to thank you so much for hanging out. Please come on the show, hang out with us. Let's do a full episode with you. It would be amazing. And, you know, just enjoy International Women's Day. Thank you
I
so
really
much.
do. And I'd love to say thank you to all of the women that went before us. I really want to finish with that. I am really aware that I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for a long line of women. We are standing on the shoulders of the women who went before us. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Now, I believe my sister's out there now, Jen Duplessis. She is coming all the way in from Paris. I'm so jealous. And she better be bringing me a souvenir. Sis, are you out there?
I am. How are you? I'm so excited to be here.
Wait, you're not speaking French. I thought you were going to do this interview in French.
Oh, do you want me to do that? Oh, yes. I say bonsoir because it's evening. Bonsoir, enchanté.
You are amazing. I
Enchanté.
know you are so busy over there and doing your thing. And thank you for just taking a few minutes and hanging out with us. Let's kick off the moment and just tell people, why are you in Paris today?
Well, I'm in Paris today because I spoke at International Women's Day, right? I was here speaking at an event, and yeah, I mean, I'm just excited. A whole bunch of women. We are all from all over the world, and you know, it's just fantastic to have us. I think there's like 75 women speaking, like 200 people at the event, and yeah, it was just wonderful. So we flew in a couple days ago and have been, you know, seeing Paris. I brought my daughter with me. She's never been here before. So we saw the Eiffel Tower yesterday. We did a lot of walking, a little over 20,000 steps yesterday. And today's just been really fun, you know, spending time with a lot of women and really seeing what the different cultures around the world are doing to celebrate International Women's Day. And yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. So I'm sitting in my hotel, not in my room, but in my hotel. Yeah.
I know that International Women's Day is really special to you. I mean, you went all the way to Paris to speak on a stage about it. What does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm a little bit of a disruptor, you know that. You know, for me, when I hear people say that they empower women, it really bothers me because I think we already have the power within us. And we just need to increase the awareness and bring it out. And so when I think of International Women's Day, I think this is the day that we have all of our power. You know, we need to reflect on the power that we have. We need to do self-reflection. We need to make sure we're taking care of ourselves and really just celebrate all the accomplishments that we've done personally, you know, what the world has done, what women all over the world have done, and what women all over the world are doing now. And so, you know, it's an inside out job, in my opinion, but I just think it's fantastic for us to just recognize.
So what's the big, I know that you are now Lady Jen Duplessis. You'll always be my sis, but what does that mean to be now knighted? When did that happen and what does it mean to you?
Yeah, well, it happened almost a year ago. I was chosen by the Royal Order of Great Constantine the Great and Saint Helen, and I'm a member of the Royal House of Cappadocia, which is in Turkey. And, you know, it means a lot to me because it's just an extension of the work that I already do in philanthropy. You know, my husband and I both have our own charities. We have 2 charities. I work with 2 other charities in my area. I'm always working with lots of charities, and I just feel like this is just an extension of what I do. And if I can impact other people because of this title that I now have, I want to do that. And it definitely resonated today. I was really surprised how many women wanted to get involved in our monarchical chapter because we help women and children.
You know, recently we honored you at the Now Honors. I'm wearing my Now vest, but we honored you at the Now Honor, you know, and I couldn't have been prouder to be able to see you on those stages. And I just love how you support not just women, but small businesses and individuals. I've never seen you walk past someone that maybe they were stressing and you don't reach out and say, are you okay? Is there anything we can do? You know, is that just natural with you? Or, you know, have there been moments where you wish someone had reached out to you and said, are you okay? What can we do?
Yeah, well, in French, it's ça va. Yeah, it's, you know what? I never noticed that you noticed that. I don't even notice that I'm doing it, to be honest with you. I'm such a servant heart. I love helping people. I don't want anyone to go through, years and years and years of struggle like I did. If I can solve the problem quickly for someone, I'm happy to interject. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that I don't want to, step on anybody's toes and go, looks like you need help. And as women, that's what we tend to do, right? We think everybody needs help. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's just natural. It's just natural for me. I'm a servant heart. And this is, what I love to do. I love to help people. I love to see them thrive and survive.
I love you. I think you're amazing. I'm your super
Thank
fan,
you.
and I'm
I
just
love
so
you.
proud of. I love you too, and you for you to take your time to be here with us when you're in Paris. I mean, you did 20,000 steps yesterday. You're in Paris, and you're spending this few minutes with us. I am so happy. What's next for you? What's coming up next? What do people need to know?
Yeah, well, we're going to spend a couple days here now, before we head home. And I'm going down to Miami for the Royal Order. We're having an investiture. We're bringing some people in, and I'm heading out to Secret Knock. I don't know if I'll see you there, but I'll be in San Diego. But for me personally, I just want to let everybody know I have a 4-day event coming up at the end of May in Acapulco, and it's called Transformational Leadership in Paradise. So if that's something you're looking to do, take that leap of faith in your business, to stop working in and on your business and start living above and beyond your business. You've had it. You're over it. You need some help. There's a lid on your business. Get in touch with me. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. My information, I'm sure you're going to put here, Jen at jenduplessis.com. Get in touch with me because this is going to be life-changing, this event, and we're going to have a blast down in Acapulco.
You're the best. Enjoy Paris. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see you in San Diego. Haha, I'm coming.
Oh,
I'll be there at Secret Knock. We can hang out. You are the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, TGo. You're wonderful too. And I want everybody to know just what you're doing today, stretching out and interviewing all these women to take this on this day. It's just great because I know you could be asked to come do all these things too and chat with people. But the fact that you wanted to hear from everybody, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, sis. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, everybody. Au revoir.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, sticky boobs. What does that mean? Sit right there. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Ooh, okay, so we are back on schedule, kind of, sort of. We are broadcasting on YouTube and about 30 other platforms. And LinkedIn, Facebook has decided we moved too fast. So they have blocked us for the day, but we'll get that straightened out. And then we're going to re-air this on all kinds of platforms. You guys know we'll put it out to the world. So you'll all get to see these amazing women. But we just keep this train moving. And, the next person coming up is, again, a woman that I consider sister, I consider friend, I consider our sticky boot of 2023. Michelle Pearson Young is here. Hey, sis, how are you?
Hey, I am so happy to be here.
Oh, your mic is either muted. There it is.
Oh, are we good? You can hear me now?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay,
I can
cool.
hear you now.
Okay, so right out of the chute, I want to thank you for not only doing this and providing it for many, many people, but especially for bringing me in, because I think last year and a couple of years, I thought the day after International Women's Day, damn it, I missed it. And so you making it possible for me to put it on my calendar and really give it some thought is exciting to me, to be a part of this group, these amazing humans that you bring together. So my big old heart to my sister, T, you are amazing. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you know how I feel about you. And you're the glue that holds us all together for the Power of Pink and the Now Honors. And in my life, we've got projects together. We've got a show coming up. We've got so many things going on. What's going on in your world? How are the grandkids? Let's talk a minute. What's happening?
So I'm having a really good time right now. And you know what? Studies show, you know how I am with studies. Studies show that all humans are the happiest at kind of this era of our lives, when we're getting more mature, when we've kind of stabilized our lives. And I am having so much fun right now. You asked about the grandkids, and they make me very happy. They delight me and surprise me all the time. And part of the reason that I'm thriving right now is because I do have projects that are going on. I'm creating a program that I've been invited over and over again. People have said, please do a digital program. Please do a digital program. And I'm in that space now. It's in the middle of being created. I've got some books that are in the process of being made. I'm really getting excited to launch some important things this year.
You're the best. We've got a project going on that I need to call you about. We're doing a docu-series that's right down your lane.
Ooh.
The domino effect. And you are all about those dominoes and
Gorgeous.
What changes your trajectory. So what does change mean to you? Because a lot of people are terrified of change, and you embrace it. So what does change mean to you?
It's such a yummy question because we are all in the middle of it all the time. And especially for women, we go through so many phases of our lives. There's the kid phase, which, is kind of equal with the boys, but stuff starts happening, and we've got that pubescent stage, and we've got that, we've got years of having babies or deciding not to have babies, and marry or not marry, all those things. We've got these different phases. And the fact is that I believe the reason people don't like change is because we're always trying to get our equilibrium. And it can seem like I got my equilibrium and now things are changing again. And really it's a real problem. I mean, it's true. It's reasonable to go, I don't want to have that happening yet. I don't want to figure things out again. But you said I embrace change. And honestly, I'm going to be honest. I'm like everybody else. I embrace change because change came and embraced me first and hugged me so tight. And, and after a while, it's like, what, if it's like that magical plant in the Harry Potter movies where if you wrestle against it, it just squeezes the life out of you. But if you just go, this is what seems like it's happening, then we can slide through it. And change is inevitable. Refining our lives so that we're getting what we want. I'm an executive coach. And really when people say, Michelle, what do you do for a living? I say, I teach people how to get what they want. And in response to your question, I'd say, despite the fact that we are getting change almost every single day. So did I answer the question?
You absolutely answered the question. So let's answer the next one. I know you're a master at supporting from behind the scenes. I've seen you do it. You're a master at it. But you also know how to take the stage in your own style and in your own way. So when someone is sitting right now, there could be a woman, who knows, in Paris with Jen Duplessis that's wishing they could have been on stage with her today, but they're too afraid to step out of their comfort zone. What advice would you give them?
Okay, so first of all, so my little trick of my trade is I don't give advice. I ask questions. And because I don't have your best solutions, because I don't know your life like you do. So what I would do if somebody is sitting at home going, hey, how come Michelle gets to be here? And I, because I got some stuff to say. She clearly wants to say things, but I do too. How come I keep not doing that? And so what I would invite that person to do, okay, what I would invite you to do, you person that are having that issue wherever you are in this world, what I would invite you to do is consider, first of all, what is it about that stage that's inviting you? What is calling you? And what is it costing you to not do it? Those are the two questions that I would ask. And that might not be the solution. I'm not saying, and then you're going to get on stage and you're going to do everything. But that is my whole life is about going, where do I find my power? You asked me about change and I go, well, I've had change foisted on me my whole life, just like you, right? We've all had these. We've been like, okay, I'm going along, and somebody goes, nope, change, and we're like, wait, what? And so the reason that I do what I do is because I go, okay, that's gonna happen. We're gonna get left turns and right turns when we thought we were going straight ahead. So where is my power? Where is it? And so the pivotal piece is in asking myself questions so that I can get the response that I want. If I go, I want to be on stage, but I'm not being on stage, then I go, what is keeping me on stage? Oh, and this little piece of yumminess that I heard, and I pass it on to people, which is, what would it take for me to do that thing? In other words, if I'm not doing something I know I need to do, like for some of us really, and you know how I am, it's like I'm compulsive. If I get a camera on me, if I get a microphone, if somebody says, is there a stage? I go, hello. I just light up. And so seriously, it's like, don't ask me to come to something when I'm sick, because I will come and I'll be like, oh, honey. And then all of a sudden somebody will walk in the room and I'll be like, hi, how's it going? It's just,
that is so you.
so asking, so if somebody doesn't do something they know they need to do, if somebody knows they need to be on stage and they're not doing it, then we get to ask ourselves the question, and please put away the labels, team. No labels here. Let's just stop with the labels. They're not helpful. Procrastination is not a powerful word. But asking myself, so when I don't do something I know I need to do, speak or teach or whatever it is that is holding that we really need, then we get to ask ourselves the question, what do I need that I don't have in order to do that thing? And this is more important, what don't I know that I need to know in order to do that thing? If somebody doesn't do something they know they need to do, and it could be start exercising, it could be something that simple versus, build a business of my own. But when I don't have what I need, or at least I think I don't have what I need in order to make the changes that I want to make, then I ask myself the question, what don't I have? Or what don't I know? And then I go about, if I don't know what I don't know, right? Then I then I can start asking questions of other people. Did that? Okay. How'd I do? Did I answer the question?
Oh my goodness. You always answer the questions and you do it beautifully. So I've got another one that I know is going to touch your heart. Okay. I've started this conversation with grandkids. It's 20 years from now and they come across this video and they're watching this. What's the one message you hope they get to energize and get them focused on their life?
Yeah, that kind of what I said right now. And it goes toward International Women's Day. We are so powerful. And I think it scares people sometimes. It scares men and women. Women are so powerful. And again, you ask grandkids. So again, let's not put boy or girl label on it. What would I want them to remember is to go to, where is your power point? Where are you powerful? I spent almost my whole life thinking that I was powerless and really raging against the patriarchy. I think I can get a silent amen from a few people out there going, this isn't fair. It's not fair to me. And as I've studied and gone, well, how can I get what I want? I don't actually want to be angry at anybody, and I'm not mostly anymore. I got therapy about that, but I'm not anymore. What I do want is to get what I want. That's what I want. I don't want to be angry. I don't want to be mad at anybody. I just want to get what I want. I want equal pay. I want equal rights. So what would I want my grandchildren to know, knowing that I don't know what they're going to be facing? So how do we address all of it? And it would be find where your PowerPoints are. And sometimes my PowerPoint is that I can get really angry. Oh no, people know when I'm angry. And that can be a PowerPoint if I use my anger constructively. Right. So I would invite them to go, hey, I'm powerful. And each one of us, I'm powerful. Where are my PowerPoints? Because it's not always that I have the money or the connections or the know-how, but I do have PowerPoints. I know I do because I survived. That's it. So I know I'm powerful because I keep breathing. And so finding, well, what do I have that's powerful and how do I want to use it in my own favor? I would ask my grandchildren to look inside and find the power because it is there. The fact that they're breathing is proof of it. And it goes for each one of us. When we look at our lives and we go, hey, Michelle, but you don't know what I'm facing. I will say, that is a fact. Unless you share with me, and that is what I love to do, unless you share with me what is going on in your life, I don't know what you've faced. But what I do know is that regardless of what your circumstances are, there are pivot pieces in your life that will get you what you want. They will. It might take time. It might not look like you wanted, but we are so powerful. And tapping into that point, not looking outside and going, I need her to tell me how I'm powerful, but going, you know what? I remember what I do that gets me what I want. I'm going to do some more of that and taking that on the road.
You're the best. That's all it is to it. You're the best.
Thank
You're
you.
Absolutely amazing. What's coming up next for you?
Okay, so as I mentioned, I have a course that's coming up. It's ready to launch in June. It's a couple months away because I've made so many courses. People have asked me to make digital courses, and I did. And I may have neglected to make really good digital courses sometimes. So I never was willing to launch them. So I've got a June date to give me all that yummy time to get my ducks in a row, to get my production up and everything. And I would love, if anybody's listening to this and they're like, I would like to know about getting what I want, how to be effective over nice, how to get resolution in my relationships, like real, like I get to feel whole and complete when I end relationships in the middle of them and get what I want. And when I'm in them, I have an offer. So what I would love to do, I'm going to give you my easiest email address, and that is Michelle, MICHELLEATPLAY. It's a Gmail email address. So it's Michelle@Gmail. And if anybody listening to this is like, I would like to know how to get what I want. I've got this really fun, honestly, I made it, it's a little art piece. I've got some art, some favorite women art behind me, including, by the way, that's my Sticky Boobs Award. I know it's my favorite sits here with me. And anyway, so if Michelle@gmail.com. And if somebody wants white paper, I'll just email it to you. Type in the subject box, resolution. I call this the resolution conversation. So, I mean, honestly, what I'm doing is I'm going to collect your email address. And then when that digital course pops up, then you're going to get some information on how you can dial into that. So that's what's coming up next for me. I will see you in San Diego. I will also be at the event in San Diego. And let's see, what else is coming up? This coming year, 2024, I believe this is a women's year. And if I may, because ask me what I love about International Women's Day, will you?
Yeah, I was about to ask you, what do you love about International Women's Day? So the timing's perfect.
Okay, thank you. I love this for us. Okay, what I love about International Women's Day is that women have not been celebrated. The work that women have done has not been celebrated. And so this is a day to say, hey, let's celebrate. And the celebration of women is very much like a coin, if you will. And so when we celebrate the side of the coin of life that is women, when we shine it, and we shine that coin up and we see how valuable it is, by definition, we will shine the other side of the coin, which is men. International Women's Day to me means celebrating humans, because when we celebrate how women are different, the ways that we see the world, the things that we can do in the world that are different, we by definition celebrate the other gender, which brings its gloriousness too. But without both sides of the coin, we're not functioning wholly as human. And that's what I love about International Women's Day. Aaron said to me this morning, jokingly, this one, he said, when my husband, Aaron, for those of you who don't know us, he said, when is International Men's Day? And I looked at him and he goes, every other day of the year. And I'm like,
I can't think of a better way to close out than that. You are absolutely amazing. I love you. Thank you so much. I can't wait to catch up. Come on the show when you get closer to your launch for your course, and let's, really talk about it.
I'm there. Absolutely. I adore you, TGo. Right back at you, my sister. I love you. I'll see you next time. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. More great women coming. We are on course, back in time and in sync. I can breathe. And if you're wondering and you're driving or you're going, I didn't know I was going to have to write all this down. You don't. Go to TGoDirect.com. Type in whoever it is that you just saw, Lady Jen, Michelle. Type in their names. They're coming up. Select them. Send them a message, and they'll give you, all the attention you need and all the information you wanted. All right. So sit right there. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
I'm sitting here like I'm not live. It's been a day already. Oh my goodness. Jen Sugarmeyer is out there. Jen, come save me, please. Are you there?
I am here. And I'm laughing, and thank you for that. I get it.
I'm sitting there. I'm looking at the screen like, oh, that's me. Ooh.
We are all human, aren't we? We just have human moments, and I love it. Oh, so good. Good to see you.
Where are you in the world right now?
I'm actually in LA. So we were at a pre-Oscars party yesterday, launching our new product and a lot of good stuff. So it's early. My day started at 4:30, so I get it. It's been a day already. So
yeah, we've been having all kinds of technical issues. Facebook decided we moved too fast, so they blocked us. It's just like, what the heck? That's okay. We'll re-air it later. Yeah. I've been on Facebook. I was literally a beta tester for Facebook in China. And I have never been blocked, ever. And today they've been
on International Women's
Day. That's okay. On International Women's Day, we're going to talk about somebody to somebody, I got to tell you. But what's going on with you? I know you got a new project happening. I'm all ears. Tell us.
So it's new, but it's not new. So I've been working on this for a little over 3 years. So we launched Ada Cosmetics. That's the new company. We launched late last year. And we actually patented a skincare and makeup applicator made out of jade stone. So no more brushes, no more sponges, no more fingers. And actually you don't need jade rollers or gua sha because this is an all-in-one tool. So it's a lot more hygienic and a lot less waste, and it's better for the environment. It's better for your skin. The list goes on and on. So you actually elevate your skin while you're doing your daily routine. So you don't have to take extra time to do good for yourself. But the premise of the company really is about, we stand for what you have inside you, and everything in the natural world around you is all that you need. And so this is ATTA, stands for attitude, thoughts, and actions. Those are the three things that you control. And when you learn to focus on those, you get in the driver's seat of your life. So we want to help women and men elevate their experience in life. So our first product just launched, and we actually got the patent 3 weeks ago. So this has been a long road. So that's in a nutshell what's new with us, or with me.
Wait. No. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was serious about, oh, wow, you launched it 3 weeks ago?
No. So we officially started selling the product in October last year, October 2023.
And how's it going? How is it being received? What is your client saying about it?
It's a mind-blowing experience because they've never felt anything like it. So this is the product. It comes in 2 different colors. There's and so this is jade stone. So this is a dark green and this is a lighter green, and it's fun because or this is a white, excuse me, and it's got some green that's throughout, and they're all different, which I love because each one of us are different. And I've seen thousands of these at this point, and so I'm always like so amazed. I'm like, stone is so pretty. But it is so amazing when people experience the product and they start to wrap their head around, wow, I can enhance my collagen while I do my skincare routine. And wow, I can actually improve my skin. Oh, there's a better solution than, the sponges that 75 to 91% have harmful bacteria and 57% have E. coli. So I was like, it's unbelievable what we're doing for our skin. So yeah, it's been really well received. We're in med spas, so estheticians are using it as part of their process. Makeup artists are using it. Crystal shop owners are like mind blown because they're like, what? Because they already know the healing powers and the energies and everything that are with stone, and the individual consumer likes it. So it's really fun to watch this thing take life. So yeah, so we've been around for about 5 months now, but it's taken 3 years to get to this point.
I've known you for a couple of years.
Yep.
I know you're an author. I know you're a dynamic speaker. You're also like 6 feet tall and wear 5-inch heels. And just when you walk in the room, everybody goes, wow, as they look up. Who is that? Yeah. What made you decide to take this path? Because I know you've had many offers to do many things. Why this path?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so, so I'm 6'1". It's funny because when I didn't have confidence, I'm like, I'm 5'11", right? And then over the years, I'm like, I'm 6'1" and I wear my heels, right? So why did I take this path? As I was going out and I was doing speaking engagements and writing books, actually, one of the pivotal moments for me was I was doing a convention. I was one of the speakers and I had a booth and I had my books and that, and people were selling all things, right? And so you could say, okay, well, this costs this much and this costs this much. And then I had some merchandise books and stuff, but it's harder to put a dollar amount on happiness. And I think that gets on a lot of people. And so they know that, all right, well, this is a $40 makeup and they'll spend $40, but what are you willing to pay for your happiness? What is that worth it to you? And people don't have an answer for that. And they won't spend even $40 sometimes on their own happiness. And I think that's really sad. And I think there's a lot of people that would benefit from even just spending a little bit. So that really just started to fester with me. And I was playing around with this idea for the Jade applicator. And then all of a sudden, one day, I just merged the two. And I said, what if I could merge the tangible with the intangible and create more of a wellness brand where I can teach people small habits that will improve their life? So I can almost reach people around a back door and help elevate their experience. And maybe they don't even know that they're getting some of the little mindset, just little things that are being inserted into their life. And so it's just another way to reach people because most of us are using skincare or cosmetics in some capacity. So that's how it came about. So it's still the end goal of helping people. It's just maybe in a little bit different way.
You know, I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. You know, you can't put a dollar amount on happiness, and I'll send you a residual, because that's an amazing quote. That is an amazing quote. Over the years, what has International Women's Day meant to you?
You know, the first time I ever became familiar with International Women's Day, I was actually living in Italy at the time. And they were, I think, celebrating women before it was ever popular here in the US, or I was familiar with it, at least here. And I was living overseas. And I remember and it's very common for the guys to give women these mimosa flowers. And there was this guy, and he just drove his car up and he handed me a mimosa flower, and he said, you know, happy Festa della Donna, right? Or Felice Fiesta della Donna, or whatever. Festa della Donna. And anyways, and I just remember how that made me feel. I feel like Maya Angelou, like, you don't remember what they said, but you remember how they made you feel. And I felt so celebrated in that moment. And it's like, I was just going through my busy day, and I didn't even really realize or understand. That was the first time I'd ever heard of this, maybe. And anyways, and I just remember how that made me feel. So I just think it's an amazing time for us all just to pause and really celebrate each other. And, you know, we get into just this routine life. We're working so hard. You know, we've got families and whatever capacity that means for you, whether that's kids or relationships or fur babies or whatever you have going on. You've got your job, you've got things that you're tending to and caring for. And, you know, just to have somebody hand that olive branch or that mimosa, you know, or whatever, and just say, wow, you know what? We celebrate you. We see you, we love you. And anyways, that was a special moment for me. And so I think of that on International Women's Day, just how I felt being celebrated. And I think we should do that every day, but it's fun that we get a day to do it. Yeah.
So what's next for you? I know you have this amazing product. So what's next for you?
Yeah, 2024 is I am committed to getting this product out into the world and evangelizing it and getting in more med spas and grocery stores and just really pushing this out there. It comes with a lot of education. So there's been just massive amount of work that we've done to just get to where we are today. So we're going to be focused on this, but then there's going to be other products that come up. So we're going to have a whole, you know, skincare line. And again, the premise of the brand is everything you need is already within you and in the natural world around you. So it's giving people access to just really good quality products. So, but 2024 will be focused on the Jade applicator.
Well, you know, I love hanging out with you. I can't wait to see you. Will you be at our favorite event in San Diego this next month or next week?
Not in San Diego. No, I will not be there next week. But I do have September penciled in on my calendar. I know I'm traveling the week before, so I'm just figuring things out. But I will not be there next week. But I've got September penciled in on my calendar.
Well, you know, you got to be at the September one because it's in Vegas.
I love Vegas. You know, that's one of my favorite spots. Ever since I got sober, I love Vegas. Like, it is my favorite place to go.
Sober, then love Vegas.
You know, yeah, just how that worked out.
Tell everybody how to reach you.
So you can find me. I'm the only Jen Sugarmeyer. It is SUGERMEYER is how you find me. And the name of the company is ATA Cosmetics, and that's ATA Cosmetics. It's ata.cosmetics on the socials, and that's how you find us. And for anybody that's listening today, you know, we do have free shipping on the website and would love to extend an offer. If you write expect more 20, you get 20% off your first order.
You're amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today on International Women's Day. You're the absolute best. I'm sad I'm not going to see you in 2 weeks, but I'll get over it. You're the best.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate you. Happy Women's Day, International Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day. Talk to you soon.
Cheers.
All right, everybody, you know what to do if you didn't write it down. If you're driving down the street, if you're going, oh my God, TGo, I didn't know I was going to have to write all this stuff down. You don't. Go to TGoDirect.com. Type in Jen. Type in Sugarmeyer. Type in International Women's Day. You will see her face in the list. Click on her face. You can contact her directly and find out all about her wonderful product. All right, we've got more coming up, more amazing women coming in, and one just came into the studio. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
Okay. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yep. Awesome. Okay. Hey, everybody, welcome back. We are having a heck of a time with technology today, but we're not going to let it beat us today. Now we're going into a very cool interview because my coach Doris is in the house. What's happening, coach?
Woo! Nothing really, but you're happening.
What are you up to? What's going on? I mean, you look fantastic. You know, what's happening?
Everything and everything. What's happening? Just having fun, taking care of myself, taking care of my clients. You know, I heard this morning about what you know you need to share. And once you share it and they know it, it's on them. So that's what's going on. I'm saying, oh, that's good. Because I'm going to share what I know with you and everyone else. And then it's going to be up to you to make it happen.
So what does age amazingly mean to you?
It means everything to me. Yeah. At age 66, almost 67,
66, yeah.
I am excited because that's, I believe, God's plan for us to age amazingly. And what does that mean? That means that you're going to age with vigor, with vitality, with strength, with power, with great things, just nothing interfering with you being 100% in the best you. That's aging amazingly, being the best you all the time.
Now, for you guys, you know that she's going to be honored this year at the Now Honors, but then on top of that, she was at the Now Honors last year, and I said, you know what, I'm going to get my head out my butt, and I'm going to take care of myself, and she's going to help me. And she said, yes, let's go. And I didn't. I didn't. I kind of actually got worse. We just did a test a couple of days ago.
Yes.
I'm physically, I'm like, my age is 60. I'm physically 67, y'all.
No, internally,
I could file for Social Security or something now. And we're not going that way. So we have made this shift. Her husband, who is like a brother to me, that I love him, but I can't stand him, he is all over my case. And you guys are going to start seeing a change because, yeah, I don't want to be 70 before I'm 61. I don't want to be 70
I don't
before
want
I'm
you to be
70 either. So what does that mean? You put me on a body scan machine that's brilliant, right?
It is
and
brilliant.
it didn't put needles in me or anything, y'all, but it did test. And when it did those tests, it came back and told me, like, the bad fat, the good fat, which there's too much fat, don't ask us, okay? What is that machine doing and why do you use it?
We use it because it's accurate and because we are very serious about working with our clients from the inside out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could look at a person and make a judgment.
Mm-hmm.
However, you should measure that person. As we say at Age Amazingly, you cannot manage what you don't measure. Mm-hmm. You have to measure so that you can manage. And this body composition scan is going to tell us the truth. We don't like to hear the truth, but it's good to hear the truth. And it's going to share with us our internal age, which is where metabolic disease begins, not the outside. And then it's going to break it down with subcutaneous fat, visceral fat. This is all science, all science-based. It's going to give you your muscle mass. And at 66, and you're going to get there.
Yeah, look at her muscle mass at 66. Look at mine at 6. Yeah, I'm not even going to do that. No.
Right. But the point behind this technique is to inform us.
Mm.
How is your skeletal muscle doing?
Okay.
Because it's necessary. It is so necessary so that you know when you fall, you could bounce back. You know, sometimes we fall and we can't get up. No, we don't want to fall and cannot get up at age 60, 66. So we want to fall and get up and not be hurt. And your skeletal muscle will help you do that if you take care of it. If you make sure that you are getting the proper nutrition, getting the proper strength training. Strength training is going to build your skeletal muscle, your bone composition, and reduce your fat. Get it out of the way. What's our mantra?
Fat burn, burn fat.
Fat burn, burn fat, because the fat is going to burn by itself when you give it the tool to burn. So
I'm blessed to have Coach Doris in my life, sitting here next to me and on my butt pretty much all week long to get up and get moving. What if someone is watching right now and they're maybe not even in this country? Can you still help them?
Oh yes, absolutely. We can, because the method of our monitoring and checking from the inside out, we have labs all across the country, and soon enough out of the country, but right across the country, these basic metabolic tests that we do can be administered elsewhere. And then we have meal, because food is essential, nutrition is essential. And that is something that my husband, being a medical holistic nutrition individual, I said it wrong, and we're live.
That's okay. Fix it.
Yes, I gotta fix it. Yes. Anyways, oh gosh. Anyways, he and I, we put together meal prescription, workout prescription, because we treat our business age amazingly like a doctor would treat a patient.
Without the needle.
Without the needle, yes. Yes, without the needle. Yes. So we do it that way. So if you're across the country and you need us, we are here available for you to start from the inside out and then work outward and get it done. And simple things like drinking water.
I was going to ask that. How important is water?
Water is critical.
Why?
Why? Because your body's made up of water. It is. It's like 70% water. You need water, hydration. You need proper nutrition. You need movement. You need sleep. You need, absolutely important is sleep. You need your mind just to rest. All those things are critical with your health.
So before we get out of here and I let you go on about your wonderful day, give me 3 tips for someone who's just getting started, who's been eating all wrong for a really long time. What's the first 3 things they need to do to get moving, other than, of course, call you?
Well, take out processed foods. Processed food is not something that you should involve yourself with at all costs, as much as you can. We know we're busy lives. But processed food, drinking enough water, and just walking. You know, I'm from Panama, and just was there. And walking is everything. Mm-hmm. You walk everywhere. They do have cars and fancy cars, but walking. So those 3 things for us, you can do great things for your body. If you drink enough water, movement, eat properly, and just start slowly removing your processed foods.
What does International Women's Day mean to you?
It means everything. It means everything to me as a woman first, a woman from another country coming here to the United States and building a career in corporate America, building a business now with my husband, and teaching the next generation, my daughters, my grandchildren. And if we get one day, I'll take it and celebrate it. Celebrate women. A lot of us say, oh, women, we can't get along. Yes, we could get along. Yes. Women can get along. And we could do well together and move mountains. And each of us can Teach the other woman, the old women, it says this in the Word of God, old women teach the younger women. So teach each other, respect each other, love each other, communicate with each other. You know, and my 8-year-old granddaughter, she's getting it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for jumping in the hot seat a few minutes early for me and dealing with all our tech stuff. You're absolutely amazing, and I promise you, Coach, I'm listening now.
She is actually. I saw it in her eyes.
I'm listening now. I thank you so much for hanging out with me today.
I love you.
Awesome.
The Night at Night with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional, and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm TGo. I'll talk to you next time.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Woo, let's just say the morning has been fun, amazing, and also a little rough. We got blocked on Facebook because we moved too fast. I guess 3 computers hooked at the same time within 5 minutes. It's too fast for Facebook. So we're going to re-air on Facebook and a bunch of other platforms. Of course, we're live right now on YouTube. We're live on LinkedIn and probably, 15, 20 other platforms. But don't worry. Everybody will get to see it. We'll probably do another marathon all day Sunday or Monday so everybody can see it. But for right now, a good buddy of mine, I recently met her in Houston. She's got an amazing vibe. She's definitely in sync with the universe, and she's moving and shaking mountains. Big Maury, are you out there?
Hi! Good afternoon, TGo. Happy Women's Day to you.
Happy Women's Day to you. Can I have you turn your volume down just a little bit?
Absolutely. Is this better?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much. So you're in sunny Miami, right?
I am. Sunny Miami. We're
You know,
summer
for the people,
all year long.
for the people that are looking at 14-degree weather right now, what's the temperature in Miami?
Right now, it should be around, I would say 87. It's fun out here.
87. Okay, yeah. I'm not going to tell them exactly where you are because they'll come and get you.
You should come on down.
Where are you originally from?
Originally, I'm from Panama. My parents are Colombian, and I grew up between both countries. And then we actually, when I was 8 years old, due to my father being murdered in my country, we came to live, my mom and I, I'm an only child, my mom and I, we came to live in the United States, in New York. So I grew up in New York.
You grew up in New York. That had to be an entirely different life than living in Panama, growing up in New York, and now Miami. You know, what does that feel like? Because you're experiencing all these different cultures in your life.
Yes. So it was, a revamp as an 8-year-old child getting there. And, after experiencing something traumatic, my mom said, hey, listen, we got to make it happen. So new culture, adapt to new language. This is the new life. And this is it. We got to make it happen. So, I'm grateful. Today I can look back and say, everything happens for a reason. That was amazing. Yes.
I know you have a love for finance. You have a love for business. You work with some of the biggest leaders around in business. How did you get into business? How did you get into finance?
So immediately after high school, I was looking for a job, and my mom said, well, you need a 9 to 5 if you want to, continue going to school and everything. And she said, I know somebody at the bank. You should try it. And I said, I don't know. I don't know if that's for me. I'm, at that age, you don't even know what you want for some of us. And I said, you know what? Let me try it. And when I tell you that just sparked something inside of me, numbers spoke to me. It was just a different world. I initiated at the age of 20, and 18 years later and 9 excellent positions, I became a bank executive. And I knew that the banking career was going to give me the tools that I needed in order to later on down the road become a successful entrepreneur. But 2020 happened for me and the world. Yeah. So when that happened, everything just switched.
And it's like we don't talk about COVID as much as we did. Who wants to? Because what we went through. But people are still experiencing COVID. They're still getting sick from COVID. It's becoming, it's still around us. It's kind of like the flu. I guess it's never going away. How are you handling that as a mom? Because I know you're also a mom. How are you handling sending your kids out and saying, okay, just be careful because we're not even wearing masks anymore?
It's crazy. But to tell you the truth, people, get a lot of sunlight, dedicate your life to God. He will protect you. Furthermore, a good nutrition and a strong mindset really helps. I mean, to be honest with you, when I got COVID, we didn't even know what was COVID. The doctor's like, I don't know, sleep it off. I don't know what to tell you. It's maybe a flu, but you're negative. So yeah, I don't know what it is. And I remember my oldest daughter at that point, she said, you know what, Mom, don't worry about it. Just, be strong-minded and we're going to get through it. The 4 of us were in the weekend on the couch looking at each other. Just my husband, my 2 daughters, and I just trying to help each other out through it. But we went through it, thank God. So obviously, a strong mindset, nutrition is key pointer, sleeping and just be in love, supporting one another.
Absolutely. And we all went through that. From now on, there'll be stories before COVID, after COVID. It is always going to be a part of the conversation. Now that you're in finance and you're doing such amazing work, how important is it to have your dollars in order in your business, having the right people such as yourself helping you with your business? Should you just, I used to have a t-shirt that says, I can't be out of money. I still have checks left. Should you have things in order or just have fun with your money when you're in business?
I know, right? So, funny enough, after 2020 and my family needed me, I needed time. I needed to free up the time from being a bank executive. I said, I have to revamp myself and see what I'm going to do. And at that point, just the universe, God, a perfect plan, got me with the right partner. And he said, you know what? We should open our own bank. And I said, how are we going to do that? I mean, that's interesting. I never thought about that. Today, we have our own fintech, a successful fintech, and we're helping many, many users and businesses succeed financially. And it's all within that 18 years of background, along with the technology that we have today. That's the speed of light.
Wait a second. Your business partner, me and my business partner, we talk about what's for lunch and we can never figure that out, okay? Your business partner said, let's open a bank. And you said, okay, it's a Tuesday. Why not? Let's do that. Can you really, as an individual, open your own bank?
Absolutely. We have our own fintech. Yes. We
So
provide
what is that?
solutions. Mm-hmm.
What services do you offer with your own bank? I mean, that's huge on International Women's Day. What do you offer?
Okay, so we offer remittance services, pay-in and payout solutions, merchant services, a turnkey solution for brokerage, among other things. So it's just mass payout, business cards. I mean, you name it. And we have it's phenomenal how things, God's plans are just perfect, Tilo. They are.
And who's your right foot client? Who are you looking for your bank? Who's your right fit client?
Businesses that would like to basically have their own BaaS solution, their own bank, if you want to say. They will be able to get their own corporate cards, their own e-wallet platforms. We're able to transact in 137 different currencies.
Wow.
And we're able to also transact crypto. So we transact from crypto to fiat, fiat to fiat, crypto to crypto. So fun stuff.
Right now, there's somebody looking. It may be a young lady, it may be a young man, and they're in a different country, and they're wishing that they could sit in Miami in 87-degree weather and talk about having their own bank. What tips would you give a young lady or a young man that's just dreaming right now of being where you are in 10 or 15 or 20 years?
Don't give up on your dreams. Continue. There is a perfect plan for you. You were born for a reason. So just don't give up. Continue, be perseverance, work hard, and eventually everything's going to line up and you're going to shine, and you're going to shine bright.
I know you got amazing stuff coming. You got a big project that we just had a meeting about a couple of days ago. I don't know if you have freedom right now to be able to talk about that, but you can share a little bit about it?
I can, definitely.
Awesome. Okay, so this whole system, we're so excited that we're going to be a part of this and just be able to help people kick their business off literally with an email and a name.
That's it.
Right? An email and a name. What is this system and what are you guys doing?
So this system is called Sites. That's spelled SI7ES, sites.com. And basically, it's a turnkey solution for e-commerce. It is a chamber of e-commerce where businesses will be able to have their own online shop. They would be able to provide either products or services. We are able to do drop shipping for them. I mean, sky is the limit. Everything is verifiable. So we want to make sure that any business and or user that register is for certain. We like to do business. We like to have fun while we do business. And so we don't have time to waste, besides that, the business is going to have a business directory. So let's say, hey, I need TGo services, right? Let me just log in and I see everything that TGo does in the business profile. And hey, TGo has an e-commerce. Oh, but she actually have 200 other e-commerce. Let me look into this. And everything would be under one umbrella, organized. It has sales funnels where you would be able to be in every platform. And we are able to, be in Google Ads, Instagram, Facebook, the whole world will be able to see your online shop.
That's amazing. So it's an actual shopping cart, an actual shopping system. You don't have to connect with other shopping systems. You can go directly with this one, right?
Correct.
Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's amazing. To your business.
So does it matter what size business you are, or if you have a business at all? Can you sign up and start a business using your service?
You can, as long as you know the business name. You just click enter. It's a turnkey solution. That's it. Your life. Let's sell. And if you don't have products, we have products that we can actually add to your e-commerce shop.
Okay, before I let you get out of here, I got to ask you, what do you do in Miami for fun?
Spend time with the family, go to the beach, go to every restaurant out there the girl likes to eat. Miami is a fun place. It's home. dear to
I
my
love
heart.
it. I love it. You are the best. I appreciate you. I'm so looking forward to the future of what we have coming. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on International Women's Day.
It was all my pleasure. Thank you. God bless.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we're going to come back in just a few minutes with our next guest, or we're going to come back with me. I don't know. It's like we got tech things going on. We got Facebook things going on. My phone is ringing off the hook. But guess what we're going to do? We're going to enjoy International Women's Day. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm TGo. I'll talk to you next time.
Run another commercial. Sure, why not? Hey, everybody, welcome back. Okay. Woo, here we go. So when you're in trouble, you call friends and family. So we are in trouble with tech. So I call my friend, my family, my cuz. Dr. Fox in the house. What's happening? Hey!
What's up, bro?
I decided to wear my designing.
Looking so fabulous.
Yeah, it's my designing now.
It's very cool.
Isn't it cool? That's so neat. So, Sandra Paul Couture,
Yes.
you were our artist of the year last year, one of our artists of the year last year. You're absolutely amazing. You're absolutely amazing. And, you know, you got me out of t-shirts for the most part. When you're not around, I do still wear them. But you got me out of t-shirts and so forth.
Well, it's my job, right?
It's your job. Why? Because you are Sandra Paul Couture. You're an amazing designer. How did you get into design?
I've been a designer since I was a little girl, and I absolutely love clothing. I love everything about fashion, the fashion industry. I love it all. And
I saw mahogany for the first time in 1974, I think it was. And if Tracy can do that, I can do that too.
I'm loving this. She said I can do that too. What's your specialty?
Well, dresses. Dresses would be my specialty. I mean, I can make amazing dresses, but we can actually design and construct everything from leather pants to wedding dresses, everything in between. Suits, dresses, skirts, or jumpsuits, whatever it is, we do it and we love it. Yeah.
So you are, how can I say this? You are now venturing into stages and being on shows and in front of mics and cameras and all that good stuff. And you're doing amazing at it.
Well, that's
yes?
your fault.
Well, I wasn't trying to have her say that,
I'm
but
just saying it's all your fault.
why is it my fault? But okay, besides being my fault, are you loving it yet?
I do enjoy it because at the very first Now Honors, when you sat me down and made me do this interview, which I was completely afraid of because I consider myself behind the scenes kind of person. It was never about me. It's always about my clients first, the apparel and the visuals. And so, I never thought I had a story to tell until we had a conversation, and you absolutely do. And so you put me in a very uncomfortable situation for myself because I don't like to do public speaking all that much. And you can just relax and tell your story, and you're going to be fine.
Wow. Okay. Why did you take my advice to do that? Because you could have just skipped it. You could have said, no, I'm not doing it. Nobody forces you to do anything. So what made you to say, you know what, maybe I should step out of my comfort zone?
Because I'm always saying that to my clients, to step out of the comfort zone, to just, relax and give yourself a chance to look at something new, look at it from a different kind of perspective. And, you may see a very minute thing that could just bring value to you, your life, how you look, how you dress, and your confidence. And so if I can't walk the talk if I don't do it myself.
There's somebody out there right now, somewhere in the world, watching this, and they love to sew, they love patterns, they love design, and they just want to be like you when they grow up. How do you get started in the world of fashion?
Well, if you love to sew and you love to design, you've already started yourself. You just have to keep practicing, fine-tune everything that you do. You can check into education and go to school and get, professionally trained. But there are a lot of amazing designers in the world that are not professionally trained, and they just keep applying knowledge and learning to build up their aesthetic to, create beautiful garments. So if it's something that you really, have your heart set on, I would say, find a technical school or design school to go to and go get education. It's wonderful. It'll change your life.
This event, International Women's Day, this is our 4th annual International Women's Day. You've been a part of 3 out of 4. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
This also kicks off our Now season, as we like to call it, Now in Power of Pink. We start marching towards October. What does Now mean to you in the Power of Pink?
Oh my gosh, that was probably the most life-changing event I'd ever attended. You're sitting in a room with amazing women with incredible stories about tenacity, about overcoming, unsurmountable obstacles. When you hear some of the struggles that these amazing women have gone through, the small details about your life become very minute after hearing and experiencing it and having a conversation with them. And they're just the most amazing, formidable people I've been in contact with, and it was absolutely life-changing. So if you've never been to the Now Honors, the Network of Outstanding Women at the Power of Pink Summit, you really need to take care of yourself and go. Yeah.
So what's coming up this year? I mean, I want to thank you. You guys have been an amazing sponsor for the last 3 years and supporting us, as we go into this 3rd year of live in person.
Yeah.
What has it meant to, to you? We already asked that. What's coming up for 2024 from Sandra Falk Couture? Because last year you did an amazing fashion show. So what's coming up? What we going to do this year? Can we tell them?
Yeah, we're going to do another fashion show this year.
We are?
We are. Yes, we've already, we're in the design phase. I have a great team that since my very first Network of Outstanding Women Power Pink Summit, my business has grown exponentially. I have a full-time ladies tailor. I've got 2 part-time ladies tailors plus myself, and so between the 4 of us, it's a very interesting conversation over the cutting table every morning. So we're very excited about the ideas that we've come up with for the next fashion show for Now Honors. We've gone to textile shows. We're waiting for pieces to come in. It's going to be really, really amazing.
What do you see happening for you in the next couple of years at Sandra Falk Couture?
Well, so Las Vegas is slowly becoming a very great fashion scene. And so when I look at that as a designer, I wanted to find a way to bring ladies together. We could talk about fashion. We could, try on things. We could talk about, fit and, what works and what doesn't work. And so I created this event that I'm hosting in my studio every month called the Designer Conclave. And we did our first one last month. It was amazing. It's a limited space, so we can only hold like 10 people because it's intimate, and we really want to talk to our clients and get everybody's feedback about how they feel about fashion in general. It's great. So, yeah.
I thank you for hanging out with me. I love it that whenever I call, she comes running. She's like, I'm doing what? Never mind. I'll be right over. What do I wear?
Absolutely.
You're the best, and I can't wait to see what we're going to do next for International Women's Day, for Now Honors in Power Pink, and all with Sandra Falk Couture. You are the best.
Thank you so much for all your support. Really, really appreciate it.
You are the best. All right, we'll be right back. I hope. Tech. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
welcome back. Okay, so we are pretty much back on schedule. We're getting there. We've got our next guest is in the house, I believe. Is our next guest in the house there? Yep, awesome. Okay, so coming up next is another person that I just think is absolutely fabulous. She's my sis. We do all kinds of amazing projects together. She's an award-winning producer, director, and just fabulous all the way around. Hey, what's happening, Melinda?
Hey, how are ya?
I am crazy, but that's okay.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling. It's all good. It's all good.
Ooh, guess what I learned?
What did you learn?
Don't log into Facebook on 3 different machines within 5 minutes. They block you.
Oh.
Yeah, they said we moved too fast. And they put a
better get
temporary
caught up.
24-hour block on us.
They better catch up now. Come on.
On International Women's Day Marathon, they put a 24-hour block on us. Isn't that wonderful?
Nice. Nice.
So
That means you're doing something good, right?
We're on other platforms. We're on LinkedIn and YouTube and all of that. So the people are finding us. But we're just going to re-air the whole thing. We'll probably do the marathon all day on Monday or something so everybody gets to see it. Once I go and beg forgiveness from Facebook. And speaking of begging forgiveness, I'm sorry we were late.
Hey, things happen. It's all good.
How are you? Can we talk about Beyond Reflection? Can we talk about the productions that are going on right now?
There's so many productions going on right now. It's like my head is spinning. Okay. We are just really excited. We just finished Beyond Physical Matter. Tomorrow we are having the virtual red carpet, and things are just happening, Beyond Reflections, we're in filming for that, and I'm so excited about this. I didn't think I was going to be this excited, but it's getting closer, and now I'm like, okay, what's going to happen next, right?
So Beyond Reflection, let's tell everybody what these wonderful movies are about. Because we had the honor of being there and assisting with the red carpet production and all of that for Beyond Physical Matter. So let's start there, because tomorrow you have a virtual red carpet and a premiere. What's Beyond Physical Matter about, and what are people going to find out, and how do they get tickets?
Well, Beyond Physical Matter is, I keep seeing these posts of people who have actually seen it, right? And we just got a testimonial, and I'm so excited about it. But Beyond Physical Matter was really about the quantum healing effect that we all have that, most of us never use, right? And if we do, we're not using it correctly because, it's all about health, healing, longevity. It's just about, we have the power to heal ourselves. Jesus walked this earth and he healed people, and he says, we're going to be better and we're going to walk just like him, and we're going to do things incredible. And people just forget, or, we, just like us, we're so busy. You and I get so busy, we get so wrapped up in what we're doing, and we're not paying attention to our inner selves, right? And Beyond Physical Matter is going to put people back on track to say, we do have the ability to do that. We are quantum beings. We are energy beings. And we have the energy and the sources to heal ourselves. Stop depending on other people and really look within to what we're doing to our bodies and what we're doing to ourselves, what we're doing to our minds, right? Who we listen
Absolutely.
to, right?
Absolutely. I have to thank you for, allowing us. We love being a part of your production team. I love working side by side with you and just learning from you and Sir Don. It's absolutely amazing. It's like walking in an entirely different environment because you guys come from such a pure heart. Every project that you're doing, everything that you want to do, it's all about changing lives. It's all about reaching out. I know you have another project going on right now that's going to premiere, I think, next month or sometime. And that's the Mastermind Secret, right? What's that one about?
Okay, so the Mastermind Secret, we've had the Carnegie Principle Mastermind Group for 8 years now. And it's all about mastermind. It's about collaborating. It's about bringing people together with like-minded ideas and helping each other build our business and just helping each other along the way of business, right? So we've done that for 8 years. So we've had a mastermind. So we decided it's time to do a Mastermind Secret because we based our Carnegie Principle based off of Andrew Carnegie. And being with Napoleon Hill and Don Green and the whole, Power of Thought film that we did, it really kind of ties in together. So we're going to be doing that probably in May, I believe. We're looking at a May date, so keep your May dates open. It's only going to be a very limited amount of people. It's going to be 50 to 75 people that we're going to actually premiere it to and do a mastermind session with these incredible people that are in the movie.
So for the people that are sitting at home that somehow in 2024, they've never had the privilege or the honor of being in a mastermind, and if you haven't, get in one. What is a mastermind?
Well, just like I said, it's about collaborating with like-minded people, right? Sometimes I think we get in life, we're not really around like-minded people. And if you are, that's fabulous. And you need to stay in that group. But you got to remember, our pools get bigger as we grow, right? Mm-hmm. So watch who you're around. And I just want to say this to everybody. Watch who you're around, because if you feel that you've outgrown it, I think your tank might have gotten too small. So go into another group. It's all about collaboration. It's about helping each other build where you want to go, mm-hmm. right? And mm-hmm. the mastermind, I think, does that. Marie Diamond's in this movie, and she says she wouldn't be where she's at today if she wasn't in a mastermind.
Absolutely. And for those who don't know who Marie Diamond is, if you know the secret, you know who Marie Diamond is. You have been working with her for a while now. I mean, you guys are great friends, correct?
Yes, almost 20 years we've been together, and she's been in almost every project. And whenever I need her, I just pick up the phone and I can call her. And I'm so blessed to have her in my life. For sure.
Amazing. So can people join Carnegie Principles still, or is that a closed mastermind?
Absolutely.
So how do they do that?
CarnegiePrinciple.com. You can go there. You can check it out there.
Okay.
My phone is going crazy, and I don't know where you went now.
I am here. Can you see me? I can see you.
You can see me. Well, that's good, because my computer just.
I can see and hear you fine. So I don't know what your phone's doing, but you're fine.
I know. Oh, there it is.
I'm telling you, you guys are going to tell me. I know Sir Don is going to tell me about some energy or something. There is something going on today. I got to tell you, there is something going on today. Knock on wood.
It's been kind of crazy. The energy is definitely a little high. And very intense the last 3 days for sure. But hey, it's all good. It's all good. I kind of thrive on those kind of days, because it just brings me up and it gives me more challenge, right?
That's so cool. And what's funny is I'm getting text messages saying that one of our guests who's coming up, Pavla, her interview is running over and over again. Well, it's running an interview from before on the show. It's just running that over and over again because the Facebook has blocked us. Okay, so now we're doing Beyond Reflection.
Oh,
I have to tell you, I love this project. What's it about, and why did you decide to do this one?
Well, my mom passed away about 8 years ago. And I realized that my mom lived her purpose through me. Mm-hmm. She really was hard on me. And, I don't want to say hard on me now, because I look back and I'm like, no, my mom wasn't hard on me. She really defined who she knew I could become. And I'm going to say that again, because most people do things to you because they're pushing you to become somebody that you need to become. And my mom did that for me, and I'm thankful for that. I didn't like it at the time, but it pushed me to who I am today, right?
Yeah.
But Beyond Reflections, I realized that back 8 years ago, and I did a women's book called Women with Purpose, and I defined. It was really interesting, because during that time, Dawn had asked me, what's your purpose, babe? And I'm like, I don't know, whatever yours is. Right? I'm like, yeah, whatever yours is, love, whatever. And I'm like, because I didn't know what my purpose was. And I realize I think women do so many things. We are so multitaskers, right? We take care of the kids, we take care of the husbands, we take care of the family, we take care of our mom, we take care of our dads. We do all these things and we're multitasking constantly, right? And I didn't even, I just didn't think what a purpose was. I don't know. My purpose is to do everything else that I'm supposed to be doing, right? But never defined who I was internally, right? Who are you internally? And it didn't even dawn on me. And I came up realizing that I think there's most women who are out there who do this every single day, don't even define who they are because they think that what they're doing right now is who they are. And
right, exactly.
That's not true, because we forget. I started looking back when I was a little girl and I thought, oh my God, I had all these dreams, I had all these aspirations, I wanted to do so many things. And how many of them did I really do? A handful of them. Right?
Yeah.
So I realized that beyond reflections, we talked about this because I was really struggling with the name, right? Do I go with this? Do I go with this? And then I realized, who are we looking at ourselves in the mirror every day?
Right.
Because usually we're putting our makeup on and we're out the door, right? Okay, well, stop for a minute and look at yourself and realize, who am I and what do I want to do for me?
And that your life is beyond that reflection.
Right.
That's amazing. So this is a woman's documentary.
Yes.
How many women's documentaries have you done with Sir Don?
I haven't any. And this one, and I'm so grateful because he said, babe, this is your thing. And I said, thank you, because I really needed to do it for me.
And right now, share a couple of the people. I know that Marie Diamond from The Secret is in it, but share a couple of people that are in Beyond Reflection, because I'm just excited. I get to sit in the room when it's all happening.
Well, Marie Diamond, yes, but while we were filming her, right, her daughter walked in, and I looked at you and said, oh my God, we have to put her daughter in here. Because I think it starts with us as we're growing, right? As we're growing and developing our inner being of a woman, right? It usually starts around high school time, right?
Right.
So it's really interesting to hear her stories of what she's going through in college right now and how she's defining herself based on other girls, right? So that was really interesting. So we have Marie Diamond, her daughter. We have Forbes Riley, which was oh my gosh, wait until people hear
her. Hoot. Yeah, her story is amazing.
Right?
She shared things with you that she said she's never shared ever publicly before. That's what I love about Beyond Reflection, because you're truly getting the heart and soul from these women. It's absolutely amazing. Sorry, I had to throw my 2 cents in there. Go ahead.
And then Lady Shara Wilkes is in it also, and I just don't think that we're done yet. I want to bring in her mom, because her mom really developed who she is today. She talks about that, seeing stuff that her mom did of, what she's doing now and how she's living her life. And I think
International Women mean. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
That's a good question. I think we need to stop today and just be proud of who we are, as a woman, and give ourselves a hand for today. We do a lot. We do a lot, not just for ourselves, but for other people all the time. And I really want women to know that you're truly loved if you think that you are.
Can you say that one more time?
You're truly loved if you think that you are. And I think I need to say that to myself, because I don't think we tell ourselves enough that we are loved. But it comes within. It starts with you. And it needs to start with you to know that you love yourself first, no matter what.
You have such a big heart. You welcome everybody in, and as long as they are truthful and in their own purpose, they can stick around as long as they like. What does it feel like to step from being that supportive person, because you're a massive supporter, I can call you anytime, especially like now, and say, hey, sis, come on over. And you're right there. You're a massive supporter. I want to thank you so much for that. But now with things like Beyond Reflection and even your other productions in the Beyond family, you're stepping more out front. What does it feel like to be stepping into your own spotlight?
3 years ago, I would tell you, TGo, no, I can't do this right now. No. Let Don do it. Let Don do that. He's really good at it, But I realized something, I think because I do love people and I really want to help people, I was doing it from behind Don. And I think now I'm more coming to say, you know what? I really want to share my love. I really want to share my heart with people. And I think that's one of the reasons why I really stepped up to do this women's movie, because it's just time to have women love themselves, and I really want that message to get across. It comes with you first. It's about loving you first.
You're amazing. I love you. I thank you for just opening the world. You opened your world to us, and I will always appreciate that. I can't wait to see what's coming next for Lady Melinda and Sir Don Boyer. You're the absolute best. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
I'll talk to you soon.
Love ya.
Bye-bye. Love you too. All right, everybody. So we are keeping moving and keeping trucking. You guys just hang out with me. If I'm sitting in this hot seat, I hope that you're sitting out there watching me shake. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. We're going to figure it out, and we're going to keep moving. I'm loving it. Today is International Women's Day. This is the 4th annual for us live broadcast, and I can't wait to bring the next guest. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
the 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm TGo. I'll talk to you next time.
Everybody, welcome back. I believe I just got the Facebook issue fixed for a minute. YouTube, we're streaming it over live from YouTube for now. Whew, let's keep going. So our next guest, she knows all about production. She knows all about filmmaking. She had a commercial during the Super Bowl. Actually, she had two. How are you out there?
Hello, hello.
How are you? How are you?
I am fantastic, feeling blessed, grateful to be here on International Women's Day. Hello with you and everyone who's tuning in because we're here to celebrate.
We are here to celebrate, and as my mother says, you know, the devil had another plan or something, because they've been messing with us a little bit today. But we're going to keep going. These fabulous women, including yourself, are just hanging in there with us. I'm so excited. And for anybody out there that's wondering, well, we missed part of it. Don't worry, we're going to re-air it all later. No problem whatsoever. Look here, Super Bowl woman. I'm sitting there with my wings, and don't tell Coach Doris, with my wings and my popcorn, and I got my flavored strawberry water sitting next to me, and I'm watching the game, and I see a dancing potato. What was that about?
Oh my goodness, one of the Super Bowl commercials. Actually, there was 3 Super Bowl commercials that aired in this particular Super Bowl. 2 of them were for Pluto TV. And the whole concept behind that particular ad campaign was that, you know what? For those who really enjoy watching a lot of TV, we become couch potatoes. And so we were actually really physically couch potatoes on a couch potato farm.
Yeah, a dancing couch potato. Which, if you're dancing, are you really a couch potato?
You know what? Sometimes we take breaks from just chilling on the couch so that we can't stretch our legs, have a little fun, and then get right back to watching TV.
You know, I have seen you on all kinds of national commercials. I had the privilege of meeting you at Secret Knock a while back, and you're an award-winning author. I mean, you're a producer. You do a little bit of everything. You're one of the most creative people I've ever met. How did you get started? And what makes you think you can do all that?
What makes me have the audacity
There it
is. To utilize all these gifts that I
There
have
it
been
is.
blessed with? You know, how I got started, even when I was young, I always had this like draw to, in the beginning, it was like news. And I would literally be in front of a mirror, like holding up a little brush and giving my news reports to the camera. And I just loved communication. I love being able to impart a message to someone, to be able to communicate to someone through a medium like television. And so as I continued on in my journey, matter of fact, when I was in high school, I was a part of this junior league program where we used to try real cases in court. So now all of our defendants were already found guilty of their crimes, and we would argue like sentencing of like community service hours in front of the judge. But again, it was another form of communication and being able to share a point of view and make a point of something and make an impact in someone's life in some way. And so for a while, I contemplated going to law school, and I was like, you know, I'm going to go become a lawyer. And then right when I was at the moment of making my decision of what I would go get my degree in, because I graduated from high school and started college when I was 16, I was like, I can either go become a lawyer or I could play a lawyer on TV. And that way I get the best of both worlds and I can have fun doing it. So I literally got my degree in dramatic arts and communication from the University of New Orleans. And because my parents, like I wanted to go to UCLA, let's just put that out there. But my parents were like, yo, young, naive self, at 16, you are not about to go halfway across this country because I'm from New Orleans. So it was like, you find something local and you figure it out. And so I literally went to school at the University of New Orleans, got 2 degrees, a dramatic arts and communication, and I also had a degree in psychology, graduated by the time I was 19 and actually went into news. So I used to work at a Fox, so Fox 8, which is the local Fox station there in New Orleans. And what I found was every day, a rape, a murder, a fire, rape, a murder, a fire. I was like, this is not what I want to continue to ingest and be a part of the stories that are putting out into the world. Yes, these things are happening. Yes, it's important to be aware of them, but I am, because of the influx of this into my consciousness, I'm becoming numb to them. And I don't want to feel that way. So this isn't my particular path, but it taught me valuable lessons that were to serve me as I was figuring out and maneuvering through my career to figure out where do those gifts really lie? And what is it that you want to do? What's the mark you want to make on this world? And so I continued on. I went after leaving from being in news for about 2 years, because I went from being a production assistant to doing field producing. And remember, as a child, I would be in front of the camera. I had my little brush giving my reports and being on camera talent, but I did not feel confident enough to actually take that step of putting myself out there in that way. So I did a lot of behind the scenes, jobs. So I learned directing. I learned producing. I became a certified avid editor. All those things were a part of my path again and taught me valuable lessons and things that I need to know now as an executive producer. But it still wasn't the dream. It still wasn't the actual goal. And I didn't get kind of pushed into that, or that gift didn't get fully brought out until I was working on a project for AMC. And I was an assistant casting director for that project. And the casting director, the main casting director, we were in this room. We had all this talent coming in, because if you're familiar with AMC, they play all the old movies. So
American movie classics. Yeah.
Classic. So we were getting commentators for an airing of The Long Hot Summer with Joanne Woodward and Paul Newman. And so we needed commentators to talk about the movie as it was playing, to like intercut throughout that airing. And so we had all these people coming in, talented people. And as I'm sitting there watching them come in, get on that mark, deliver their line, do their thing, I'm just like, man, it started stirring up something inside of myself. Like, you need to be doing this. Wait. This was the dream. Like, this was the goal, to be a communicator, to be the one who is imparting a message to somebody. And I remember like halfway through the day, the casting director, she was like, Havila, I really think you should audition for this. And immediately I'm just kind of like, okay, like that's exciting. But then that little, the little devil that come on your shoulder and being like, girl, please.
What
Like,
makes you think you can do that?
who do you think you are? Like,
you have no fear, no fear. And if you have fear, you don't show it. But then again, you are an actor. So maybe you act just that well. Your Oscar performance. What does fear mean? And what do you tell people, especially women who say, oh, I could never because, somebody might see me. What do you tell them about fear?
The best definition I've ever heard of fear is false evidence appearing real. Fear is false evidence appearing real. Because and two, there's this quote that was in Joel Osteen's I Declare, that book, and it was like 31 declarations, and he said fear and faith require you to do the same thing because they both ask you to believe in something that has not yet happened yet. They ask you to do the same thing. So it's like, why are we choosing fear? And ultimately, a lot of times, fear has been instilled in us through our upbringing, through the people who are around us, who out of good intention, out of trying to protect us and keep us safe, are like, oh, no, don't do that because this is as far as they've gone in their life, and anything beyond that is unknown. And so people fear the unknown, but that's where all the gifts are. It's beyond your comfort zone. It's beyond what you understand. It's beyond what you've done so far. And so instead of having that fear, I can choose faith that, you know what? I live in a friendly universe that is always working out for me, even when it doesn't look like it, even when there's challenges. Like in Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, lesson 13 is learning from adversity and defeat. It says, there's a seed of equivalent benefit in every adversity and defeat, which means that yes, you can go through a trauma-filled situation, face challenges in your life, but even in that, there's something beautiful that can be born. Resilience can be born. A new trajectory and life path can be born. An evolution of that phoenix rising within you can be born if you allow yourself to look for the seed of equivalent benefit. And so through life's journey and through trial and error and coming to these new understandings and getting information and even helping to like reprogram my subconscious, because I used to be very fearful and heck did things that like held myself back. And not that I don't have moments of like fear or trepidation with something, but then I have to tell myself the real story because I'm like, that story isn't serving me. And I know that life is working out for my good. So even though I don't understand this, even though I don't know the how, because the how is not my job, the what is my job. What I want.
See, that's why you're my friend. That's why from this moment on, I'm going to call you the battery because you bring the energy. You are absolutely amazing. What's coming up next for you? Thank you for coming and just bringing positive joy into this moment because goodness knows we needed it. And don't go far because I'm probably going to call you to come back later. But what's coming up next for you, my friend?
I am so excited because we're actually launching a new show called the Executive Producer Podcast. And this show is one of the projects that we have in development right now. And it's really about people who have a television series, a feature film, something that some content that you're trying to create and put out into the world. And you're just like, okay, well, they got all these gatekeepers and how do I get this thing funded? How do I get this thing produced? How do I get this thing distributed? Like we are taking down that mysterious aspect of this business and sitting down with executive producers to be able to pull back the veil and give you the roadmap through traditional and non-traditional ways of getting your projects funded and done so that you can make the impact you came here for and put that out into the world. So we actually just shot our pilot episode of it that's being packaged to get distribution for that because is something that we are finding there's a need in the industry. There's a need where people have tremendously important ideas or things they need to bring to life, but they don't know the how. And here, you just need to know what it is you need. We'll show you the how.
You're the best. I love you. Thank you for all your support. You always come running when I call. Thank you so much. I mean, you were in the Budweiser commercial. We didn't get to talk about that, but I mean, I'm a huge Budweiser commercial fan, and now I got to get an autograph or something. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on International Women's Day.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you. Love you. Continue to spread your light into the world because we all need each other. And you're such an amazing supporter of women. And you're such an amazing supporter of positivity and putting that out into the world. And we need you. So thank you, TGo. Thank you.
You're the best. Thank you so much. Let's talk soon. The Battery.
Yeah.
Your name forever. I'll talk to you real soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I believe Dr. Shelley is here. Is Dr. Shelley in the house? She is not. She said she was logging in. So let's run a quick commercial and check on Dr. Shelley. Hey everybody, so Dr. Shelley is having an issue. We're gonna run one quick commercial. You guys need to know what the domino effect is about, and we will be right back with someone that I call the chameleon because every time I see her, this woman looks different, Allie Starr. So sit right there, we'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Well, Dr. Shelley is having a technical issue, or we are, because there's been technical issues going on all day. We're hoping to get that fixed so she can come on because Dr. Shelley is amazing. But for right now, we got somebody else who's amazing. We were talking at the break. I have known this young lady for 15 years. I cannot believe her twins are 12. I am getting up there. I feel old, y'all. I'm just telling you, I feel old. If you are in Las Vegas and you have not met this woman, seen her perform, y'all behind. This is Allie Starr. What's happening?
Hi.
How are you?
Blessed.
Blessed. Where are you performing now?
So right now I do 2 residency shows, Wednesday and Saturday at Cork and Thorn.
Nice. And what, I know what your music is, but for the people that do not know, what's your music?
So on Wednesdays, we do a live band karaoke, and that's where you guys get to sing with my band. It's never been done before. We're the only one in town that does it, and it's a really cool experience because, you know, when you do traditional karaoke, you like to have fun with it, but how cool is it to have an actual band behind you?
See, I don't think karaoke is fun because you know how I sing. Y'all know how I know all the singers in this town for the most part. And when y'all see me coming, y'all take the mic to the other room. I see how you are.
No, but this is your time to shine. It's not about how good you can sing. It's really about performance. Like, what would you do if you had an opportunity to perform?
I'd walk to the other end of the stage and not grab that mic. That's what I would do. How did you get into performing in the first place?
I kind of fell into it.
Okay.
So when I graduated high school, I had dreams and hopes and plans actually to go to mortuary school.
Mortuary school, excuse me?
Yes.
Why?
So I've always had this connection with death. When I was a little child, I just walked into a funeral home down into the embalming room and I wasn't scared. It felt like peace.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't you pursue that if that was part of your mission?
So you ever heard the saying, music is like a drug?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a hold of that and bye-bye mortuary school.
She said, bye-bye mortuary school. So when did you first take the stage? When did you know this is my home? Because when you take the stage, okay, we have to do a little PSA. Get to Vegas. 1, Cork and Thorn twice a week. 2, come watch this woman perform. I call her one of my kids. Come watch her perform because when you take the stage, you take it. It's your home. You welcome everybody into your living room, and then you basically take us from church to concert and all over. When did you know that that's what you wanted to do and that's what your heart really felt?
So to be honest with you, I didn't know I really wanted to do it for real until I had kids. It gave a different purpose at that point. Up until I started when I was 16, 17 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So between 17 and 25, it was a cool thing to do. It was something I always said I wanted to do. I said I wanted to always be on the stage with a live band. So I got to live out that dream every single day. But it wasn't until I had kids that I knew this was what I was supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I wanted to do. And it really felt like home because now it's a different purpose that is being served for my children, something that I'm leaving for them.
Wow. So where do you see yourself? The kids are 12, okay? So we're going to say they're overachievers like you, so they'll be done at 17. Where do you see yourself in when they graduate high school? Are you still performing? Or are we going back to embalming and all of that stuff?
So believe it or not, I'm actually back in the funeral business. I kind of just got back into it. So I am working at a local funeral home in Las Vegas now. And I'm doing both. And I learned to do both because balance is good. It's been strictly music for 20 years. And now I'm going back to something that really felt like home to me in the beginning as well. So I'm learning to balance both of them.
So for a young entertainer who's sitting at home, they're a musician or they're an artist or both, and they're going, oh my goodness, I just want to do stage. I just want to have a music video. I just. How do they get started?
Surround yourself with what you want to do. We can have all types of ideas at home, but if we don't get out there and surround ourselves with the things that we believe in, the things that we want to manifest, it's not going to happen. So whatever town you're in, find your local jam session. If you have to go to the next town, plan it out, save your money, take that drive.
You said, plan it out, save your money, take that drive. When you do a music video, you dig in, you know, and you will crank this thing out. I will talk to you on a Saturday, and you're like, tomorrow I'm doing wardrobe, Monday I'm doing a music video, and literally the next Friday I'm watching it on whatever platforms you choose to distribute it on. Whereas other people I know, who will remain nameless, some videos never see the light of day. How do you do that? Just be that focused. Do you see what your video is going to be as you're recording the song?
Absolutely.
Really?
When I'm writing the song, not even recording, when I'm writing the song, I'm already visualizing what the video is going to be like, because 99.9% of the time, the songs that I write are about my life. So if I've already experienced it, I already know what it should look like. I just want to give a much prettier version of it on the screen.
And I introduced you because I have walked past you in public places, and I know you. You're like one of my kids. I have walked past you in public places because you really do change your look a lot. Why?
I get bored.
You get bored.
Yes, I like to, and it's truly for me. I like to just push the envelope with different things that I can get away with and some things I can't get away with.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot right now because I didn't say this to you earlier, and you can embarrass the heck out of me and tell me no. But you know we do this Now Honors in Power of Pink, right?
Yes.
I would love for you to come and perform at this thing. Please and thank you, and I'm just gonna say it now.
On the spot it is.
On the spot it is. So you can tell me no, kick rocks because we family, or you can say yeah, I'll be there, and we'll figure it out.
Let's figure out when the date is. We're gonna figure it out.
That's awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, what's coming up next for you? And I'll let you out the hot seat.
So I just released a song called Love is Free about a week ago. So Love is Free is out. Please download it, stream it on all your digital platforms. This song is family friendly, so everybody can listen to it.
Have you done a video yet? No.
I'm not.
Wow. So maybe when you do the video, you come back on the show. We can premiere it on the show.
Yes, absolutely.
I love this kid. Allie Starr, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I think we've got this tech thing down. It's only half the day. And if we got it right, what's the best thing to do? You bring on Dr. Shelly Hipsky because she is just a superstar. Hey, Dr. Shelly, what's happening?
Hey, I'm so excited to be here on International Women's Day with you, TGo.
I'm so happy to have you here, you know. And when I say superstar, y'all, all of those pictures behind her are covers that she was on, I do believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Take a look. Oh, an entire wall of covers.
Yes.
You are absolutely fantastic at what you do. I look up, you're singing, you're performing, you're running a nonprofit, you have amazing children. You know, we have a Captain's Grill here. I have to take you there next time you're in Vegas. What do you do for fun?
Well, all that is fun for me. I wouldn't be doing any of it if it wasn't fun. So I love to, sing and dance and act and have a great time with my kids and, travel the world. I'm in St. Martin here soon. And then this summer, Africa with the Global Sisterhood. So I love to get out there. And I love people, TGo. So like whenever I can be around inspiring, empowering women and help lift them up, that's where I'm at.
You know, you just mentioned Global Sisterhood, and it's such an honor having you here on International Women's Day to share the message of Global Sisterhood. Would you just talk a little bit about what you founded and what Global Sisterhood is?
Absolutely. And like you said, today is the day. And also on March 8th, so coming up here on March 16th is actually Global Sisterhood Day internationally. So today is International Women's Day, and it's Women's History Month. So absolutely, I'm all about all the wonderful things going on for women right now. One of those things is the Global Sisterhood. We have been a nonprofit for the last decade. We have been helping women and children around the world. We say from Pittsburgh to Pakistan. We have everything from a school for entrepreneurship in Tanzania, Africa, which I will be able to go there, and we're going to actually be putting in a big well system so that they don't have to leave the school and walk miles to get water, clean water, healthy water. We have been working with them for about a decade, and we've been helping get their wares from Tanzania here to the States so that they could be sold. It's just been a wonderful, that's one of the projects just in Africa that we've been working on. We'll also be visiting Hakima Place, which is our orphanage in Kenya, that we've been helping as a charity partnership. We've got down in South Africa, we're going to be landing in Johannesburg and doing some work there with Hasina and Shashima Patel. And she Skyped into my classes almost like 15 years ago with her students for my doctoral students when I was a tenured professor. But also I have been helping lead empowerment circles there and teaching these young women how to vision board and get empowered and live their best lives. They're in Africa, but there's also projects in Pakistan, Nepal, India, right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I live. So it's just been such a blessing to help lead this dynamic, impactful organization.
You could have done anything, and I mean anything. You know, if there's any Rolodex I would love to have, yes, I'm old enough to have a Rolodex. If there's any Rolodex I would love to have, it's Dr. Shelley Hipsky's Rolodex. You can call just about anybody in a single dose. What made you decide, I'm going to go in the direction of global sisterhood, I'm going to help women and young girls of all ages? Why did you choose that way?
I think it chose me. I mean, just the circumstances, the people that kept coming into my life, the people that I were attracted into what I'm doing with my 15 books and I had a television show, Inspiring Lives with Dr. Shelley, and just all the different things that I'm doing lended itself to, oh my gosh, there's a woman in trouble. She has a need. How are we going to fill this? And I did that Rolodex thing. We think of my brain as a Rolodex. So I just started putting together the pieces and saying, you know, this person has this ability to do this. Maybe they are able to raise funds. And then there's this person over here that knows how to do, you know, the videotaping, or this person over here knows how to get a hold of food for a whole city that's in need. And we started really just networking these women leaders that were all running organizations already or had dreams of it. And it just all started coming together. Now we have dozens of charity partnerships. We do what we call hashtag pop-up giving, wherein women come to the Global Sisterhood and they say, look, it could be everything from my friend's house burnt down and she's in desperate need to I have a friend who's in a horrible domestic violence situation. What can we do? To this person, I mean, recently we just had a sexual trafficking thing that we had to help shut down.
Wow.
And that was a familiar one. So it was and this is we're going kind of deep really quick, but there was a situation where a family member was trafficking a young woman. So I mean, like all those hashtag pop-up givings all count, and they're so important because when there's a woman that's in trouble, you don't want to be like, here's some red tape.
Yeah, here's some red tape.
Jump through all these hoops, which is what a lot of people go through in their lives. And there are checks and boundaries and those things and balances. But I think that when you have a global sisterhood, you're never alone. And you have a family and you got people you can count on. And you don't feel like you're just,
out there twisting in the wind.
And
and I mean, it's International Women's Day and we're all bells and whistles and, balloons and rainbows right now. But in reality, there's a woman watching probably right now, or a woman that knows of a woman that is going through something and they need help. They need help. how do they reach out to Global Sisterhood? Do they reach out to you first? What's the steps of just getting started with trying to get help for someone?
So I would definitely go to the Global Sisterhood Facebook page and get yourself into that group. Then also check out at globalsisterhoodonline.org the different services and things that we provide. We have levels of membership that help to fund these projects, because we don't want to constantly be turning people away. What has been a wonderful thing is that we have resources, and if we don't have resources, we can usually point them towards the right people to go to. I don't want to come on here and say we can meet every single need ourselves, but that's why we have charity partnerships. That's why we have a wonderful cadre of fantastic ladies around the world that can also pitch in. And you know what, if we put our amazing brains together, we will come up with a solution. Definitely.
And you definitely have the circle of love around you. I had the honor and the privilege of being at one of your events not too long ago last summer. And I hadn't been to Pittsburgh since I was a kid, and it's just beautiful there. But the connections that you have, the hearts that are in that room, it's absolutely amazing what you're doing. And I'm your super fan. Anything we can do from here, we're all about it. Before I let you get out of that hot seat, because I know your day is super busy, can you just tell the world, what does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
Oh my gosh, I think I got a little emotional when you asked that question. Just because of the love and the hearts and the souls and the being in the trenches with the ladies and holding their hands when they cried, and just the hugs and the love. International Women's Day to me means it is a celebration of the incredible spirit of empowered women around the world.
You're amazing. You're the definition of heart-centered. I've been so glad to call you my friend. And thank you so much hanging out with us for International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, guess what? We made it through the first half. Okay, we've got a second half to do. We're now streaming on Facebook. We've got tech under control. I'm going to go find food. You go find food. We'll be right back here at 12:45 Pacific. You don't want to be late, because Baroness Lady Dr. Cara Bentley is going to be here. And when she enters the room, the lights go on fire. So make sure you're right back here in 1 hour, and I'll talk to you real soon.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
Means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not here yet? That's okay. Everybody's used to my tech craziness today. We are trying to reach our next guest and get her in the chair. Stick with us. We'll be right there. Just run a commercial. Let me see if I can get somebody else in the seat since the doctor hasn't replied yet. Is she here? Is she here? Hey, everybody. I hope you had a great lunch. Welcome back. We are ready to go. Woo, this morning. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to focus on it. We're just going to keep it going positive. And what's the best way to get into the right lane? You talk to Baroness, Lady, Dr. Kara Scott Devlin. What's happening, Doc?
What's up, TGo?
What's going on? I got to tell you, left, right, and center today.
Look, I'm going to tell you like our Secretary of State always say, I understand.
I understand.
I understand.
You know, first, before we get too far into this, I have to just extend my congratulations on your presidential award. Oh my goodness, lifetime achievement, and you just getting started. What are you gonna do for the next lifetime achievement?
You know, it's continue to stand in gratitude.
So what did you think when you first heard you were getting it?
I got excited like anybody would, right? And I just started to reflect back over so many different things and different times that I've heard people say, you know, give and it shall be given unto you. Good measure pressed down and shaken together and running over will men give into your bosom. And so it took me back to when I received my scholarship from Mr. Jacoby Dickens. And I just remember reaching back out to him after I graduated. And I said, you know, how do I repay you? You know, because he covered everything, books, dorm, housing. And he said, pay it forward. Just do something for somebody else. And I held on to that. And that's what my husband and I, we have both, that's what we've been doing, just paying it forward in different ways. You know, of course, we have a nonprofit, but sometimes we give in other ways that's not even documented. And even though it may not be in the limelight every time, it doesn't have to be. It's just serving humanity because service is a lifestyle.
You are amazing. You already know that I'm a fan. You already know that, you know, if you give a call, I'm come in. It's like whatever it is that you need, everything you want, I'm going. But what I have to say is no matter what, presidential award, anything else, your mom first. What's that about? How does that feel?
You know that's I could talk about this topic all day long. Yes, I am a mom, and man, I wanted to do it my way. you know, and I think most moms want, you don't get an instruction manual on how to be a mom. And I always want to put myself in a position of how I felt as a child. What worked? How was I supported? Why was I able to accomplish the things that I did? And so I put that front and center with everything that I do as a mom. And he's, I just make sure that he's always good. I talk to him the way that my parents talk to me. They gave us insight, and a lot of guidance. I wouldn't say instruction, but a lot of guidance. And so being a mom, I'm being privileged to homeschool. That's not something that just came up at the last minute because of the pandemic. I remember just thinking about this even when I was in high school. I said, I just want to give my kids access, and that's why I wear keys, because it's just give them access. Just access. And that means so many things to different people, because if there's something that you don't know or unaware of it, then you don't even know that you want to gain access. So
Right.
it's raising that level of awareness and just putting in front of things. And right now, he's on his way to being a grandmaster. He's 11 years old. His name is Caden. And the spirit of this young man is just unbelievable.
I look at Caden, and I had the privilege of watching him play a little bit in chess on the cruise ship. We did the Marketers Cruise not long ago.
Yeah.
And just watching him move, he came and sat next to us for a few minutes while we were out there. This young man, if there's a half a dozen of them out there, we're gonna be all right in these next generations and what's coming, because he is just a natural born leader. And I know that has a lot to do with the foundation that you guys are building. How important do you think it is to build the foundation for your children?
It's critical. Environment is everything. Who your child becomes is a direct correlation to what they see, and what they're what they are exposed to. And I growing up on the south side of Chicago, you see so many different things, and there are so many different directions that you can take. There are, we had neighborhoods, so you had neighbors that actually cared, and so but there were several blocks over where it was a different story, it was a different narrative. Mm-hmm. So understanding that environment meant everything. I was reading something the other day, and I showed it to my husband, that it was saying that your zip code will have more of a direct impact on who you become than your genetic code. Blew me away. And I was like, that's it. That's it. Like, if people could understand that. And I just remember thinking to myself, once I understood certain laws, which is why I talk about, especially with physical laws and natural laws, because laws can't be questioned. They are what they are. Like the law of gravity. If you throw something out of the window on Earth, of course, it's going to fall to the ground. And so understanding these different principles and laws, and there's one about Tobler, and I always talk about this one because going back to environment, it's saying that everything is connected, but those things that are near are most like those things that are near. And, you see it, you go in certain communities, you see certain types of cars. You go into the malls in those communities, you see the females wearing certain types of purses or certain types of, it's just different, because people start to gravitate, and they all pretty much wear the same thing. They speak the same language. They, wear their hair the same way. It's just so many commonalities. And even the health in certain communities, which is part of the research that I've done, it's pretty much the same across the board. You have anomalies where people kind of push through the, through the barriers, and they go a different route. But that all goes back to, once again, what have they been exposed to? So, environment is so key. What are you around? Not just your children. What are you around? Who are you listening to? What is being deposited into you? It is so key. It's not just a thing. It is the thing.
I love you. You're amazing. And it's just, we can put a topic like a drop of water, and I know how important water is to you, like a drop of water, and you turn into an ocean. It is absolutely amazing to watch. Can I ask you, what does physics means to you, other than, the C+ I got at Julian High School? What does it mean to you?
I see physics in everything. I see physics every day of my life. I live physics. We all do. And, you know, this is just one of those conversations that's really near and dear to me because the more I got into it, the more I got into it. And so I start watching how these laws govern our lives and these different physical laws. Like I was just, I made a post today about Newton's first law. I'm thinking about Einstein. Newton's first law that an object in motion stays in motion and an object at rest stays at rest. And that applies to our physical body. So if you stay at rest, your body stay at rest. The minute you start moving, you go into momentum. This is applied in business. You know, once you get that momentum, you're moving in a certain direction. I see it a lot with people who are really like high level performers. Once they set their mind to something, there is no stopping. You know, my husband and I, we have these conversations. These are physical laws, and these are laws that are applicable directly from physics. They are natural laws because laws are laws, and they apply to so many different things, but most people don't know how to allow them to work for them because they're not aware of them. If I could just raise people's levels of awareness, because the information is out there. I just happen to be one that studied it, like, kind of dating myself, but like 20, 30 years ago. I was studying this stuff, and now everybody's like energy, and I'm like, yeah, you know, and they're like, did you know? And I'm like, yeah, like I studied this stuff, like I did the algorithms, you know, I did the research, I'm published, you know, I get it. And I'm so excited about it because now I can have these intelligent conversations with people ongoing, and it just lights me up.
I know that recently, I shouldn't say recently, a couple of hours ago, we had our sister, our friend, Dr. Melinda, or Lady Melinda Boyer on, and we had the opportunity to talk about Beyond Physical Matter. And I know you are a part of that. There's a virtual premiere going through your television network, JD3 TV, tomorrow. Can you just share a little bit of what that experience was like, what that means to you, and what can they expect tomorrow?
Oh my God, Beyond Physical Matter. It tells the story that there's so much happening beyond what you can physically see, what you can physically touch, what we are even physically aware of. And, you know, there are different apparatuses that can help us to see different things or to become aware that these things are even in our presence, right? So you have, you know, electromagnetic waves, and there's a small slither of what we can actually see, which is natural, which is light. Right, which is the spectrum that we see, the rainbow, where you can, you know, see it from violet, ultraviolet, all the way through to red, infrared, but it goes beyond that. And you have like radio waves, and you have so many different gamma rays, and it's extended out so far depending on the wavelength. And so even color has a frequency, everything. So when people wear certain colors, they're drawn or attracted to certain things because that's a frequency. Some people resonate, there's another physics term, with certain colors or certain people, because we resonate based on frequency. We attract who we are. So with that being said, this is like something that we don't talk about enough. But if just that mere point that we attract who we are, if there are certain things showing up in your life, and you're like, I don't want to continue to receive this. Why is this showing up in my life? Then there's something that you're putting out that is attracting that to you. And you just have to be honest about it and come to the forefront. But most people aren't aware of it because it's been in their face so long. The law of familiarity kicks in, and it's just what you're familiar with. And so we could raise people's levels of consciousness. That's what this film will do. And I am just so excited about it. I'm just so excited.
So tomorrow, if you're watching this live, tomorrow, March 9th, there's a virtual red carpet premiere of Beyond Physical Matter. How do they find out about it? What are they going to see? Just what should they do? What time is it tomorrow?
You know, so it's 3 p.m. Central. So whatever time you are, do the conversion. But everyone has their own link. But if you go to Beyond Physical Matter, okay, or if you go to jd3tv.com, you will see where you can click on the link and watch it. It will be worth your while. I have a testimonial in my phone with a young lady who saw the movie, and she just pulled me to the side, and she's just pouring her heart out, and she's in tears. And I'm like, wow. And I said, wait a minute, I can't wait until tomorrow to film you saying this. I have to get this on tape, because she was so in the moment. And she said, you know, I went home and I actually, you know, just dedicated my life back to God. Like it was that impactful and that deep. Like I just felt like, you know, God, I need to serve you more just with my very being, because there's so much just, you know, just in gratitude. It wasn't like, oh, you need to run to the church. It wasn't anything religious. It's more spiritual about just who are you? You know, like some people say, well, I'm only human, man. It's only, you should take that off of there. Being human is everything, because we are made, look, you're going to give me preach. We are created in the likeness and in the image of God. And we are here to create. So so everything that we get to do it, and now we're talking about it, and people are healing their bodies, just using just the mind and going beyond physical matter. So if you come in, you watch it, you will be raving, and you will be telling others about it, because it is that powerful from so many different speakers. It's not just myself. You have so many different speakers who are in the medical field, speakers who have actually used energy to heal other people, to heal themselves. It's just beautiful. So I'm looking forward to it.
You know, we had the opportunity, I had the honor and privilege of honoring you at the Now Honors 2022. It was awesome to be able to bring you that award, because you couldn't attend, but it was awesome to be able to bring you that award and honor you and welcome you into the Now family. Last year you did attend, and you burned the roof down, which you always do. And you kept teaching us during that 3-day period that we had our name on something. Can you share that just right now?
Oh yeah. People need to know, not just, you know, people who are listening here, and I want you to take this with you, and I want you to embody this. I want you to feel this very message. And as I say it, I want you to just close your eyes and feel me, because you need to know that there is another level with your name on it. And I want you to just take that with you. There is another level with your name on it. And I'm going to bring it down to a whisper, because I want you to feel it in your spirit. Like my husband always says, I want you to feel it in your nervous system, that there is another level with your name on it. Take that with you, because it's true. It's true. And I'm excited because we get to share this space and this time with each other. And, you know, some people say that there's no such thing as time. It's just a continuum of energy, and just, you know, just the evolution of just becoming. So as you know, travel through space and time, you know, it's a privilege for us to even be here together, for you to be under the sound of my voice, for TGo to have the insight to bring all of us together for a time such as this on, you know, International Women's Day. And this isn't the first time that she's done it, but that's such a blessing, right? All the places that we could be and all the things that we could be doing. It's a privilege that we are here with each other right now. So, you know, I just think back 100 years ago, you know, the people who were here, let's say 150 years ago, because they have people living to 110 nowadays, but 150 years ago, you know, they set a precedence for us. What is that precedence that we're setting for the next generation? Because it is a continuum. What was done then, it actually leads into now. Just, you know, we're just traveling through space and time to get there. So what are we doing for the next generation? You know, it's just a beautiful thing that we get to do the things that we do.
You're amazing. I love you. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for coming, because I know how busy you are. And every time, there has not been one time I've called and said, can you, will you? And you're like, I'm there. I will be right there. You're absolutely fantastic. And I just want to say happy International Women's Day to you, my friend, for all that you do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love you, TGo. Thank you.
Love you too. I'll talk to you real soon.
Yes. Kaden has a chess tournament today, this whole week.
Tell him good luck. They better watch out, because he's coming for him.
He's coming. Yes.
He's coming. Good luck to him. Have a great, great weekend.
You too.
Bye-bye. All righty. I don't know if our next guest is here. Is Wendy in the house? No. Wendy is not in the house. Let's run a commercial and find out where Wendy is. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
Okay. Hey everybody, welcome back. Yeah, we're still going through the mud of this tech thing. Whatever, we're getting this done. Y'all got to know we're getting this done. We're just going to keep going, and I can't think of another way to keep it going than with my good buddy, my friend, and the new executive director of something big for us, Wendy Cunningham Barnes is in the house. What's happening?
Man,
Where are you
this
in the world?
girl, you know. I am in Dallas visiting my family, and we had to pull over. I'm like, I'll just do, hey, you make it do what it do, right? So we're parked, we're safe, but I had to jump on and hang out with my dear friend, TGo.
You're amazing. You're so great. And we have so much
Oh,
fun. You know, we get to
we
honor
do.
you this year as our
Man.
philanthropist of the year for the You Belong Foundation during the Now Honors. I am so excited. Thank you for honoring me last year and letting
Oh,
me know I belong. That was so special
yeah.
to me. Can you tell us what You Belong is all about?
Man, the You Belong Foundation is just the heartbeat of the special needs community. Oftentimes, as a single mom for 12 years, I found myself not really feeling like I fit in anywhere, because my kids had something that was rare. And so creating the You Belong Foundation created a space that it doesn't matter what the disability is. The caregiver, the person with the disability is welcome. You find home, you find family, you find places where we share stories, we share resources. We have events that bring us together, and it culminates with the Page Awards where we
Mm.
celebrate people like you. We celebrate people who have a disability who are overcoming every day things that we could not imagine, right? Things that
Right.
make them a stronger group of people than we are. And I love highlighting that every year at the Page Awards.
When is the Page Awards this year?
Saturday, August 10th.
And you know who just left the screen was Dr.
I
Karen.
do. She is our keynote speaker. Come
Then she gonna
on.
bring that house down too. Y'all better get good insurance because she burns down the house when
She
she's in the house.
does.
She's
She's
absolutely
amazing.
amazing. And
She
I
is.
have to do a little break and say, hey, yes, I belong. I have a
Yes.
disability. I actually have two. I'm dyslexic, and I also am a disabled vet. So I thank you so much for acknowledging me and bringing me there. That was amazing to meet those wonderful people. And my nephew's son, Christian, because he is just the
Yes.
bomb.com.
He
He is
is.
the
He
absolute
is.
bomb.com. I want
He
to take,
is.
this is our first event of the season for International Women's Day, or for Now Honors and Power of Pink. And you've jumped on with both feet. You're ready
Yeah.
to go. It's so
Yeah.
amazing. And I want to take this opportunity to tell everyone that everything that we do in this season, a percentage of that is going to You Belong Foundation. We want to make sure we're
Man,
constantly supporting you and all that you do.
thank you.
And Mr. James, we got to acknowledge
Yes.
him. It's International Women's Day,
Mr.
but I
Barnes
got
is
to
valid. Yeah, he's important.
we gotta acknowledge Mr. Bonds. He is my
We
brother
do.
from another mother.
Yes.
He is
He's awesome.
absolutely fantastic. One of the first things that we're going to be doing is, July 13th, we've got the first
Yeah.
ever community Now Honors and Power of Pink coming
Yes.
up. And you're
Yes.
co-hosting with me and Sherry.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Come on now. I'm excited.
Yeah.
We're going to honor 5 women there. And we're just
Yeah.
going to spend a day having a blast. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, excited. I love the fact that, women get a bad rap in society, right? That women are catty, women are, backstabbers, whatever. Women supporting women is powerful. Women support it's sharing resources, stories, right? Supporting each other. So that day is gonna be bananas. They not ready. They are not ready.
They not
But
ready.
they're
They
not.
not ready.
The joy in that room is gonna be amazing. Come, that's where you want to come, and you're gonna feel empowered. You're gonna feel like you belong. Like that statement, it goes across lines that you're gonna
That's
belong. You're
right.
gonna find a space. You're gonna find a sister there. So you got to come
So,
join us on July 13th.
so July 13th, before that, May 2nd, we're going to do Times Square and put all you honorees from 2024, welcome you to the family on the Megatron in Times Square. I can't
Man,
wait to do that and get all kinds
man,
of pictures of that. And then after July, we're doing the Health and Wellness Summit. You're a part of that as well. That's a 3-day
yeah,
virtual event that we're going to do. And
yes,
then, of course, the Now Honors is the 3rd through the 5th of October. And that's when you
yeah,
will get your 12-inch high, 8.5 pound eternal flame honor. And
wow,
I cannot wait to
man,
see your smile when you receive it.
man,
But what people don't know is you've agreed, and I thank you so much for being to be the chair, to be the lead, the executive director of the
man,
new
thank you so
community
much.
of the Network of Outstanding Women and the membership site and
Yeah,
all the things that we have coming. We're going
yeah,
to unveil so much good stuff in the
right.
coming months, years, and I'm so glad that you're going to be, co-piloting next to me.
Yeah, it's about creating legacy. Legacy, women do stuff and they don't give themselves credit for the stuff, the mountains that they move, the miracles that we perform every day. This is a space, and I love the space that you've created, and I'm completely blown away and honored that you want me to be a part of this as a chair. Like what? I'm honored. It's a blessing, and I appreciate it, and I thank you for allowing me to be in that space.
Absolutely. And everybody knows that in our family that we've been looking for a nonprofit that we can, partner with and support. And everything that we do with the community, the masterminds, the internal events that we'll be doing with you as our chair, a percentage of that's all going to You Belong Foundation because we want people all over the country and eventually all over the world to realize what a support team feels like when you have a
Yeah,
special needs family member.
yeah, it's needed. You have to. There's no way you can do it alone, and there's no reason you should do it alone. And that's what we endeavor to show people every day. You don't have to do this alone. You don't have to feel ashamed or embarrassed. You belong. And if you have a disability, like people like yourself, the strength that you have should be celebrated. It shouldn't be ashamed of anything. Christian, everybody has seen Christian on on the internet. That boy is so strong. He smiles through the craziest of times. He gets me out of bed. And I want people to have more awareness of that, to understand their own blessings. If you don't have a disability and you get up and you just have regular people stuff to do, that's a blessing. But to be in a space with someone with a disability, you need to be in that space to get a better understanding. They're people. We all want to, everyone wants to feel like they belong. And there's no
That's what
different
it's all
with the
about.
special needs community. So we're here to celebrate. We're here to include everyone.
What's the website before I get you out of the seat? What's the website of You Belong Foundation?
The You Belong Foundation.org. The You Belong Foundation.org. Sign up for the email so you can stay up to what we're doing. Come support us. You know, I have no problem asking for money. There is a donate button up on the website because we have so many things we want to do. We want to help so many people, and we can't do it alone.
Thank you so much. You're my friend. You're my
I
sister.
love you so much.
You're now the chair of the Now Honors community. You're the best.
Thank you. Oh.
And your hair looks fantastic, by the way. You're the best.
She had to come in. She had to get off the plane getting her hair done. Shout out to Alexis in Dallas. So I appreciate that.
Enjoy the family. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Love you. Bye-bye.
Love you too. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. I have no idea who's waiting in the wings, but we're about to find out. And for right now, let's go to a quick commercial.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people.
Hey, everybody, we're back. And we have all kinds of technical things going on here and there. Give us a couple of minutes. We're going to keep this party rolling. Right now, I want to call up Kimberly Letchick. She is a friend of mine. I met her through JD3 TV. Kimberly, are you out there?
I'm here.
Woo! I don't know what's going on. This morning we had Facebook issues. This afternoon we got link issues. People can't get in. We just gonna keep this party going. How about that?
I love it.
How is your show going?
Oh, it's going. You know, I'm telling you, TGo, I just feel so blessed. You know, I was talking to a friend the other day, and I was sharing. You know, it's it's something when you get to this place and realize why you're here, why you're here and why you were created, and that you get to use your gifts and your talents to inspire and impact the world. It doesn't get better than that. The show is doing well, and I am looking forward to our filming in 2024, bringing in more nonprofits, 501c3s, where they're impacting our families, our future generations. Nothing else makes me happier.
You're amazing. Now you're also doing stages. You know, I was in speaker training with you. You froze at your final, went out in the hall, did whatever, probably a prayer knowing you, came back in there and just blew us away. Now you're doing stages. What does that feel like now?
You know, what it feels like is transformation. What it feels like is that moment when it's no longer you speaking. It's God flowing through you. It's source, whatever your higher power is, it's flowing through you. In that moment that you were just talking about, TGo, what was happening to me was a God thing. You know, it was a God thing. There's no other explanation. And I can share with you, probably not here today, but I can share with you over, you know, coffee, tea, whenever we connect next, all the other God moments. This is a God thing.
You're amazing. Thank you for understanding about our schedule being all out of whack and off. It's okay. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
Oh, International Women's Day means that if you have a woman in your life, know that she is the heartbeat. She's not just the heartbeat of the family. She is the fabric of what keeps this world, this beautiful world we live in, together. It doesn't mean the gentlemen are not important. They are equally important. But now more than ever, it is time to lift up women.
You're amazing. What's the name of your show and how does everybody watch it?
Faith Rising, Feel the Fire on JD3 TV exclusively for a reason, but on JD3 TV. And stay tuned, stay connected. We have some exciting things happening. I just launched a podcast, so we have several episodes of that, Power of the Moment. Who doesn't love the power of the moment? This moment to me, TGo, when you extended your hand and invited me to join you in celebrating women, it's a God thing. It's a God thing. Nothing more, nothing less, but a God thing. God saying, you know what, honey? I don't care if you don't want to use your voice. I'm telling you, you're using your voice.
You're amazing. Come on the show, share your podcast with us. Come give us an update. Don't be a stranger. Thank you for understanding our tech issues. And you know me, I'll talk to you soon. I'll probably see you in Chicago pretty soon. You're the best.
Bye, TGo.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier because it's been one heck of a day, but we're in the middle of doing an amazing documentary called The Domino Effect. The commercials ran a couple of times, but it's all about 24 people that are literally changing the world. So I'm going to play this documentary, a commercial for a second. And then what I want to do is find out who's in the house, because I know we have a couple of people in the house, and get us back on schedule. What a thought. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey everybody, yeah, that's the first series that I'm directing in my 20-year career in film and television. I am finally directing a docu-series called The Domino Effect, and I can't wait to share it with you guys later this summer. All right, coming up next is Donnell Winningham. She is amazing. She is our Coach of the Year for 2024, and she brings the fire. Hey sis, are you out there? You're muted, honey.
Such a pro mistake. I know I'm on camera too much to make those mistakes.
Girl, after the day we've had today, the least of our worries is you being muted. We could just click a button and fix that.
I've been hearing you.
How are you?
I'm excellent. How about yourself?
I'm fantastic, and those glasses are fire.
Thank you, girl. Give me an address.
I will give you an address.
Like my grandma say, you can even put medicine in these.
I love it. What got you into being a motivator, an inspiration, an inspirer, just a coach? I mean, you're the coach to one of my mentors. You're a coach's coach. How did you get in that field?
Yeah, sometimes you have to motivate yourself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, one of the things that I'd like to share with women today, especially on International Women's Day, is that women do so much that they don't necessarily give themselves credit for, nor does the world give them credit for it. So we've always been placed in these positions of coaching, of motivating. If it ain't nothing but motivating your kids to get up out of the bed, if it's nothing but coaching your man to keep showing up at that job, even though they treat him bad. So we've always been in positions of leadership, of coaching, of motivation. We just haven't always charged for it.
This is true. Because my mother was a coach of many, and I know she didn't charge for it. As a matter of fact, she made the food for the meeting, so they didn't even pay for the food.
Right.
You are absolutely correct. But not only are you coaching, you work a lot with women, and you work a lot in finance and wealth building. What is that like? How did you get into that field, and how are you helping people today?
You know what? I will be honest with you and say, first of all, it's amazing. And the reason it's so amazing is that, and I want to say this to everybody here. I was just sharing that the broadcast with my community. It's so amazing because my great grandmother lived in the era of slavery, so she didn't get this opportunity to build wealth. And my great grandmother lived in the era of sharecroppers, and so she didn't get this opportunity to build wealth. My mother was the first. My grandmother worked all her life. My mother was the first person in our family to graduate with a college degree. So for me to have any shot at all at generating the level of revenue I do is nothing short of a blessing. And so I hope everybody listening will not only, number one, take it to heart, but also stop being so turned away by seemingly small things. What are people going to say about me? And, people might not like how I look, or, and we allow those small things to get into our heads and fester. But yet we're living in a time where we have nothing but time and opportunity.
You say that one more time, because I don't think people heard you.
For the cheap seats, baby.
In the back.
All we have is time. Just even the access we have as women now. We were making this joke the other night. I said, is law still on the book about us? There's a law called the rule of thumb. And that's you can't beat your wife with a stick no bigger than your thumb. And so even us as women, look how far we've come. And I love what your last guest said. She said, this is not against men. It's just for women.
Exactly. I know that reading is so important to you.
You see them books.
I see all those books. That is not a prop or a backdrop. That is literally probably not even half her library.
And it's not. Absolutely not. It's not.
When did you start reading like this? When did you learn that the power of what you wanted to do in your life was in books?
So I could come up with some philosophical answer, But the truth is, I grew up in the South. And in the South, you either go play outside, and the only place that had the real cold air conditioning was the library. And if my mom was here today, she would tell you, she would drop me off in the library on her way to work. She would give me whatever little quarter, whatever I had for the day, and I would stay in that library, and I literally read through that entire, and there's newspaper clippings of me reading 50, 100 books, each summer. Wow. It was cool. And you either gonna get out there in that Tennessee heat, or you gonna lay up in this library, and of course you there long enough, you gonna read a little something.
You gonna read a little something. I saw a statistic that scared me, because they say that 70% or more of all books purchased, they don't read past the foreword in that book. What does that say to you? What would you tell someone that's spending the money on the books? They're not reading them.
They're more than, bed holders. People prop the books, use the books to keep the bed from fire. Books are more than that. I mean, again, I'm one of those people that I never forget where I came from. I understand that we didn't always get the opportunity to read. As a people, as a gender, we just didn't get it. And so to have the opportunity to bless yourself with knowledge, to change your mindset, to shift the trajectory. Stop, Cujo. Girl, look.
You're on TV, Cujo.
Cujo, you got to stop. To change your life, literally, with a book, I don't think people realize how magical it is. That you could go on any adventure, that you can learn anything. And, if somebody says, I don't have the money for coaching, start there.
Wow.
You can hire Anthony Robbins. You can hire Dean Grazios. You can hire Napoleon Hill, who's no longer here. You can hire all these people for $20. Bob Proctor. You can hire these Bruce Wilkinson. You can hire all these people.
They can hire you. They can hire you.
Absolutely.
So before I let you get out here, we got to tell these, because I know people are going, okay, so how do I get started? How do I, get capital for my business? What do I do? What steps do you start them with? And when do they call you?
So one thing I can tell you is this. I don't believe in building a business just because somebody else is doing it. I don't believe that. I don't believe in the get rich quick. Oh, such and such got a truck, I'm gonna go buy me a truck. That's not how that works. Everything starts with doing what you love to do. Doing what you were purposed to do. The word says he had a plan for your life even before you got here. So being able to go out and execute what you love to do and what you're good at in that same stroke, to me, is miraculous. And that's where the money comes in, because the law of compensation is that your compensation is in direct correlation with the number of people you serve. But yet women are always serving, and we have some kind of guilt complex about charging our worth. And unfortunately, that keeps us the majority that's in poverty. That keeps us the majority that's unable to afford housing. That keeps these poverty numbers and the number of families and women that are homeless. It's not because women don't do the work. It's absolutely not. It's that we don't understand our worth, and we don't understand our value, and we won't charge for the things we're good at.
What's next for you?
I don't know. And that's
I love that about her.
You know what? I've been saying I was going to retire at 55. I'm 53 now.
Oh, no, you can't retire. I haven't hired you as my coach yet.
Girl, y'all better, look, anybody listening better hurry up. If not, you may be coming to visit me in Ghana. I'm looking at building a community in Ghana. That's what I'm really thinking about doing, exploring my heritage. I'm just very big on opportunity. And I understand that my mother, you know, my grandmother, my great, they didn't have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to impact as many people as possible. But right now, you know, I'm caught up on impacting me, which is something that's new for me. You know, I put everybody else first for the last 1,000 years. I'm down 20 pounds and, you know, it's just different. So, you know, to say that I really don't necessarily know what the future holds, that's a blessing.
Well, I'm glad that the future holds you standing on stage in October and accepting Coach of the Year, because it is going to be such an honor and a privilege to pass that award to you. You will be the first ever Coach of the Year for the Now Honors, the absolute first ever. And I cannot wait to see you in person on that stage and watch you burn that house down. You're absolutely amazing. I am so glad that we are in the same circles. I would love to call you friend, and your vibe, can't be beat. Thank you so much for being with me.
Just thank you for inviting me. Girl, I've been here early. I hate I was in the wrong league. I'm like, girl, I got to go. I've been staying all day. I got to go. Because anytime you're invited, you got to make sure you show up early. So then I start getting in my head. Okay, what time is it? Okay, she's on the way. Girl, I'm start counting, and I know it's on my calendar 50,000 ways. But I just want to make sure I didn't miss my spot, okay?
I'm so appreciative of you. Thank you so much. And thanks for sharing with your community. Hi, community.
Oh, yeah, I know they peering, girl. I know they watching.
That's awesome. Have a great day and enjoy International Women's Day.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for being here. Bye-bye. All righty. I believe Dr. Lauren is here. Is Dr. Lauren here? Absolutely. She's been waiting. I love this woman. She calls me a stalker because wherever she's at, I'm a follower. Hey, Dr. Lauren, what are you doing?
Yes. I'm in the house. Yeah, my stalker. I'm with my stalker. I love it. Hey, TGo.
Hey, Dr. Lauren, how are you? What's going on? I love the hat. I love the whole look.
Come on,
fabulous.
Baby. You bring out the animal in me. You know. Come on now. Come on now. How am I doing? I'm doing amazing. Blessed and highly favored. How do you like that?
You're the best.
Blessed,
I know that.
Highly favored. Amen.
I know that fitness and wellness and health is a massive part of your life.
Oh, absolutely.
You started probably when you were 4 months old. You've been doing this all of your life. Why? Why is fitness so important to you?
Hey, God gave us one body, right? It's our temple, and we got to take care of it. And if we're not healthy, what is your wealth? I coach a lot of people, and it goes, they're interchangeable. Without your health, what is your wealth? And then with your wealth, if you don't have your health, how can you enjoy it, right? People get that backwards. They spend their whole life building wealth, and then they spend all their money to get their health. So why not do it all together? So I'm all about creating health and wealth simultaneously so that people can live their lives and their purpose and whatever God-given talents they have. There you can go out and serve the Lord, baby. It's all about the kingdom.
I know that in my lifetime, you know, fast food was pretty much born in my lifetime. I remember going to a fast food restaurant was a treat when I was a kid. And now kids are asking their parents, what did I do wrong, when they make them eat at home? Things have changed so differently and so oddly, out of proportion of the way it should be. What do you say to someone who is, you know, like myself, I'm 60 years old. Maybe they've never taken their fitness, their wellness, their food, their nutrition seriously. What do they do? Is it too late? Is it too late for me, Doc?
It's never too late, baby girl. It's never too late to look great from the inside out. So you know what I mean? You make a decision, you take action, you get the information. Knowledge is power. Now with the internet, there's so many things that you can do without ever leaving your house. I mean, you can go on YouTube videos, you can learn how to stretch, you can learn how to, you know, how much water you should be drinking. You can learn on how to lose weight if that's what your goal is. Whatever it is, there is information out there now with the power of this thing that we're on right here, doing what we're doing and sharing our messages for International Women's Day. Hello, happy International Women's Day, everyone, by the way. I've been on a Zoom call this morning. All these women were getting awards with Robbie Motter and that whole gang from Global Society of Female Entrepreneurs. It was great.
I want to join.
Yeah, 7 a.m. this morning. They were going, GSFE, Robbie Motter. She's the founder of that particular women's organization. It is international. And there was women all over the world with their flags from their country in the background.
Oh, wow.
Right now, my background is in my friend's hair salon. I'm getting my hair done. You know, I'm a mover and a shaker, girlfriend. You know that. I don't sit down very long. So wherever I'm at, I'm like, I just plugged in my computer and I'm like, let's go. Didn't want to miss.
So what's going on with you right now? I know you're a coach. I know you're an award-winning author. I know you're a doctor. I stalk you because I'm a super fan. What's now? There it is. Tell me about that.
Yes, I'm going to relaunch it again because I feel that more people are being impacted with the influence that I share. So this book right here also went #1 internationally, speaking of International Women's Day, internationally in 11 countries across 98 categories. So I'm pretty proud of that. It comes with a workbook after each chapter. So you can read something and then you apply it to yourself. So it's not just me going blah, blah, blah. It's like how you take my personal experiences, apply it to your own life so you can propel forward in your purpose. So it's been very, very impactful. I use my influence for this. It's called Beneath the Muscle. It's on Amazon. And right now, for your listeners, we lowered the price to 75% off. So they can get it for like $5 from $20. So
that's
right now,
amazing.
go to my website, laurenpowers.com. It's at the bottom, and they can grab a copy of that. It's got pictures with some of the celebrities I have the opportunity to work with, from Lady Gaga, Jennifer Lopez. You know all this because you stalk me, but the people probably don't know.
Don't be telling people. I mean, I stalk her. I do. I admit it. You know.
Yeah.
You haven't like reported me, so I'm okay. So
yeah, no, we're good. We're good. And when we're on the cruise ship together on our marketers cruise, this will be what I know you love to cruise. I signed up again with Captain Lou, so I'll be.
I did too. So I'll be stalking you next year too.
Yeah, you and I. Yeah, we can work that ship together. Absolutely.
So what made you decide to write that book?
It was about time because everybody that gets to know me more than 5 minutes, they're like, "Where's your book? Where's your book? Why don't you have a book?" And it took me a long time, but I'm not gonna candy coat it. It was a big undertaking because I had to go back into some of the things in my life, but it's like I need to use that to impact other people. So I finally sat down, wrote it. It took, almost 5 years to go through the whole thing. So when I say it's powerful, it's powerful. It is no joke, you guys. It's, but I've done a lot since then.
So how did you get in touch with celebrities? I stalk you. So Lady Gaga, how did you get connected that way? Because a lot of people would dream just to get backstage one time. You've actually worked with them.
Yeah, I've worked with a lot of celebrities. I've been chosen, and I think it's for me to bring the light into Hollywood, because sometimes it's not known as the most bright place, if you will. To lack of a better word, I'm getting myself all in trouble here. But yeah, I used to ask myself that same question. It's like, why me? There's a million women in LA in bikinis that look great. And I'm, in my 50s going up working with J-Lo in a bikini at 58 years old. It's like, what's going on? But I was just like, I'm considered Hollywood's go-to girl when they want A-list music videos, whether I'm, I play security guard or in a bikini or some power move. I just have a big reputation. I'm easy to work with, very professional. I'm on time. Like, there's things that are pretty standard things in our business world, but in Hollywood and acting, and sometimes with some of the extras, like I was in the Barbie movie that just did $1.4 billion.
You were in the Barbie movie? I might actually watch it now.
Yeah, I worked on it for 3 days down at Venice Beach, where I was 8-time Miss Muscle Beach. So I was very familiar with it. And I was bodybuilding Barbie. And it was a lot of fun. It was quite an experience. And a lot of the scenes were with Will Ferrell, but we spent like literally a whole day filming one scene, and it got completely edited out.
Oh, wow.
But out of the bodybuilders that they used, there was only 5 of us, 2 girls and 3 guys. I'm in the background of Will Ferrell, like doing some bicep curls or something like that. It's like a split section, my big claim to fame. But it was fun. I got to do screening, and with Margot and Ryan Gosling and all that, I was there, and the huge screening of watching it. And it just made it look
awesome.
So, yeah, so I get to do really, really fun things, but I just think it's a blessing, and I really don't take anything for granted. And I stay very humble, very grateful for the opportunities I've been given, and I just keep going, plugging along, supporting other women, serving at church, putting faith first in everything I do. It's awesome. How about you?
What does International Women's Day mean to you?
Yeah, just that, serving other women. Like I said earlier, I was got to support all these women being awarded for all their efforts and making impactful world change on an international level versus, we can start with community, or we can start in the home, and we can start in the community, then we just keep building and building and building as far as our influence and our impact and whatever I feel that are your talents and your purposes, that you need to use that for the larger group. So I love speaking on things like this, so you can get the word out that there is a lot of women that you'd be surprised that you can impact. But if they don't know you, or they don't know what you stand for, then they don't know. So you just got to keep pushing the word out there. And just, like I said, I use my power and my influence. I got baptized in the ocean from my church a couple years ago for the second time in the ocean. And it was so impactful that I said, I'm going to use my voice and my influence for the Lord. And literally, TGo, less than 2 weeks later, after I said that and declared that, I got a phone call from a casting director saying, hi, you were a fan favorite over 10 years ago. We're bringing back the project, and we want to do a Where Are They Now story on your life. And I literally just said, where I'm at now is my walk with the Lord. And you know what they said? Well, we need approval for that from the network. And I'm like, well, then I don't want to do it, because I'm very authentic. I'm very transparent. I've always come from the heart. And I said, well, I don't need the exposure. If you want to come film my life, that's what I'm going to talk about. And literally 2 days later, they called me back. They said, guess what? The network greenlit your project. We're coming out, and we're going to do Where Are They Now? And so it aired on national TV. My love for Jesus and where I'm at. And I was riding my Harley. They showed me my house. They showed Millie, my dog.
So cool.
Yeah, it was a big 18 hours of filming with about 20 people in my home. It was just nuts. Cameras everywhere. It was a big, big production. But it is on national TV. It's on TLC. If you Google TLC and then Google my name, the episode will come up. You can see what I was up to 10 years ago with my addiction to bodybuilding. If that's what they want to call it. That's basically fitness. But then now to Jesus 12 years later. It was pretty epic. So that's like influencing women on a big scale, impactful, just using my, God-given talents, whatever, to raise up the kingdom. You know what I mean? It doesn't get any better than that.
I want to thank you so much for being on today. I want to thank you so much for letting me stalk you, because I am your fan. I love this day because I get to bring on the people that I have the privilege of hanging around with and seeing all over the country and all over the world, and we get to just share a little bit for a few minutes. I know how busy you are, and thank you for just, and your hairstylist for carving out a few minutes.
She's in the background here, getting it already. Yeah, we're going big.
Yes. I appreciate you so much, and I hope you enjoy International Women's Day.
You know it, girlfriend, and let's connect after.
Sounds good. I'll give you a call.
I love you, girl. All right.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
God bless you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, another amazing guest will be here. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Hey everybody, welcome back. You know, I look at that spot and there's a section in there with Rita Davenport. And Rita Davenport is literally my hero. You know, she literally saved my life by just listening to her and getting refocused in my life. I can't wait to work with her. It was so great to have her on last year. She couldn't make it this year, but hopefully next year she will. This, I have to tell you, people say, why do I do it? Well, it started as a challenge to myself to see if I could interview 10 or 15, maybe 20 women in a day and just share their message on this very important day, International Women's Day. International Women's Day has been celebrated around the world for many, many years, but it's really starting to take hold here in America, and I wanted to be a part of that fabric. So this is what we're going to do, whether we have link issues, tech issues, Facebook issues, we're going to capture this moment and share it with the world because it's what we do. It's what I love to do, and I really hope you're enjoying this day with us because we're enjoying sharing it with you. Okay, coming up next is a mentor of mine. I met this woman, she'll tell me, probably 15, 20 years ago. She's in the Broadcasters Hall of Fame, y'all. She was a VP at Motown, and now she's a part of our family. Hey, everybody, welcome Connie Breeze to the show. What's happening?
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Connie.
How
I'm
can
great.
I be your mentor when you're my mentor?
We'll mentor each other. It's different fields of levels. Yeah, we'll do that. You know, how long have you been in broadcasting?
35 years.
What got you into broadcasting?
I came out this way. I always listened to the radio. You know, when I was like 13, 14, we'd drive to Laguna Beach from Michigan, and I would sing every word in the car, and my parents would invite me to fly next time. It was just always, I got to do this. I got to do this. So when I graduated school, I went to a broadcasting workshop and landed in Tucson, Arizona.
Wow. Now you've been on the radio, you've been, you know, managing and being lead and all of this good stuff. And then a thing came along called COVID. It didn't stop you though.
It didn't.
So what did COVID do to your career? Because the radio stations were closed.
Right. And they were furloughing all of their people. So they let me know they were not going to use my services anymore on a Friday, which was a Martin Luther King Friday. So I said, well, I better spin this to my, positive, because I've been there 15 years. So I called all the trades and told them that I had so many voice gigs that I was not going to be on terrestrial radio anymore. And then, the guys who I know who've known me for so many years called and said, what do you need? And pretty soon I had a portfolio of stations that I now track for out of my beautiful office, painted with treasure map blue. And I love it. I used to work 75 hours a week. Now I work 12 hours a week.
Wait a minute. We have to go back to painted matte blue. Why did you pick that color?
Map blue. Oh, wait. Treasure map blue.
Treasure map blue.
Yeah.
Okay. So why did we pick this color for this beautiful office?
I had a friend here who was helping me. His name is Trent, and he was helping me to literally clear every space, every drawer, redo my apartment. And he and I walked into the paint store together, and I walked over and I said, that color. He said, that's what I was going to say. So we took it.
With everything going on with AI now, I'm a techie, so I'm all about the AI, all about technology. Now they're dubbing voices and all of that. What does that mean for the future of radio and for legendary broadcasters like yourself?
What a good question. I will tell you that I kind of felt what the future was going to be and kind of thought, maybe this isn't going to work out for me forever. So I am just praying about what it is to do next, how to make an impact, how to contribute. And I'm knowing that, like one of my radio stations went away this week. So,
Wow.
so rather than deny what's happening, or when the night I found out, my husband said, "What are you going to do tonight?" I said, "Pout, and then I'll be back tomorrow." And, just started. God drops ideas on me all the time. If I don't try to force it or make it happen, I'll be taking a shower and I'll hear, "Oh, do this." So that's what I'm looking at. I'm loving doing TV with you.
Oh, I was about to say that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that and turning up the heat on that. And right now, I'm working with Hillary DeCesar, who I met through you, who is
She'll be
amazing.
here in a little bit.
She's amazing. And one of the things that she said to me when I met her in the hallway was, "Oh, you're just going through a midlife crisis. People just don't tell you women can do that too."
Oh,
And
wow.
I felt so not alone. I go, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with me. I just have come to a certain place in life."
So we're doing the Connie Bree Show, and I'm ecstatic about doing the Connie Bree Show.
Yeah.
You are bringing legendary artists into the studio virtually or in person that have been burning down the stages for decades and refuse to stop. How did you get connected with these legendary musicians and artists? And what does it feel like to have your own show?
The legendary artists, I was in old school broadcasting. I ran a station for 15 years. So that really put me with Charlie Wilson, the OJs. I had toured with Boys to Men, just all of those iconic, my dear friend from the Shy Lights. And so what I have always wanted to do to make an impact is I traveled with those musicians quite a bit. And what I would hear is the stories that no one else would hear. Eddie Levert's brother passed away in the same day he had to get on stage.
Wow.
His son passed away and he had to get on stage. My friends from the Manhattans lost a family member and had to get on stage.
Wow.
And so I've always wondered how you do that. And it's more than the show must go on.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the show must go on, but I don't know if I could do that, as a producer and as a host. I mean, crisis happens. The show can wait a second, I think. How do they do that? Did you ever get a chance to ask them?
Well, Eddie Levert cried like a baby all day long, got on stage, did a great show, cried like a baby when he got off. And, and his wife was comforting him the whole time. But I will tell you that my own experience in being in radio is that I've had some things come down the line, even the passing of my mother. And on stage and on the radio, you really have to be in the moment. You have to. And so it kind of gives you a reprieve. You can't think about it. And I think a lot of entertainers get back on stage because that is their medicine at that moment.
Do you miss the mic when you're not on the radio or on television? Do you have that same feeling as an artist that you miss, you got to get connected again?
Yes, I miss, like now I track out of the studio, which means I pre-record breaks for other stations, but I miss the interaction. And I miss when you're talking to a camera, you feel like you're really, connecting with people. And to fuel my addiction, I host 2 old school cruises every year, just so I can see people and be with people and keep in touch.
What's next for you other than the Connie Bree Show? What's next? I mean, you're already in the Broadcasters Hall of Fame. You work for Motown. You've been on major radio stations for most of your life. What's next?
I'm praying about what's next. I know it's coming. I can feel it's coming. I'm gonna turn up the heat on my show with you because now I got all kinds of people lined up.
Nice.
And then I'll see what else, Theresa, for a while, I was reacting like, oh, I'll go sell timeshares. Oh, I'll go do this. Oh, I'll go drive. And the thing is that I realized is that you don't just power up from being either just indoors or in the studio every day and then just go have an 18-hour day.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really not interested in that. I'm interested in doing things I love. Our show is a blast. And, whatever else comes, it feels like I should do, I'll do.
I want to thank you so much for having faith in me, believing in my dream, and just taking the ride with me. You didn't have to, you already had a full plate. And again, I'm just blessed. It's like all these women today, especially you, I call, you guys come. And that is just a blessing. I'm so glad you're part of the Now family and you're out for that, and I can't wait to see what's next on our Yellow Brick Road. You are absolutely amazing.
And you as well. And I love you.
Love you too, kid. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging out.
All right. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, more amazing women celebrating International Women's Day. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Well, the person coming up next, she makes me love numbers, even though I was a math major when I was a younger kid, in a whole nother way. She's got a spirit that lights the room, and I'm going to tell you, she loves everything that we do and being a part of our family so much and supports me so much that when she hears something, sees something, she calls me and says, hey, when do you need me to come over? Cindy Van Item is here. What's happening, Coach?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. 4 years in a row, TGo.
4 years in a row. Are you going to do 20 years? Are you going to do it as long as I do it?
You're stuck with me.
Okay, so before we get started, tell me what's going on with my numbers because it's tech stuff. You know I love tech, but today I am literally ready to go back and be a restaurant manager.
Yeah. So right now we're in an energy where we are being tested in our relationships, and relationship is about money, your body, your health, and technology. We're also experiencing some really intense energies right now that are disrupting the physical planet. Solar flares, there's all sorts of things going on, and it's affecting tech. I mean, Facebook, social media went down a few days ago. There's been all sorts of things that are just disrupting. And unfortunately, TGo, I don't know that it's going to get better. I think that over April, we might have a lot of disruptions, but after April, it should calm down, I hope.
But Coach, we got a message from Facebook, literal message today that said you moved too fast. We put Facebook on three. There must be at least 100 million computers on Facebook right now. We put it on 3. It said you moved too fast and we're temporarily suspending you or blocking you for 24 hours.
Yeah.
On International Women's Day.
Right. Yes. So there are all sorts of reasons for that. I don't want to get into a lot of them, but Facebook itself is going through some upgrades right now. And so we're seeing this with technology. It's not just Facebook. There's other tech that's not working very well either. The disruption is intentional. It's meant to help us to develop a deeper relationship with ourselves. Right now, we're experiencing an energy of the two, which two energy is about relationship. And our relationships are first and foremost defined by our relationship with our own heart. And so it's giving us an opportunity to look within and go, okay, am I willing to step up for my dream, even if Facebook isn't going to support me? Am I willing to step up and believe in myself and keep moving forward, even if this isn't working, that's not working, I'm frustrated with that? Because the relationship with yourself and your dream is what keeps you moving forward. Your relationship with Facebook can pivot and change and do all sorts of things while you get blocked and whatever else happens. But you, TGo, have found a way to make it work today. I couldn't find you on Facebook. I went to YouTube and there you were. So you didn't give up on your dream today.
Thank you, Coach. I'm trying to, stay the path as you like us to do, stay the path. So what's going on with you now? Because you're having an amazing year. Went to Mexico without me, but that's okay. You're having an amazing year. What's happening?
I feel like I've had an amazing year and a half and it just keeps going. I think it has a lot to do with really choosing to own my own sovereignty and stepping out of a relationship that I was in for over 7 years, a spiritual mentorship that was pulling energy from me. And the moment that I walked away from that relationship and stood in my own power, everything got better. So we filmed a movie about a story of my life, TGo, together. I got engaged. I became a homeowner. I have traveled to Mexico and Vegas and multiple other places on the planet. I am about to be featured in not one, but two documentaries, maybe a third. I think there's something else happening. And what else? 10x best-selling author from a book from Pursuit 365 just recently, third-time best-selling author in that series of books. It's just, let's just keep going.
And that was just on Tuesday. No, I'm totally serious. You are doing amazing. Yes, we did this short. I want you to know that it is edited and it is getting scores. So just so you have an update of what's going on with your film. Okay, so you're doing all of this and everything is just gelling the way you want it to gel. But right now somebody's watching and it's not gelling for them. What advice would you give them? How do they get started? What should they do? Because right now, the chaos is getting them.
Yeah, it's noisy out there and there's a lot of chaos and there's a lot of disruption and it can be frustrating. And you look at somebody who's doing well and you're like, yeah, but I don't feel like that. First and foremost, pay attention to things that light you up and don't pay attention to things that bring you down. Manage your environment. Notice who you're hanging out with. Notice what you're consuming. Are you consuming an all-day streaming event with powerhouse women, or are you consuming a Netflix binge with a show that just drains you? Pay attention to the food you're consuming, the entertainment you're consuming, the people that you're hanging around with, because you get to decide what you surround yourself with. You are in the driver's seat of your life. Even if it feels like you're at the whim of the external environment, you are the one who decides who you hang out with, what you eat, what you watch, what you're paying attention to. And then from there, you can start to learn techniques where you learn to manage the monkey mind. You learn to shift your emotional state. You learn to activate different frequencies in your environment that allow for greater experiences. And please know that it does not happen overnight. I've been doing this work for 7 years. I'm an ex-cocaine addict. It doesn't happen overnight. It's a practice. It becomes a lifestyle, and you just get better and better and better as you go.
What about fear? You know how many people are watching right now and they're going, yeah. I see all these amazing women. They're doing this, they're doing that. TGo is sitting on stage, literally putting out fires with a cup of water. And, but I'm terrified to even get started. What about fear?
Yeah, I've never met a single human on the planet who doesn't experience fear. It's how you choose to respond to it that's the difference maker. Michelle Mraz actually said to me once, she said, the pathway through to what you want is on the other side of the fear. And so I have learned to just head first, just dive right in. And honestly, fear is scarier before you take action than it is afterwards. If you ever talk to somebody who's jumped out of a plane, the panic and the fear and the anticipation and the expectation of what's going to happen creates a story in your head. And you're just like, and you just end up in anxiety and you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then you jump and you're like, ah. It's beautiful. Now, I've never done a skydive before, so I'm not speaking from experience, but that's kind of the sensation when you do something scary. It's terrifying until you do it. And then the moment you do it, you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad.
You're amazing. You're my friend. You're one of my coaches. You got me to love numerology, and you know me. When we first met, you reached out in a group that we were in together, and you're like, hey, I'd love to be on your show. I'm on the other end going, huh? What do I know about numerology? Talk to our business partner, and she's like, you've got to have her on. I'm like, okay, best choice we ever made. I'll never navigate without you. I thank you so much for being in my corner, for being my friend, and, your mom for being my sister. Tell her I said, hey, give her a hug from me.
Mom.
You're the best. You're the absolute best.
Thank you. You are too. That's why I love this community so much. You're just incredible what you're doing in the world. I mean, 4 years in a row, you sit and stream all day long. Not too many people would be willing to pull through on that kind of commitment. And it just shows how much you care and how much this community means to you. And I just love you.
I love you too, kid. I'll talk to you real soon. And I think we're due for a quarter or something. We got to talk about what's coming next, right?
You betcha.
Absolutely. All right. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. We got a live guest coming in. You're going to love her. She's also part of the Domino Effect. We're doing so much together. And she's a sister of mine from JD3 TV. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
Hey everybody, welcome back. As you can see, I am not alone anymore. My buddy is here, and I get to say this first on national streaming, on world streaming. Everybody welcome Dr. Theresa TGo Goss. Congratulations.
Oh, TGo, thank you. Thank you. It's such an honor and a privilege to be able to, this weekend, this whole weekend is epic for me.
You're amazing. Tomorrow you actually will be given, and it's official, but today is the day that you have officially earned your doctorate.
Yeah.
I love this woman. I want to be her when I grow up. What does that mean to you?
Everybody can. I call this the Holy Trinity. If you have faith and belief in our Lord Jesus, you believe in yourself, and you believe in the beauty of your dreams, that's like the trifecta, right? That is what it is. And if you can do that, you can become unstoppable.
So I'm going to ask you a question that's probably going to throw you off balance. And if you don't want to answer it, I totally get it. But I know it's been just almost 2 years since you lost your husband. And if he was here today and he could see you as doctor, what do you think he would say?
He'd be celebrating. I know he is. I know he's watching right now. That's my girl. That would be my husband. That would be my husband. He's up there. He's saying cheers. He's cheering me with, clinking a glass of wine. That's what he would be doing. And
So tomorrow we're doing what? Because I get to go and hang out with you tomorrow.
yes, tomorrow I spearheaded this new summit. It's the Global Strategy Mastery Summit, Empowering Women Worldwide. And it is going to be held right here in Las Vegas by the International Chamber of Commerce. We're going to do it with them right at the consulate building here in Las Vegas.
Okay, no pressure. You want me to MC that?
Yes. Baby,
You said a little of this. You said, you invited me over for a little. We need to conversate. That's a lot. That's huge.
You're doing this right now. And you do it all the time. You know this inside out and upside down, girl.
I'm going to have to put on a good suit tomorrow. What time is it starting? Can people still get tickets?
They still get tickets. We have, if you go on, you find my Facebook page. Theresa TGo Goss or Patty Grover. You go there and we have the links all there. It's doors will open physically at 9:30. The event starts at 10 a.m. And we're only charging $25. $25. And we have like 4 speakers and different things going on. And we have actually a fashion show going on during lunch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And online tickets, people get a Zoom ticket for $10. Because we're going to be streaming everything. So right on Zoom. And
What does International Women's Day mean to you?
Celebration. I always say, life is too short. And especially after losing my husband. It made me really realize, none of us are getting out of this alive, right? So we need to live our life to its fullest potential every single day. And as women, just think about that. Allow yourself to know that you're worthy and you're capable of having more, being more, doing more, and earning more. There's nothing holding you back but yourself. And that's what I teach clients, and because I'm Theresa TGo Goss, and I choose to live my life purposely, joyfully, and gratefully, and live it to its fullest potential.
What does fear mean to you?
Face everything in life.
Ooh, I like that.
And so my show on JD3 TV Network is the Rise Above show, where we rise above challenges in all 8 dimensions of our life and turn believers into achievers. Okay.
I love that.
So that's that show. And now I just started a new show. It's Good Morning Risers. And I share with people every morning. I get on whether it's morning or like today, I didn't do the morning yet, but I'm doing it this afternoon. But it's Good Morning Risers. And I share what I'm doing, because I walk my own talk. Whatever I teach and expect my clients and want them to be able to learn to do, I do it myself. myself, and I walk my own talk on a daily basis. So whatever I have put together and built in my proprietary conquering skills education is what I teach everybody else to do. And it got me from where I was to where I am. And if it works for me, it can work for you guys too.
What are you going to do with your doctorate? I mean, I know you're going to hang it on the wall, but you have a plan, right? You do everything with a plan. So what are you going to do with your doctorate?
Well, I am going to, I'm going to have it in back of me for, so people can see it from the show, be proud. I said, talking about being in Vegas this weekend, because this is an epic weekend for me here. What happens in Vegas, the saying, the phrase,
what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
No way, baby. What happens in Vegas goes global. We go global. And that's, I don't have a problem with having these big, bold, bodacious dreams and goals. So with my PhD in entrepreneurology, I am going to be a professor at, being a professor at, through the International University of Entrepreneurology, offering courses also worldwide for people there. I have my own university through Theresa TGo Goss. But I'm just going to be out there speaking on stages all over the U.S. this year. I am working with people trying to get my conquering skills education into the U.S. job force. People that are ages 16 to 24 that are there that never learned the life skills and soft skills to be successful in life. And, because they have fabulous programs, the education that they have there, they're getting the GED, they're getting technical, training in automobile repair. And
Right.
But they need to learn the things that are going to give them that confidence and self-esteem so they're ready to take on the world and learn the skills to be able to move forward in a positive direction. So I want to get my conquering skills education into the U.S. job corps like that, but also the women's prison system. So I have somebody that I'm working with now trying to put together a program. So in both places, I want to start a pilot program in one location and see how it goes. And I know it's, you know what I mean? This is, I see these things. I already see it having happened and already being real. And that's what I teach people how to do. People have vision boards, right? My vision boards are 5D, okay? You see it, you feel it, you smell it, you taste it, you touch it, all those things, because the more real that you can make it to yourself, when you close your eyes and you can be there, you can feel it. That's a magic. I mean, that's special thing.
Yeah, there's nothing better.
So,
we met at speaker training. James, let's do this right. Baron, Sir Dr. James Bentley III. I swear we need a plaque to say that. But we met at before that, but we shared speaker training. So now you're speaking on stages, you've got your doctorate, you're in a documentary. We got to talk about that for a minute. What's next for you?
Okay, so my initials are PJG, Purposefully, Joyfully, and Gratefully. Well, I got to see how that would work out because, I'd kind of like to be the Oprah of positivity. So how do we switch things up? I do have the show, and on my show, with the Rise Above show, I interview guests from all over the globe that are tops in their fields in each dimension of life. Because as a goal achievement strategist, I help people to get from where they're currently finding themselves to where they want to be in both life and business. But the thing is, I'm not a professional in each dimension of life. And if I can I explain just a second?
Absolutely.
We all, every single one of us, everyone listening, watching, and everyone here in this room, we all have the 8 dimensions of life that we have: the physical dimension, intellectual dimension, environmental dimension, and that's not just ecological, that's your neighborhood, those types of things. Then there is the your educational, your occupational dimension, right? Then your social dimension, your emotional dimension, your spiritual dimension, and your financial dimension. So every single one of us have all those plates that we're trying to keep spinning at all times.
Right.
And what happens is there's no way that everybody's keeping everything.
Yeah, you can't keep it balanced at the same time.
There's no way. And anybody that tells you that they are, they're full of shit up to that. This is true. So, and so I talk about wearing masks. Masks. People wear masks because they're like, okay, everything's okay. There's nothing going on, this whatever in my life. It's because we put masks on for other people to make other people think, hey, everything's okay, right? But we also put masks on for ourselves because we don't want to realize just how bad something can be. And we don't want to do the work, and we're not ready to do the work. So that's stuff that I do with my clients and what I teach for my proprietary conquering skills education. There's so much to it and all the different pieces. So my philosophy on life is the jigsaw puzzle. And I had shared a little bit about my story with you. But it wasn't until after my third divorce that I went through that I finally decided, you know what, I have to disassemble all the pieces that made me the woman that I had become and start rebuilding myself one piece at a time. And that's when I came up with my philosophy on life being like a jigsaw puzzle. And that, TGo, so that's when we started talking about the domino effect, just again, how this fits together, because how many times, because of different things that had happened in my life, the tragedy and trauma, and with pain comes wisdom, everyone. That's what it is. That's what it is. So, but with all those pieces that I've had to pick up for my puzzle that's been torn apart so many different times that I had to build and put back together, well, that just connects so well with the dominoes. Because how many times, if you guys have ever tried to set up dominoes and you just get so far and they knock over, you gotta set them up.
Gotta set them up
It's
again.
the same thing. So with the film, the domino effect, I finally got to the point where I got them all lined up. And now things that tip is going to the tip, to the tip, and
that's amazing. And that's why I wanted to have you on the domino effect. You're one of the cast members of our docuseries. We filmed your episode last night. It was so much fun, and also just sharing that moment with you. And we went a little bit deeper on your journey since your husband's passing. I want to thank you so much for, one, being in the domino effect. I can't wait till we air it. I hope you come to the red carpet. I know you'll be at the red carpet. And also just coming, you literally came to town to be in this seat today and for what's happening tomorrow and getting your doctorate. I thank you so much for hanging out with me.
hey, I came from Maine and I'm enjoying, this is the first time I've been to Vegas and not done Vegas stuff. But here we go. This is the thing. Okay, but I became a movie star.
Yes, you did.
I'm on a show that's being aired in over 50 countries.
Somewhere there, yeah, like that.
Like that.
Yeah.
And tomorrow is an epic international event that this is our first annual, and we've already been invited back to do something in September
Nice.
for the international delegation of countries.
Woo.
They want to have us come and do the event over for the people that are the heads of states and different things, so that they can see what we're doing, so they can see if they want us to come to in this country.
That's amazing.
International Women's Day. This is like epic. So, it's like I'm lost for words from there. I mean, whoever would have thought? This little old girl from Maine that didn't have didn't have a child that most people could conceive of won't believe, and here I am.
I thank you so much for coming. I thank you so much for hanging out and so much for believing. I'm your super fan. Every time I see you, I say, Patty, because you are just blazing those trails, and I'm just so happy to be able to follow right behind you. Thank you so much. Enjoy International Women's Day.
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, everybody. So we're going to find out who's next on the schedule. And for right now, check out one of our commercials. Sit right there. We'll be right back.
The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional, and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm TGo. I'll talk to you next time.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Can you see the grin on this face right now? This grin is because the next guest is my buddy for real. You know, we call each other buddy. We've known each other for years. If I want to know what's happening in Las Vegas, she is my Miss Las Vegas, and she's also one of my mentors too. Right now, my buddy Jill's in the audience. Hey Jill, are you out there?
Hi, TGo.
Hey,
I can't. How am I a mentor to you? That is crazy. You're the mentor to everybody.
Oh man, what do I do? What do I do when I need to do something in Vegas? What do I do when I run into somebody in Vegas? Who do I call?
Me.
And what do? You say, don't do this, don't go there, go over here, or more. There's a couple of times you said, come and see me tomorrow.
That's true. That is true. How are you?
I'm amazing. You know, you have been in special events and stages in Vegas entertainment forever. But a lot of people may not know you're also an artist.
I am.
How did you get into art?
Oh my gosh, that is the crazy. No one ever asked me those questions. It's so funny. Okay, so it started when I was really, really tiny, and I drew a picture of my shoe. And the neighbor found it and she put it in the bank and it won a prize. And so from that point, it just was downhill ever since. So it was my shoe.
You know, and I know that you and I have another thing in common, but we're going to get to the business stuff. You talk about the business stuff all the time, but this is my buddy, okay? You love puppies.
Oh my God, I love puppies.
Puppies are your heart. You know, if there's a sick puppy, you will leave the president of the United States. I'll be right back, sir. And go make sure that dog is okay.
I just love puppies. I do. Anything that, in fact, part of the beauty of where I work is that we all have dog beds under our desk. Everybody can bring their dog to work. So you never know who's going to be here. You never, ever know. It could be a Labradoodle. It could be a little mutt. It could be an old crunchy dog. It could be a brand new puppy. You just never know. So it's the best. And we all have glass doors. So you get to have doggies poke their heads in the window, so to speak. Did I lose you? Are you there? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now I
hear
can.
me?
I can now.
Jill,
Yes.
can you hear me? Can you nod for me? Yep,
Yes.
Jill can hear me. So I can't hear you though.
Oh no.
No,
La,
I
la,
can't
la.
hear you. Hold on 1 second. He's trying to fix it.
Okay. So the universe is testing your patience today.
We're live.
All right. The
This is what
universe
we
is
do.
testing your patience today.
Oh, I hear. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Awesome. Alan is a miracle worker today. There is a little like critter running around in technology today that is just messing us up.
Right?
Oh my goodness. I just can't stand it. I got to ask a question because I've been asking you to come on shows, to come to events, to be on stage. And what do you say?
To you?
Yeah, whatever. I've been asking for years. What have you been saying for years?
Thank you, but no thank you.
And why is that?
So, truth be told, my comfort zone is really back of the house. It's always being part of the event, but not front facing. Now, you would think that I could talk to anybody and do that easily. And I'm in sales and have been in sales for my whole life, but truly my comfort zone is really behind the scenes. So much so that I tried to dodge myself from you for many years until this last year. But I was so overwhelmed with all of the love and the talent and the quality of the women that you had that I have now dedicated to you, myself, whatever it is that you need. I mean, I felt
you mean that?
before, but if you need me, I'm there for you.
Do you mean that?
I do. I promise. I do.
Okay, because I'm doing a docu-series called The Domino Effect, and I want you in it.
Okay.
Will you do it?
So that part where we all, stretch and we help each other, we help support each other. You just did that. So yes, I'm committing that to you for sure.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So let's talk about business. You run one of the biggest special events companies in the world. You're vice president, right?
That's not necessarily true. No, we are definitely the largest corporate event company in the world, and we have 350 offices worldwide with multiple countries, and we have partners in those offices. But we have, I think, 12 owned offices here nationally, and I am based out of the Las Vegas office, which is the busiest office in the world. And I help support the teams in LA, Orange County, San Diego, Seattle, and Las Vegas.
Wow.
So I'm just
everything
cog
going
in the
on
wheel.
in Vegas. Yeah, you're a cog in the wheel. That's what you always say. No, she's not.
It is. It's true. It's true.
But with everything going on in Vegas, it has to be crazy in your office 365 days a year now.
It just depends. Yesterday, yes, it was full tilt, walls caving out, huge event in town. And today is the tsunami after the storm. And so, we were able to celebrate one of my mentors' birthdays today here. And we had kids stop by and, birthday cake and all of that. But yesterday there were fire drills everywhere we were looking. So you just never know. Every day is different in this industry, which is amazing.
So what exactly do you do? I mean, a company wants to have a corporate gala, or if they want to go to a sports thing, what is it that you do?
I think for me, TGo, it's easier to tell you what we don't do.
Okay.
And so what we don't do is we have a partner that help solidify when a corporate client's coming to town rooms. And we have those clients also do their own airlines and their airfares. And everything else in between we do, transportation, decor, entertainment, event design, dine-arounds, tours, nightclubs, cabanas, centerpieces, interpreters, anything that you would think that would go involved into an event from stem to stern. It could be branding, it could just be anything. And a lot of it's very creative. We have many different teams that build these ultra creative events that are themed out. And you know, it's super challenging. It's very fun. I have an entire team of women here. There is one guy in the building, our president of client services, Josh, who is a unicorn. And I think our IT guy, Paul. That's it. The rest of the office is completely all women.
So what would you tell someone, because there's somebody about to graduate from college, there's a young woman who wants to be the next Jill, and she doesn't know how to get started. She's terrified of even trying. How do you get started on the journey to hope to get where you are today?
So it's a great question, right? We all of us got here different ways. If you were having that conversation with me and you were in Las Vegas, I would say by all means, check out the hospitality school at UNLV. It's the best in the country. There's also another international hospitality school here called TGo, which is amazing. But it's a funny question that you asked, because we are trying to go even before college and junior college. We're actually really looking at grade schools and high schools to start teaching the kids and mentoring the kids. For example, with Core Academy, to let the kids know what type of jobs are available when they graduate high school or college, to help them finance themselves. So if they want to go to school, there are different types of jobs that are available. It could be a hotel, it could be production, like yourself. We've had many conversations. So just get your foot in the door is basically the answer to that question. You can start in a restaurant. You can start at a floral, little floral company. You can start, as a bar back. They just start.
Wow. I got to tell you, next week, we are doing the first production program with Core. We're finally
I'm excited.
doing it. Next week. I hope you have time to just swing by and hang out for a minute.
Please let me know. I'll be
doing
there.
it. I will
100% I'll be there. I have chills. Yes, I'll be there for sure.
Now, you do all of this. You work way longer hours than even I do sometimes. And you just always have a smile. Everybody loves Jill. You're my buddy. But you also have a medical condition that you've been dealing with for quite some time. How? Why? What? Tell me.
So in 2000, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, so MS. And the first couple of years of that diagnosis were pretty rough. And I, like many people, I didn't know, why I was so ill. And, it can pose itself like many things. It could look like, lupus. It can look like many autoimmune diseases have a lot of the similarities, but I couldn't get diagnosed for quite a while. In the process of that, I got very sick. But just like, the essence of not giving up, you continue on until you get an answer, no matter what that answer is. So I did get my answer. And then I was able to start on therapy very quickly. And I have been very fortunate in my life to be under amazing medical care, have an incredible supportive family and work family wherever I have been. And I've been living with this for 24 years now. And today I can tell you that through several avenues, medicine, Western medicine, and then also, Eastern, and positive living and positive thinking has given me the ability to almost be living MS free. So I'm not on any medicine anymore. At one point I had been blind several times and couldn't walk and couldn't talk. And for me to be here and be here with you and be able to be in this building with these incredible people and do this job that I do. And I'm just so grateful. So, I have had quite the success story through a rough medical story, but I'm just so grateful. But so thank you for asking, because I wear it on my sleeve. If anybody knows anybody that wants to talk about MS or therapies or just needs to vent or, have somewhere safe to go, I'm certainly there for you. If you anybody, this goes out to the whole universe, whatever we're broadcasting today, I am happy to connect. There's
You're
nothing I
amazing.
won't do for an MS patient, that is for sure.
You're my buddy. You're one of the strongest people I know, not just one of the strongest women. You're one of the strongest people I know. And you will stop everything on a dime for a puppy and any person, any human that reaches out and says, I really need you. I have seen you do it. Wait, I need to deal with this right now. You're absolutely fantastic. Before I let you out of the hot seat, what does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
TGo, it means everything, but it's also just Friday. I look at it that it's the way that we live our lives. And my motto is love, serve, give. So I want to love women, I want to serve them, and I want to give to them and support in any way I can. So my whole jam is mentor, mentor, mentor. Either be a mentor or find a mentor. And do that and continue to do that and encourage those that aren't to do it, because it is the gift that keeps giving for so many generations. And somebody did it for me. In fact, I have many mentors, and it changed everything for me. It changed everything personally, professionally, financially, spiritually, all of it. So I am a big advocate of mentoring women.
You're amazing. You're my friend. You're my buddy. We're family. I can't wait to do this documentary with you. And you've got the most brilliant mind I've ever met.
Oh,
thank you
TGo.
so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you. And give G a big birthday love.
I will. She's partying with the family, but when she gets home, I will hug her for you.
Okay, please do. Big love to you guys. Thank you for this, TGo. Thank you for doing this over and over again.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to talk to our shero of 2024. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Now, if you've been following me or if you're a friend or a family member, you know I'm a veteran and I've got all the paperwork in the card to say I'm a disabled vet. I don't like claiming it because nothing stops me when I get my mind made up. But I thought I was determined. I was focused. I was there. And then I met Stacy. Stacy is a powerhouse, y'all, and she is our 2024 Now Honors Shero of the Year. Hey, Stacy, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going?
It is absolutely amazing. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us on International Women's Day.
I could not think of a better place to be with so many epic women in the lineup and just spending a day with you, celebrating all the badasses that are out there, lifting us all up.
You are the ultimate badass. Now, if they look at you now, they think model. But you have actually been in combat, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I was on the front lines when we invaded Iraq in 2003. And actually, a little tidbit before that, we deployed to the Pentagon right after 9/11 to clean up anthrax. So,
Wow.
just little stuff.
You've had to make choices in the military and still make choices, but life or death choices, and I want to thank you for that because, people don't realize if you're not military, you don't experience it, and 90% of us don't experience what you experience, being right up front and that person that's saving the people behind you. What was that like?
It's funny. People ask all the time. They're like, you've been to war. How is that compared to entrepreneurship? And I am like, running a business is way scarier because at least when you go to battle, you have a team, you are trained, there's structure, there's a plan. And for most of us, such as myself, I started out as a solopreneur, and this is 100% an internal game, and no one else is there to support you in the same way. And so honestly, the fear, the mindset piece, the challenges showed up significantly worse when I was on my own. Because,
wow.
At least in the military, you're really set up for success in ways that I don't think a lot of people kind of in the general public don't understand, right? You've got your battle buddies. So yeah, I'm like, entrepreneurship was just like, no, way scary.
So how are you navigating your business? How are you, leading the troops? Because the troops is pretty much you and your team. How are you doing that?
Exactly. I've always led by example. So, people were always like, how did you get into doing this? Because I've had my first business now for over a decade, my second business for 3 years now. We're ready to split into another entity and just developing other projects as well. So now it's really about focusing on leading by example by being my first client. I am always doing the work first, testing it out, whether it's bringing it to my team to say, hey, this is how we want to be in integrity. These are our core values. This is how we want to live and lead. But at the same time, always making space for them because it's not a dictatorship, right? This is about this collaborative experience. But I had to do my own work first for that to happen. And it took 10 years after I got out of the Army for me to realize that I was still stuck in survival mode. Now, that was great when you're on the front lines and it truly is a life or death situation. But I didn't get the memo that when you started a business, all of that stuff's going to come right back to the surface and you're really starting over again because everything's a stress trigger. So everything's keeping you constantly fight, flight, freeze, or fawn and keeping you in this survival mode. So you're always defensive and you don't ever get to really flip into playing offense. You're never playing to win. You're just playing not to lose because you're in the survival strategy. And so it's always been about how can I better perform? How can I optimize for my team, for my clients? And now it just helps me be a better speaker, leader, impactor in the world by bringing these concepts to the table to say, hey, let's just get to the root, flip you into Thrive Mind, like calm the stress. Now you're open to creative problem solving, open to opportunity, and really being able to move the needle forward by doing less and succeeding more.
What would you tell someone that just got out of the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, and on, and they want to be an entrepreneur? They've had a great idea that's been burning in the back of their head for the last 4 years, the last 20 years, and now they're ready to move. What advice would you give them?
So always the number one thing is absolutely go for it. If you're feeling that nudge, there's a reason. I ignored it for a long time, and that was part of what contributed to my rock bottom moment. Also, you're not alone. I didn't even know about all of the veteran business resources available until last year. So way past the power curve. There are so many assets and tools. There's organizations, some that I even contribute to myself, like Action Zone Tampa, Business Beyond the Battlefield Conference in Texas. There's a lot of those things, the SBA. There's so many veteran entrepreneur resources that basically you're not on your own. You get to take that team, that camaraderie, your battle buddies with you because they've set you up for success. The most important piece is just knowing that they're there.
So you are the 2024 Now Honors Network of Outstanding Women, and you are outstanding Hero of the Year. What does that feel like to you? What do you think of that? How are you feeling?
Insanely honored and humbled to receive such an honor, knowing how many impactful and amazing sheroes there are out there. And it's something where it's really inspired me to look at all of the things that I'm bringing to say, okay, how can I continue elevating not only myself, but all of us female veterans who are doing big things in the world, to say, okay, I'm going to take this torch and carry it into next year and not just own the honor myself, but say, how can I contribute more to this? What can I bring to continue elevating the Now Honors and the Shero Award? So thank you for that. I'm just so grateful.
I am so stoked. I mean, when I met you, I was like, oh yeah, she's a Shero. I mean, she's a Shero for real. She's a Shero. Let me ask you about, nowadays you volunteer for the military. There are young women that are thinking about it. June's coming up. They're going to graduate high school and they're saying, hey, I'm not going to college. I'm joining the Army. I'm joining the Navy. I'm going to go and serve for our country. What advice would you give to them for that day one?
Right. The biggest piece of advice, since I actually joined at 22, so I had at least a little ounce of adulting under my belt when I joined. So it was recognizing that the experience is there to serve you and support you. So don't get lost in the moment. So it's really about allowing it to mold and shape you for the bigger picture and not get too stuck in what's happening in this moment. Nothing's ever personal. This is a pathway that is designed for success if you allow it to do what it's designed to do. It's those who really resist and fight the transformation that it is, which is a powerful gift you've experienced, I've experienced, obviously all of the other amazing sheroes we know have experienced. And we've allowed it to become this asset that's helped build us up. But it requires a little bit of the breaking down for that to happen.
So before I let you out of the hot seat, I got a couple of questions for you. One, you're so structured and so cool. What do you do for fun?
Oh my gosh. Ride my motorcycle, go scuba diving, very big adventure things. That's the thing is like, I can be serious mode, but I am such a goofball. We've got season tickets to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I love football. Definitely the extreme sports. Like I said, scuba diving is amazing. Just like being on the motorcycle, there's a peace and a stillness in the experience of it. So if you're on the bike, it's wind therapy. If you're under the water, it really is this water therapy because there's nowhere else that you can be but the present moment. Wow. And it forces you to slow down and be deeply, deeply mindful and just in the experience of the moment that you just don't get in the day-to-day and the hustle and grind and the, being a boss and living life. So yeah, those are the things for me, roller coasters too, because, why not?
Wow. And what does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
So, as somebody who lifts women up all the time, I work with men and women and just love any opportunity to be of service in that way. I've always focused on curating this circle of really service-minded, impactful women. But what I love about International Women's Day is it's an opportunity to really celebrate it in a whole new level. I think as somebody who grew up in a lot of male-dominated sports, businesses, environments, I mean, really, even today, same thing, very male-dominated. And I hung out with men more than women because I was conditioned to believe it was competition. There was a negative association. There was drama. There was all of these experiences that were negative. And that doesn't have to be the case. So International Women's Day reminds me that women are there to lift each other up, straighten each other's crowns, and really rise together in this sisterhood of success.
You are the best. I can't wait to honor you in October. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me today and all of us today. And of course, thank you for all of your services, military and post-military. You're blazing trails, kid. I can't wait to see what's next.
You are so welcome. And thank you for this platform, this community, and your friendship. And I can't wait to see all the amazing things we do together this year.
Absolutely. We're going to share some stages. I'll talk to you real soon.
Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we're going to run a commercial. I'm going to figure out who's next because today, I told you we're going to get through. We've got maybe 4 or 5 more guests to come, so don't go away because we got some surprises coming up, and we're going to talk about next year. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm TGo. I'll talk to you next time.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Look who I found in the lobby. Taylor Season's here.
So fun. I mean, are you kidding me right now?
International Women's Day.
International Women's Day, bringing everybody together.
Everybody.
That is so cool.
Everybody.
I mean,
And
you do the coolest things, I must say.
I'm following you.
Oh no, we are. You know what? We're following each other right now. I gotta say, we are like a force to be reckoned with.
I love it.
There's so much excitement coming down the path that we're kind of like starting to share that with people.
Yeah.
But it's not really. I can hardly wait till we just like crack that whole thing open.
I can't wait to share it too. And we've got our own show. The
TGo,
Relaunch Reel.
It is so cool.
I can't wait.
And anytime I ever hear something and I think like, okay, wait, I didn't know that.
I
Because
didn't
that's our tag.
Yeah.
And so we love when somebody gets us to the point where it's like, wait, I didn't know that. And wow, that's a really great way to think of it that way. So I'm going to put out there to everyone listening, if you have something that you think would be great and you'd be able to stump on, and you should be on our show, my gosh.
A stump challenge? I'm ready.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Reach
come on,
out.
try
Come
try.
on. I want to be able to say, I want actually TGo to be able to say, because this woman knows a lot about a lot of things. So I want her to be able to say, you know what? I didn't know that.
I'm going to tell you something funny, completely off the book. I heard chicken trivia today. I kid you not.
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Oh, okay, give me one.
Okay,
Give me
they
one.
can run in like 9 miles an hour.
No, they can't.
Like 9 miles an hour.
No way.
And they can't taste spices.
No.
No, that next time you have spicy chicken, realize that chicken could not taste spicy.
They could. You know, but now I have a question for you.
Okay.
My husband E is one of those guys who will not eat chicken and eggs. Do you?
Together?
Yeah.
I had it this morning.
Yeah, he says there's something just wrong with it. There's something really wrong with eating, you know, chicken and eggs together. And
I had a chicken egg sandwich this morning.
that is so classic. Okay, so you've been interviewing all these incredible.
I have all day.
Okay, give me a highlight.
You. I mean, we all get to see all day.
I mean, come on. I feel like we should be.
Remember Jill?
Yes.
She was on.
I've been come on.
Asking about a half hour ago. I've been asking her to be on for, I don't know, before I was even doing this, when I was still producing other people's shows. She always said, I know, thank you so much, but that's not what I do. And now
I bet she crushed it.
She crushed it.
She
crushed it. And guess what? She crushed it so much that on the air she agreed.
I feel like there should be a drum roll.
She agreed to be in the Domino Effect with you.
Oh, that is a win.
That is a win.
Can I tell you, that will go down. When did that happen? It happened
today on International Women's Day. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
International Women's Day, and I'm going to just quickly kind of reach behind.
See, it has been tech all day.
That's an unusual one. But
it jumped out of there.
Like, I didn't even see it. Okay, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I think they can still hear you. Yeah, we're good. If they can hear me, they can hear you.
I can hear you.
So.
I can hear you. Okay, but I need to know, what was your question that you just said?
I don't know. Go back to chicken trivia.
Okay, so wait a minute. So there is something very interesting that's happening right now in the world.
Okay, I'm listening.
There are all these pods, all these groups that are doing really what we're doing right here, right now, which is bringing people together, being able to have these experiences. And I have to say, we are lighting up the airwaves. Women are lighting up the airwaves.
I'm ready.
Yeah, but now I got to ask you, you've got some really incredible things going down this
You do.
I mean, 2024 is going to go down as the year that you not only seeded, but they actually like bloomed. They started to like, you know, you're putting all these things out there and they're all coming together. How does that feel?
Scary but amazing.
Because you're bringing women together.
Scary but amazing. And what's so cool is, you know, when I wanted to do this, when I started the journey, they said, oh no, women won't come together that way. It's going to be an issue. They're not going to show up. They're not going to. Our family, our sisters of the Now and the Power of Pink, the network of outstanding women, they show up and show out. You know, and we figured out with the combination of class of 24, we'll be able to reach 100 million people worldwide just through the sisters.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what it's about. And it's like, you notice today, 28 women today, right? 28 women showed up today, virtually, in person. You flew in. It's like you call, they come. They're part of the family. They're an absolute part of the family.
It's like an ecosystem.
Yeah.
And the more that you are putting this out there, the more that, the people in my world are coming out to see you, the people from others. And it starts the process. And once it's like that train coming out of the studio, and you've got, or that's not the station, and you've got this whole movement happening. This is the most incredible thing. I love it because when I first met you, it was, I've got this idea and I'm going to be doing this, it's going to happen, and it literally is taking off.
It's literally taking off. But I got to ask you something. You've worked in the men's world, PAC and Silicon Valley. You're a secret millionaire. What does International Women's Day mean to you personally? And what do you think about the movement that's happening right now with women? Because you sat, like I have, in a room where there were no women in the room, and maybe not even in the building except you.
It was very true. And I'm going to even take you one step further back to a point where I was early days at Xerox, and all men, and I came in one day in a pantsuit.
How dare you?
And I got called in. I got called into the district manager's office, and he said, Hillary, women in the office wear skirts or dresses. We do not wear pants. Women do not wear pants. And of course, he was in his pants, and everyone else was in the pants. And he said, and furthermore, the women can only wear skirts and dresses that are no shorter than 2 inches above the knee. And I thought, what is this? I just, this was one of my first jobs out of college. I'm like, what? This is so archaic. About 6 months later, they dissolved that, and women, the few of us came into the office again in our pantsuits. But where does this lead to today?
Yeah.
Where it leads is women, there have never been, and I sit on the board of Cal Poly out in California, San Luis Obispo. There's never been more women, more females that are coming into colleges and universities and entrepreneurship than ever before. We literally, the idea, and what we have to really focus on now is getting board seats in those types of companies that right now have no female board members. And I'm beginning to see the massive shift, and it's because of days like this where we come together and the force is truly behind us. The force is with us. The force is with us. So I love your brain. I love your mind. I love how you think. I love how you focus. And I'm going to test it out and show you guys what I get to see all the time. Okay? We just talked about the past. We just talked about the present. Talk to them about where we're going as females in the future. So I really believe, and I mentioned a little bit about the boards. I mentioned that women are starting to have more of the entrepreneurial ventures, venture capital firms right now. And I just read something the other day that said about 12% of VC capital is spent on women. It's still a grind. I still remember those days where I was raising money for one of my companies, and they looked at me and said, well, what man is on your board? Who do you have that's going to be able to go out and actually execute the business? I was like, whoa. So I believe now the future with where we're going is going to, first and foremost, we have to have capital to do the ventures that we are trying to do. And I know you've got some things that you're working on right now. Capital has to be, and there are groups of women now, Springboard, Astia, Portfolio, that are actually investing in women-owned businesses.
Wow.
And that's where it's going to get more and more. But that means that women like us, from an advisory perspective, have to be stepping in to help people that are just trying to get out there, because there are so many mistakes that can be made when you're going out to raise capital, when you're putting together your cap table, when you're putting together your subscription docs and what you should and shouldn't do. So we're already talking about some of this.
Let's go.
So this is where I really believe. I think that it is our time, and it's so darn exciting. And you hear me often talk about tune in and the tune in process, and how we now are not even at the other women that are standing around us and behind us that are pushing us into the future aren't allowing us to tune out anymore. It's time. It's like, now is the time. The wind is behind us. And when I think about tuning into success, and I often think about this story, and I share just one quick one. Okay, I was at Oracle, and it was high-tech corporate giant, Silicon Valley. And I was there, and we had just closed a really challenging deal. I was given a bottle of Dom Perignon. And
that's expensive.
Yeah, it was a good deal. You know what? You know what I did with that bottle?
Knowing you gave it away.
You know what? Yeah, well, that would be me. But you know what I did? I went back to my office. I put it on the top shelf, and I promised myself I would drink that bottle. I would open the bottle when I closed the next big deal.
Okay.
But you know what I did?
What?
I kept postponing it. I kept thinking, I'm not worthy enough. There's always a caveat. You know, I needed to be more, do more, have more, and then I would be able to open it up. And what I learned, the big why, the big what I really want to be helping women with especially, is we have to be celebrating the small and the large wins in our life, and supporting each other. You talk about the sisterhood, and we have to be supporting ourselves as we continue down this path.
Absolutely.
Celebration. And so what I now say often, and you're going to hear me talk about this till I'm blue, we got to pop the champagne. Pop the champagne, girls. In fact, you know what? Figuratively, literally, poppers, whatever we need, we are going to be doing that. And
she's serious. We'll have champagne probably at the next now, because she's got it. She's so serious.
I have to, because if we can celebrate our wins, remember, our brain, and this is my neuroscience, you know I love to get into this, but our brain is wired to actually want to have success. So we have something called the RAS, the reticular activation system. So when we pop the champagne, whether you're doing it figuratively or literally, it actually says, hey, give me more of that, give me more of that, more of the successes. And when we don't, and I often talk about this, that how many of us have either those crystal glasses that we put away?
Oh yeah, I got my mother's crystal glasses.
Or the china,
yes,
right?
I got my mother's china.
Or how about the room in the house? We don't go in that room because we don't want to mess it up. Come on, everybody. Let's mess it up. Let's use it. Let's celebrate.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And I love you. I'm so excited to sit with you, to be able to share time with you, to have a future with media. And I just love it. Did you get it?
I got it, but I don't behind you. Where did I
think it is the floor.
Oh God, there it is. Want me to get it really fast?
Yeah, we can get it really fast.
Oh my God.
It's just like,
so crazy.
It is this way all day. There is something going on. Our numerologist, Cindy Van Arnhem, says that there's frequencies are out of whack and all kinds of stuff. I believe it today. It is, what can I say? Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for being my sister in media and everything else that we're doing. You are the absolute best. And what else can I say? Killer to Caesar, everybody.
Miss TGo. We are in the flesh.
All right, sit right there. We got more. If I can keep the mic in my ear. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Can you believe Hillary the Caesar just dropped in? She's got such a busy schedule, but she always makes time for our Now family and especially for me. I'm so glad to co-host with her. So now coming up next, I'm going to tell you, I don't know who's coming up next. I was talking to Hillary, but there's somebody sitting out there waiting. Who's out there?
Tiffany Hall.
Is that Tiffany? What's
It
happening?
is. How are you?
I'm amazing. Thank you so much for being patient and waiting for us.
Oh.
Hillary literally just dropped in.
Yeah, she
What's
did.
What's going on with you today on International Women's Day?
I just finished up my summit that started at 10 o'clock this morning.
Woo.
My last speaker ended at 5:35.
Woo.
Yes.
What was your summit all about? Tell me.
It was Women's History Day, and it was just the power of positive women and the life-changing, transformational stuff that we do with our positive energy.
Wait a minute. You did a full summit today.
Mm-hmm.
All day. You said 10 to 5:30 in your time, because it's only like 3:30 here. So in your time. And then you still have a voice. And you came on here with me today?
Wait a minute. And I changed shirts and put on some lipstick.
What?
Yes,
I did. Talk to me.
Yes, I did.
Talk to me.
Yes, I did.
I thank you so much. Because I know if somebody called me and said, come on, something else after this is done, I'd be like, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I thank you so much. What is going on with you? What's happening right now?
Wow. A lot of stuff, and it's funny because everything that she said, I feel as though we are in a time as women where it's our time. Like it's our time. Those women who are about service and about showing up and transforming the lives of other women, it's our time. This is our time.
And what are you doing to empower yourself and empower women in this time? Because I totally agree with you. It is absolutely our time.
Sure. So my story stems from I am a survivor of intimate partner domestic violence. And I was stabbed 7 times. And during that time, as a survivor, there were different things that I needed to honor my experience and my truth in that space. And I didn't feel as though I got those things. So now here I am almost 20 years later. It happened in 2005. So I stepped out and I began speaking in 2006, but I wasn't speaking from a healed space necessarily, I would say. And 20 years later, more mature, different life experiences, I'm able to speak from a healed space and really explain what it was that I didn't get in my experience, that honored my truth, that honored me as a survivor. So now I am creating those spaces for other victims and survivors of domestic violence.
Wow. That's powerful. I know that there are women right now, young people right now that are watching this, that are going through that experience right now. They're in that terror right now. What would you tell them? What's the first step of getting out?
Ooh, first thing I would say is it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Even from the survivor aspect, after it happened to me, a lot of what seemed to happen was like that blame game.
Well, what did you do? What didn't you do? You know, so
Mhm.
that's the first thing that I would say. I would say it's not your fault. As far as getting out, and this is where things get sticky, where I disagree with some advocates in some situations. We have to understand the dynamics. My first question would be, are you safe? Because some women stay for different reasons. And we have to come to a place where, you know, we're not afraid to have those tough conversations. You know, can you imagine that woman who all her life she has been a homemaker, you know, that and again, it doesn't only happen to women, but it's International Women's History Day. So we're going to
Yeah.
talk about it from a women's aspect.
Right.
So that woman who has been a homemaker all of her life, her partner, husband, whatever has provided. So each and every day she is a victim of domestic violence.
Mm.
And all of a sudden he says to her, you know, she has it in her mind, she's leaving. I've had enough. And he literally says, if you leave and you try to take my kids, I'm letting you know I will kill you and them.
Mm.
How many times have we seen it happen?
Yeah.
It happens.
It's a daily occurrence now.
It happens, yes.
It's insane.
It is. So sometimes the safest thing to do is stay.
Mm.
Is stay. As harsh as it may sound, is stay. My kids stay safe. I stay safe. You know, so I'm willing to endure the abuse to keep a roof over my kid's head. You know, because what do I do when I leave? I've never worked. You know, so different conversations like that. As a survivor on the other side of it, I'm able to challenge what it is and how we see in the conversations that we have around domestic violence.
Right. Right. Now I'm going to ask a very odd question that I have never asked before.
Sure.
You know, and that is, I heard from someone who is the one who's doing the abusing. He's the abuser. And he said, I was abused. My dad was abused.
Ooh.
My dad was abused. I don't want to be an abuser, but it's in my DNA. This is just, I don't know how to stop it. What would you say to that if you were in that room?
First of all, the simple fact that he acknowledged it, or, you know, whoever acknowledged it, that's the first step. Now, what steps are you going to take to correct that flaw, I'll say? You know, what are you willing to do? You know it, but now what are you willing to do about it? I believe that it's even courageous to say it.
Yeah.
It's courageous to say it. Like, that's a scary thing, you know, to say that, you know, it's in me, you know, to say that you're bringing that sort of torment to somebody. So, you know, the first step would be acknowledging it. Now, what do you need to do to change those characteristics? Who do you need to get around? And that's another thing from a survivor's aspect. And I can only imagine, as an abuser, as a perpetrator, the resources are limited.
Right.
You know,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. The resources are limited because what do we see? We see organizations who, in again, conversation and speech and word is just, we see organizations who support victims. So what does that do? That instills the cycle and the ideology that you remain a victim. Wow. We don't hear about organizations that support survivors and send out into the universe that we are a domestic violence prevention organization. We help victims. What about everybody else?
Right.
What about everybody else? So, you know, again, just attempting to change that conversation.
You are so powerful, and the mission that you're on is just a blessing that you're there. You know, I want to thank you so much for just being a part of this room in this time. You know, technology issues, all that stuff, we still need to get the message out there. You know, and before I let you out of the hot seat, I've got two more questions for you. One, you know, someone who, like you said, it's been 20 years since you went through that experience. How did you learn to trust again? What do you tell somebody when they say, I just can't trust anybody anymore?
I trust myself. You know, I trust myself. It had nothing to do with him. And that's the other thing about me being on the other side of it. Understanding that you have to maintain your power. Don't ever give your power away. When I focus on, you know, talking about him and speaking about him and what he did and the why, I can't explain to you why he did what he did. But what I can say to you is you have to maintain your power. You have to know that you are more than that experience. You have to know that it was a moment in your life. It was something that happened. It doesn't make you less than. It is nothing to be ashamed of. It is nothing to feel judged by because you were in a situation. We all have situations. Things happen. But trust yourself. I think that's the biggest key. You have to learn to trust you.
You're brilliant. You know, the next conference you have, I volunteer. If I can help you in any way, let me know. I'll be on your stage. I'll help you with tech. Usually tech is really good for us. Not today.
That was me. That was me. Oh,
Usually
it didn't want us to get our messages out here. I think women in organizations, we flooded the airways today. We had a message. Yes, we had a message to get out. I started a half hour late. You know, tech was just, but we ended on time. I was like, what in the world? But it was just meant to happen how it happened. And, you know, it went along with some of the messages about perfection.
I hear you.
It doesn't have to be perfect. Show up. Show up.
I can't think of a better way to end this conversation with you, this starter conversation. We got so many more to do. Please come on my show.
Yes.
You know, I'm totally serious. If you need me, I'm there. Just give a call. I'll be on the next thing smoking or virtually piping in. Tiffany, you are the absolute best and a blessing to all. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, so sit right there. We've got one more in-studio guest and a couple of more that you don't want to miss that are going to stream in. So sit right there. We'll be right back. We are coming back. We are back. We are back. We are back. And we have our live studio guest here. Terry is here. Terry Armstrong. I want to thank you for being a sponsor of International Women's Day. You literally reached out to me on Facebook and said, how can I help? What can I do? You're absolutely fantastic.
It really was an honor.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm just so thankful to be able to do that.
And you are moving and shaking. You've got things coming up with Shelley Hipsky, Dr. Hipsky. Yes. You've got your own book. We're going to show that in a minute. When do you find the time? Where do you find the energy?
Well, you know what? I love what I do, and I'm passionate about what I do. And it's amazing because passion will really take you a long way. So really that's what I'm driven by, passion.
You're amazing. So what made you write this book? You know, I'm going to turn it this way because it's on the black shirt. So what made you write this book? What made you say, I'm going to figure it out and I'm going to share the message?
Well, years ago, I said, I'm going to write a book and say, name it, You're Stronger Than You Think. And so I kept putting it off and putting it off. And last year, I talked to my son. He's a motivational speaker, and he's written a couple books. And I said, I want to write a book. He goes, I think you should, and I want to help you. And he goes, but you don't need to name it Stronger Than You Think. I said, well, what would I name it? He said, Figure It Out. I said, why would you say that? He goes, you have said that 1,000 times. You
Well, that's a mom term.
Yeah, that's a mom term.
That's a mom term. I love this. So what are they going to find in Figure It Out? Is it not, it's not holding for you?
No.
You have to turn it in. There we go. Got it?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, they can hear you.
Great.
So what are you going to find in Figure It Out? What are they going to figure out?
Well, when I was young, I was 7 years old, and I was the oldest of 10 growing up. We had 10 kids in our home. My parents took in foster children.
Oh, wow.
I was the oldest of 10, and we had 3 biological, 2 adopted, and 5 kids on a regular basis. We started doing that when I was 7 years old, and our first little boy was Joey, and he was 2 years old. And I had my biological sister and my biological brother that were 3 years younger, 6 years younger. And so when Joey came, I didn't play with dolls. I played with little babies, and I had them on my hip. So I learned to mother and love on kids. And then at the age of 9, when we were to celebrate his 4th birthday, I came home that day and saw him in a vehicle, getting ready to be put in a vehicle with a new woman, and he was crying, and Mom was crying too, and she said, Joey's getting a new mommy today. And so that began to deal with the heartbreak. And so I went from about 9 years old to 12 years old, and just really struggling because kids would come and go, and so I was really stayed a little bit distant from the kids. And I discovered that at 12, my dad didn't like the way that I was acting. And so he came to me and he said, you need to get a job. I said, I'm 12.
My dad did that at 8. I'll tell you later.
What child does what at 12?
Right.
And I could babysit, but that didn't count. And so I said, okay, tell me what to do. And he said, honey, I'm not going to tell you what to do. And you know what 12-year-olds do when they don't get their way. They cry, throw fits. I did all that. And I said, please just tell me what to do. And he looked at me and he goes, no, honey, figure it out.
Wow.
And that's when it started.
Wow.
And in the midst of twirling my baton one day, I decided that I knew what I could do.
What was it?
I could figure it out. In the midst of my figure 8,
yeah,
I came up with a figure 8, figure it out formula. I went and got a piece of construction paper. I wrote my phone number down on there with the word baton lessons. I had figured that at 12, all I had to do was repeat what my baton lesson person was doing.
Right.
So I marched myself up to the elementary school, plastered the tape with masking tape, the little sign on the wall. You can't do that nowadays.
Right.
And then came home, and 2 weeks later, I had 6 little girls in my basement.
Oh, wow.
Getting baton lessons. TGo, I had figured
it out. You know, before we go further in the conversation, I want to thank you and your family, because I'm an adopted kid, and you provided safe space. So thank you for that.
Well,
you've been figuring it out your whole life.
Yes.
And people like us, adoptees and fosters, we need you. We need you.
Well, you know what? My mother was a woman that was so interested in making a difference in kids' lives. And she wasn't a perfect woman, but it really took a toll on her having that many kids in our home.
Yeah.
And we were taught never to argue. And can you imagine having 10 or 9 siblings and 2 parents and 1 bathroom? You have to have conflict.
Wow.
So it took a toll on my parents, and they ended up getting divorced. The kids went back into the system. And my parents never, they were so busy helping other children that my other 2 siblings never learned the gift of responsibility. And I think that's why I wrote the book, is to tell that story that I used to blame my dad that he made me go to work at 12. And then I figured that that was a gift that he gave me, because my siblings both have passed, my biological ones have passed. And so I want to help people realize that you can figure it out. You
so
can.
What's next for you?
Well, I have, this summer's coming on, and my husband is having some health issues, and so I'm spending more time with him at home. And I had this coming up along with Dr. Shelley's event in March, and I love that organization. And
she was on earlier talking all about Global Sisterhood.
Yes, I'm so privileged and thankful to be a part of the Global Sisterhood. And she's a great representation of women all across the world.
Yes, she is. And I don't think she has a fearful bone in her body.
No. So I think you asked what I'm going to be doing next. My husband's in the process right now of building me a she shed.
Nice.
And so
I need a she shed in my life.
And so
when we come to Vegas and build one for me.
No. So he's working on that as I'm out here. And so hopefully I'll be able to have a podcast out there in my she shed.
Well, if you need help with that, you know that
we're
here.
Thank you so much.
So you're going to be on a cover with both the Global Sisterhood, right?
Yes.
You're a cover girl now.
I am.
How does that feel? I saw that cover. You look amazing.
It's really humbling.
Is it?
It is, because that's really not what I'm about, is being out there, glamour and all that. However, I'm really thankful for the opportunity with the sister Globalhood to be able to help women and empower women, and building or helping provide sewing machines in India is something that's been closest to my heart.
Wow.
So when I met Dr. Shelley and heard her vision for the seed, I wanted to jump on board. So as a seed of faith, I planted into someone else's project. And I really believe that if you sow seeds into other people's works and projects, that God will provide for you.
I believe the same thing. What do you like doing for fun?
I love riding on the back of my motorcycle, my husband's motorcycle. I'm a biker chick.
I love it. I've been riding since the 80s. That's amazing.
Yeah, I wasn't always that way until he got his motorcycle, his second one. For some reason, I came home and said, so when are you going to take me for a ride? And he was in shock. And I went in and called my friend and said, Lisa, I have a problem. I think I might either have early signs of dementia or Alzheimer's or something, because I just asked Bill, when is he going to take me on a ride? And she had said, we've been praying for you, that you would get rid of the fear that was holding you back. And fear is a terrible thing, because you don't think that you have it. But if you're afraid of anything at all, that fear is keeping you held back and keeping you from your full potential.
What advice would you give someone who's going through fear right now?
Well, in my book, I write about figuring it out. The I in it is the idea, whatever the problem is. The T is testing it. And with the I is intercede. We were made in the image of God and in his likeness. And he has created us to never need to be alone. So I would cast all your cares on God, for he cares for you. And if you're not a person of faith, he still created you to never be alone. That's why you have friends and people and parents. So cast that care on someone. And I really believe if we do that it would reduce the suicide rate in our country today. Because people feel like they're alone and they can't tell anyone. So I would say that. And then clean up your stinking thinking. Someone told me recently, Zig Ziglar said that. I said,
yes, he did.
I guess I never read the book, but maybe I should quote him. So there you have it.
Zig is one of my heroes. So before I get you out of the hot seat, I know there's a woman out there watching who has a massive dream. Maybe she wants to write a book. Maybe she wants to stand on stages. Maybe she wants to be a cover girl. But she's terrified of doing it, and she doesn't feel like she has the inner circle to support her in the journey. What advice would you give her? Would you just look at that taller camera and give her a little advice?
Well, you are no different than many of us women out there today. Even those that are in the, me being on the show today, I had a dream of writing a book. And I kept telling myself, no, I couldn't. And so I would just encourage you to just start the first process with casting your care. Share that with someone. Share that with someone. Let them know what your dreams are. Find someone who can believe with you, not in you, but with you.
Mm-hmm.
And then clean up your stinking thinking. Stop saying, I can't, I will never do this. Start saying, you know what? I'm going to write a book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to open up a children's home. I'm going to start planting and providing sewing machines in a remote area for women in India. You can have exactly what you say. We were all created in the image of God, and we all have a little bit of spark in us, of creativity, which, if we use it the right way, we can manifest that which we desire. So I just want to encourage you, don't ever give up. There is someone that you can stand with that can believe in you. And I just want to encourage you that you're not alone. And he does care for you, so cast your burdens on him.
Jerry Armstrong, thank you so much for hanging out with me and coming all this way to just share a little bit of International Women's Day with us. You're absolutely amazing. You guys go out and get her book. And you know what? Go figure it out. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, TGo. It's a privilege to be here, and I love you. From the moment I met you, you're a gem.
Thank you so much.
So,
I appreciate
thank
that. You're the
God bless
best. Okay, everybody, sit right there. We've got the Queen of Amazon coming, and she's going to talk to us about access. So sit right there. We'll be right back. You're talk to you about
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Yeah, we've been having a blast today. We've got 2 more interviews to go. Hang out with me. We're almost done. And, they say save the best for last, but the best has been here all day long. I don't know if you noticed, but when we do a split screen, you might see at the bottom it says squirrel. And you're going, okay, why is there a squirrel there? Well, it says Squirrel Global if you haven't been able to really zoom in. And Squirrel Global is coming in, and it's a partner of ours, an entity that is going to change my personal life and my life. We're going to merge TGo TV and explode it. We're going to reach places that people I've never even dreamed of reaching, and I cannot wait to get there. And see, squirrel comes from what we call squirreling. Yeah. It's like you got a subject and you're on Instagram or you're wherever you're at, and then all of a sudden you see something and you go, squirrel. That's what it's all about. It's about covering subjects all over the place. You guys see me on stages. You see me in film producing. You see me on talk shows. You see me do a live stream all day long. Yeah, I squirrel a lot. I just squirreled now looking at my watch because somebody texted me. That's what it's about. So watch real soon because we're going to be launching Squirrel, and I could not be more proud. Okay, I got to find out if our guest is here. She's not on camera. Let's talk her through it. Bring her up. Thank you, Alan. Linda, are you there? Oh, she disconnected. Michelle's here? Let's talk to Michelle and let Linda get her stuff going. My buddy Michelle Jewsbury is here.
Yay! Hey, TGo. So excited. Happy International Women's Day, everybody. And I hear Alan in the background. So, hey.
Of course. We don't go anywhere. Alan's got to be running everything, and that's what he does. How are you?
Good. Very busy, which is always a positive thing as long as it's a productive busy. I'm also taking some time for some fun. So there's some things coming up and excited, just very excited about what's happening right now, TGo.
I'm so proud of you. You do so much, but Unsilenced Voices, whoo, it's amazing what you do with Unsilenced Voices. Can you, tell me why you created Unsilenced Voices and what Unsilenced Voices is all about?
Yeah, of course. So a brief history, back in 2011, I ended up meeting somebody who I thought was going to be my Prince Charming. And we've heard about domestic violence. Today, we know what domestic violence looks like. I grew up in a household where I had no idea what domestic violence was. My mom and dad never yelled at each other, let alone lifted their hand to one another. When my mom and dad both passed away, their love story was the love story of the town. So when I started to experience this, the first time he had pushed me so hard against the wall that my head went through it, I didn't recognize DV. Fast forward, I stayed with him for over 4 years and experienced all forms of domestic violence, from sexual abuse, financial abuse, emotional manipulation, and of course, physical violence. And when I escaped, I ended up writing a 65-minute solo play about my experience in domestic violence and performing that in 2016. And when I did, that's when people started coming up to me and telling me their stories. And if you're out there, and if you know that your story matters, you've gone through something, you can use your voice, you can make a difference. That's what started to happen to me. I felt God call me to do more with that story. It wasn't just meant for the play, it was meant for more. And in 2017, I founded Unsilenced Voices. And we began in West Africa. So I've always had a heart for Africa, and God allowed me to start there. So we began in Ghana with partner organizations, expanded to Sierra Leone, where the bulk of our programming still happens with managers and staff on ground, expanded to Rwanda, and then in 2022, gifted $33,000 to survivors in the United States and did a 4-city tour. And then we've just published a curriculum called Graced for Prosperity, where we're hoping to collaborate with organizations in the Tampa area and, of course, beyond to provide this curriculum to their clients. So it's been amazing. I started speaking in 2019, wrote my first book in 2019, But I Love Him, which is my experience in domestic violence. And then just started to realize I could teach other people to use their voice to create nonprofits, businesses, speak on stages, publish books. We just recently for Volume 1, Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors collaboration, #1 bestseller on Amazon in 2 categories. And we are being interviewed on Fox 13 on Tuesday, and then Channel 9 next 2 weeks from now. So there's a lot of momentum coming, which is really good to bring even more awareness.
So wait a minute, you're on Channel 13 when?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Wow.
Fox 13 in Tampa. Yeah, Tampa Bay Reads. And then
that is so awesome.
Just confirmed it was Bay News 9 is the other one, and that's on March 26th. So
you know, I've heard of quiet power. You come in the room and you're like everybody's friend, everybody's sister, you know. You go up and you hug everybody. You remember everybody's name, like the Cheers, song. That is you. You try really hard, but you're great. You know, you put people together. You've introduced me to some amazing people, that I wouldn't have dreamt of being able to meet. And then you go take the stage, and then you burn down the house. Woo! What made you decide that speaking was going to be one of the ways you shared your message?
So it wasn't me that decided. It's interesting the life's journey that we have and then what you end up doing. So I moved to Hollywood, California to pursue an acting career when I was 20 years old. And I loved acting. I still love acting. I just don't like the business side of acting. And I loved being in front of the camera and portraying strong characters, strong women characters, very similar to Nicole Kidman in The Hours. And then all of this turmoil happened. These traumas happened to me. And I think with my background, it was an easy transition to speaking. The difference is I'm not memorizing a script. A lot of speakers think, you memorize and you have to stay on these bullet points and things like that. You read your room. And the one thing that we teach differently is transparency and honesty and authenticity, very similar to Theresa and the Now Honors Awards, because it's so important. In The Power of Pink, you have authentic women talking about their stories. You have authentic women telling their truth. Oftentimes we see on larger stages that speakers say one thing behind the curtain and another thing in front of the curtain. I tell you what, I am transparent. If you don't like who I am, I'm sorry, this is who I am. And I've gone through all kinds of things. Death, I'm an adult orphan, drug addiction, abuse. There's so much that has happened, but now I can use all of that as my story to encourage other people.
So what would you tell other people, what would you tell other people that are thinking about, young women that are thinking about, I want to speak, I want to change lives, I want to get out there, I want to be the next, Michelle Jewsbury and be that quiet power that explodes the stage? What would you tell them?
I would say don't give up. So the first time I spoke, I barely could speak for 6 minutes. I was stuttering. I was a little nervous. I'm like, oh gosh, I got to make sure to hit these bullet points. I got to make sure to educate. And now I get on stage and sometimes people are like, all right, Michelle, your time's done, right? Get off the stage now. But I really would encourage you to continue. So in our legacy camp, I teach this 5 times a year. It's a group coaching program called Legacy Camp. And one of the weeks that we talk about is creating a course and then holding your first webinar so that you can sell this course from stage. So we help you do that. And some of the clients are like, oh, I didn't sell, right? I spoke on multiple sales stages, probably 6, 7, 8 that I paid $3,500 plus to speak on, and I didn't sell. And it's not about sales. And it took me a while to realize that. It's about servitude. So you serve the audience, you serve them well, and then they'll want to work with you. So just don't give up and continue putting one foot in front of the other.
I invited you on. You were here a few weeks ago, and I said, oh, you got to come on. We gotta tie Unsilenced Voices to International Women's Day, because you're not just helping women and young girls in America, you're helping around the globe. which is how you started your speech. And when we started this interview, you know, I would love to tie International Women's Day Marathon next year to Unsilenced Voices. We're going to go longer. You know, the tech today taught us that there's going to be some hiccups no matter what, but we're going to go longer. We're going to have more women than we had this year. I can guarantee there'll be at least 30, if not 40, that we're going to have come through. And what I'd love to do is just put a QR code and add your commercials into your PSAs, into our commercial bank, and share. And hopefully people will support, because I want them to support everything that you're doing. And your International Women's Day personified. That's what you do every day. So I would like Unsilenced Voices to be our official nonprofit for International Women's Day Marathon starting next year. What do you think?
Yay, I am excited and honored to be a part of that. So 2025 will be a huge cohort of individuals and women speaking their stories and raising funds, because Unsilenced Voices, we are all about collaboration and working together. And I know, who was it? I think it was Hillary that talked about we have to work together in order to make a difference. We have to collaborate. And the great thing about Unsilenced Voices is we are not just stuck in one way. We want to encourage other people to be a part of the organization. We're actually taking a trip to Sierra Leone in October, right after the Power of Pink Awards. And I'm taking 3 or 4 different individuals with us. And I think it's important for people to see firsthand what happens. So yes, 2025, March 8th, super excited, International Women's Day. Let's go. Let's raise some funds for Unsilenced Voices and give back to communities globally. So thank you.
Absolutely. What do you think? We jump on between now and then, we jump on and do some live streaming together and just interview some people that are supporting Unsilenced Voices and just keep the movement, get it built up for next year. You know me, I don't like waiting. And if somebody wants to support you now, what do they do?
Well, you can always go to unsilencedvoices.org. Again, unsilencedvoices.org. Find out more information there, and you can donate. You know, time, talent, or treasure is what every nonprofit needs. And we would love to be able to build a vocational training school with housing component in Sierra Leone, which is roughly about $150,000. And then we also want to expand in the US. It's a lot more expensive here, unfortunately, but having a day center with wraparound services and emergency housing, that is key. That's about 2.2 million. So we've got big, huge dreams. And then, of course, expanding from Sierra Leone. So, Theresa, definitely, I would love to stay connected and speak. I mean, we speak all the time anyway, so it's not like we're not going to see each other or talk in the next year. But yes, let's hop on. Let's do some lives. I would love to interview a handful of different individuals, both men and women, who support, because you know, the injustices that happen to women, it's not a women's problem, right? It's a human rights issue. And in order to stop some of these horrible things that happen, from domestic violence, sexual traumas to human trafficking, we need both men and women. You know, I heard a statistic recently that 1 in 6 boys have been sexually assaulted. 1 in 6. Those little boys grow up to be men. And it is interesting. You were speaking to, I believe it was Tiffany. Yes. Sorry, I've been on for a couple speakers, so I was taking notes.
Thank you.
But I know what Tiffany was saying, that, you know, hurt people. And when an abuser identifies that he or she has been hurt, assaulted, something has happened to them, then they can go through the healing process and then be able to stop the abuse that happens. So it's an open dialogue. There's a lot of things that need to change, need to happen, but they are slowly but surely.
Let's keep International Women's Day Marathon running all year long, and I am so excited to partner with Unsilenced Voices. Let's just make it happen. You know, that we'll make it one step at a time.
You are a rock star.
You are the best, sis, and I'll see you on the next stage.
Sounds good.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. So if you want to support Unsilenced Voices, go to unsilencedvoices.org or go to TGoDirect.com and look for Michelle Jewsbury. She's been on the show several times. You can connect directly with her organization Every donation that you make goes directly to her nonprofit, and we are so happy to support. Okay, we're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we should be wrapping the show with our last guest. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women.
It's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
God made man first. He created woman just to correct his mistake.
It means we've come together, we stand in our power, we are unapologetic on our feminine who we are, and that we stand together united around the world.
Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world.
Boys, come on, it's time to go.
Dad, I can't go right now. I'm doing show notes.
Hey, everybody. Hey, it has been a day. And if you have been with us all day or for 5 minutes or for 5 hours, I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us. I can tell you I've been in technology since I was in high school. Yeah, a little bit, further past when cars were invented, but it's been a while. And I've never had such a tech day like today. But hey, we're making it through. And I can't think of a better way to wrap up the day than with my newly found good friend and sister. Linda, are you out there?
I'm out here. Hi.
Hey, sis, how are you?
Oh, honey, I love you. First of all, it's been a long day for you. I was thinking maybe we should all just take one deep breath, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Technology
Yes,
will
ma'am.
drive you firmly into that corner. Into that corner. I have been so impressed with the people you've had on today, and I am so pleased to be able to, with you, bring it home, TGo, because isn't that what it's all about?
I can't think of a better way to wrap the day than with my new sister, Linda. I've been promising people we're going to talk with the Amazon queen. So we got to cover that. But we also got to cover the fact that you're an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You're a leader. You're one of the smartest people I've ever met. And you're just an amazing spirit. You're an absolute amazing spirit. How do you start your day? What's the 3 things that you do to start your day?
Well, you mean after I feed my 3 dogs?
Absolutely. Because I feed my dogs first too.
That's right. So here I got my my iPad settled here because my laptop wasn't going to play fairly with us today. Honestly, I do feed my 3 dogs. I get my cup of coffee, and just like pretty much everyone else, I put my my clothes for the day on one leg at a time, and I go to social media like most other people do as well. And it's really for me to take the temperature. It's like, who's chatted with me today, right? What are they up to? What are what are their kids doing? Who graduated? Who's had a win today? Who do I need to support today? Who do I sense is not doing very well? Who do I need to reach out privately in the messages if I don't already have a dialogue with them, or a conversation with them on the phone? So for me, it's really about immersing myself in the world of those I love to connect with them. And I do it via social media. Some of us, right? Like I'm way older than Google. And
So am I.
right? So, we've been on social media for a long time and we've grown along with it. And really seen the benefits of it. It was very hometown when we first got on there, right? I mean, nobody was even complaining about anything. It was kind of a miracle. But then things kind of changed. And now I use it to keep in touch with my childhood friends. I keep tabs on my daughters. All the things. So anyway, that's initially what I do in the morning. And then I go to the calendar on my phone and I see when I have to have my, together. Right. I came out of retirement. I was retired for 7 years and then went back to work. And I was a terrible steward of my retirement, first of all. Not everybody's meant to be retired. I'm one of those people. I have worked since I was 15 and retirement is just not my thing. It just wasn't. I was bored every single day and woke up thinking, shouldn't I be making some money today? Shouldn't I be going to work? And I realized I really liked being relevant. I liked being of value. I liked contributing.
You're the best.
What?
You're the best. You're the best. I love just sitting and talking with you. We've been at events. We were at the red carpet of, Beyond Physical Matter, and that weekend, just sitting and sharing and just, sharing ideas and bouncing things off of each other. You're stuck with me for life. But I got to tell you, your company name is perfect because you truly are a spark for a soul. Your soul is sparking everywhere. Why did you choose that name and what does it mean?
Well, it's a made up word. Okay. It is all one word, Soul Spark, but both of the S's are capital. So, write it right. And it means exactly, I'm going to be real casual with you guys. And by the way, I made a cup of coffee because there's nothing I like better than sitting down with my girls and having a cup of coffee, right?
I love it.
I have coffee now. It's a decaf that's late here in Florida. Soul Spark originated from a radio show that my husband and I did on satellite radio, and we did a relationships show, and it was called, Soul Spark Radio Relationships. In order to be to find the one, you have to be the one. And people kind of need to think about that for a minute. Well, what does she mean by that, right? What does she mean by that? It means, you kind of, be like somebody says, to be a really good friend, you have to be a good friend to yourself as well. And, so for some of us, it's a long road to loving ourselves really completely. And I think that that's an ongoing process. And we are very flippant with those statements about, oh, you just got to love yourself. Well, yeah. Right.
Right.
And there's a lot that we're all still working through as women. I mean, if you look at where we've come from to where we are now, we're still so not done. But anyway, I digress.
You were recently knighted.
Yes.
What is that feeling like? When you were a little kid looking in the mirror, did you ever think you'd grow up to be knighted?
No, but I was pretty sure I was going to be a princess, a fairy, or a stewardess, or a ballerina. That was pretty much.
You travel enough to be a stewardess. You're an expert at traveling.
I got the stewardess part in. I was never going to be tall enough to be a ballerina. That's why I had to pivot to fairy. And princess for me was really just all about the wand. Okay. It's like, being knighted was mind blowing, to say the least. And in that moment, it came with a greater responsibility than I thought I would ever be willing to step up to the table for. Because once you're knighted and once you're awarded things that are seen as, respectable, there comes a humility and there comes a level of responsibility, not just how you conduct yourself publicly, but the compassion that you have for those around you and lifting them up and allowing them to have access to places that you do not because you do. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How important is it to be grounded? I mean, you're one of the most grounded women I've ever met. When you and Lady Melinda get together, it's like you guys are just two powerful forces. But you're also the girls that want to go out and shop and hang out and have coffee, and you're so grounded. How important is it to be grounded as you're on your journey of success?
I would say it's incredible. I'll just use incredibly. I'm looking for a bigger word because I use incredibly all the time. But honestly, TGo, being grounded is the thing that gets me from point A to point Z, because my nature is not that. I'm all over I'm a creative, so I'm all over the place in my thoughts. I have a traumatic background. I'm kind of like looking everywhere to make sure everybody's going to be safe, nobody's going to be killed. So for me, being grounded means that I can be present with other people in the present moment. And that means also that when that grounding, I can give of myself to whomever I am with, a level of listening intentionally to them without my own background noise. And that's where I can be of value.
That brings up another question for
Yeah.
me is I think it's so important to listen, to hear, not just listen, but actually take it in.
Yes.
But how important is it also to be heard, especially on a day like today of International Women's Day? How important is it for people, not just women, to be heard?
Well, I think everybody has a right to have a voice. I may not agree with everybody. They certainly may not always agree with me, but I know for a fact that I have such a diverse group of people in my life from all over the globe, and we believe a lot of different things. But the level of respect that we have for each other allows for that voice to come through so that we can be heard. But one does not become heard simply by talking. Right? So what you talk about with somebody matters.
Absolutely.
And also how you approach it. I may be upset with you, but if I come into that conversation upset, that's not going to be a valuable conversation. So I'm not really good at counting to 10, but I will sit back for a moment and say, what's the context here that I don't know about? Because if someone had been some way to me that I felt was off or uncalled for, I try to be fair. I don't try to be fair. I want to be fair. So I'm thinking like, what is the context for this? So I go into that conversation in an inquiry rather than being adversarial. So that is how one gets heard. If you remember that you're both on the same team, you're human by default. You're related by default because you are a human. So
that's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Thank you. Thanks, TGo.
That is, I'm telling you, I always get these words of knowledge from you whenever we meet. That is brilliant. What would you tell someone that's watching right now? Maybe it's a young woman, maybe it's a young man, but they're watching right now and they're going, oh, I don't have the right. I haven't been knighted. I'm not a dame. I haven't finished college. I'm just getting started. I can't go to red carpets. I don't have anything to wear. What would you tell them when they're literally stopping themselves before they even let life try to stop them? What advice would you give them?
For me, I can share with you what I personally did, right? Because I don't know that I'm qualified to tell anybody exactly what to do unless you're paying me money for that. And that's a whole different conversation. But the truth is I can tell you what I did. And I live my life as a big yes. So when people invite me to things, even though my nature is, sometimes I'd rather stay home, I look to see, oh, how does that connect to what my bigger goal is in life? And what is my bigger goal in life? You got to kind of identify that. And you're going to have different goals along the way. And I think that there's a certain level of forgiveness that we have to have with ourselves about that. because we don't. We're like, we think we need to pick the, the golden ring that's going to be, at the end of the rainbow with the pot of gold and all the things, from the get-go. And I have had so many iterations of myself. My friends, my longtime friends, my, friends from elementary school will tell you, who I am today with my life has become completely, I'm going to use the word unpredictable, but I mean it in a really awesome way. Right.
You are amazing.
So
now I'm going to ask you about your passion because I know I got to let you go soon, but
yeah.
It amazes me.
Yeah.
You love Amazon.
I do love Amazon. And
you are deemed the queen of Amazon now. It will forever stick.
And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. I'm not a proponent of fast fashion, but I will say this, that I am a proponent of people doing them, because fashion is always going to try to tell you what to do. Mm-hmm. And you know what? That's not always who you are. So, being able to have access, and access is my word for the year. I don't think I'm ever going to give it up now. By the way, access is a huge word. We can have another conversation another day, maybe on your show, TGo.
Please come on, please.
So we can talk about access and how it impacts every one of us in a myriad of different ways every single day. But Amazon, go to Amazon. I'm going to give you a couple tips and hints. One, do sign up for Amazon Prime, because the money that you're going to make back for the returns that you have to send back that you're going to wind up paying for is going to pay. You're going to just get the Amazon Prime, okay? Plus, you'll be able to see all the movies that Melinda and myself are doing, and
there you go,
lawyers and all that. You have complete access to all this stuff. But a couple tips and hints: do not use the sizes that are written down. Take your own measurements, and then look where their size chart is, and go by the measurements. It feels a little insulting every once in a while. I go, what do you mean I'm that size? Okay, wait a minute. Or sometimes it's a yay, and I know they're lying too, because I know I'm not that small. But so tips and hints is do that. Also, mix your nice things with your inexpensive Amazon things, because nobody's going to come up and ask you, hey, those, is that real? Is that this and that? And don't be ashamed to do that. The money that you save by shopping either secondhand, consignment, Amazon, the Real, if those are kind of spendy, but I don't always go there. There are online consignments places,
right.
But other online consignment places that you can do. But with that extra money you save, and the reason I don't buy designer bags for myself, and I'm not designer bag shaming anybody, you guys. I bought my first one used. I had it in the car 5 minutes before I dropped a cup of coffee right on it. So that was my key. God said, hey, no designer bags for you, because you're not going to be a good steward of them like you weren't of your retirement. But the point is that money saved by shopping on Amazon, by having your go-to basics just to start with a couple extra really great pieces, you can donate that to charity.
Nice.
You don't need to spend a gob of money on your clothes, because most of the people that you're going to be standing in front of won't know how much you spent anyway. And if it makes you feel better to spend that money about yourself, because that was your goal and you didn't have that as a child, and that means something to you, then go ahead and buy that. But that's also amazing. Conversely, right? Conversely, if that's not your goal and you've got an interview coming up, or you're going to talk to, your college advisors, and you need to make the, the grade and all that business, make sure you go dressed in something that is appropriate for the time, for the people that you're interacting with, but something that is also you, and be respectful. Sometimes you got to bite the bullet a little bit and not, wear your Doc Martens with your, your mini skirt and your, really super, super low cut blouse to a job interview, unless that's the job you're going for. But pay attention to that. And if that's what makes you feel good and that's appropriate, you wear that. So that's my 2 cents worth on that. Amazon.
You're amazing. Yes, please come back and let's go really deep on access and hang out and hang out and hang out. I would absolutely love to have you be a guest on the show. That would be fantastic. Before I let you get out of here, and thank you for closing out today with me, will you close out by telling people what International Women's Day means to you personally?
Wow. Well, when I was growing up, back in the day, there was no International Women's Day. And the best I could hope for being was living a Jane Jetson lifestyle. And there's part of me that still wants to be able to pop something in the oven and press the buttons. And that's why I like microwaves, even though I go ahead and cook them myself, right? I don't cook meals in microwaves, but that's just me. International Women's Day really is about us finally realizing and being brought to our attention. And it's unfortunate we need a specific day for this, right? Because
Right.
like, shouldn't every day be International Women's Day? Shouldn't we recognize each other because of, as collaborators, not competitors? If we can get women together to collaborate, the difference that we can make is profound.
Absolutely.
But we have to, right? And
Absolutely.
have to move on from is that things that I've inherited from my own mother, which was competitiveness with other women, but that was her generation. And all due respect, the generations before me are on the shoulders of which I stand, and I am proud of it. I would not be where I am today if it weren't for their grace for me and teaching me stuff that I didn't know. I am here to teach anybody who wants to know something, everything I know. You can reach me, right, at engage@soulspark.global for that. Engage@soulspark.global. I look forward to answering any questions you have, any conversations you want to have. Let's have them. Let's have them and move all of our sisters forward. That's what we're here for. And by goodness sake, please, if someone comes to you for a job and you don't have the space to do it, you don't have the time because you're overbooked or it's not really super in your wheelhouse, please refer her. Refer a friend of yours. Refer your competitor. Refer your competitor. Can you imagine that? Coming from a place understanding that things have already worked out, because if we stand there as collaborators together, everything already has worked out. We just need to live into that predictable future.
You're the best. I'm so proud to call you friend. I'm so glad you're part of the sisterhood that is now the network of outstanding women in Power of Pink. You are true power. And I thank you so much for closing out the day with me.
Thank you. I am honored. I am so honored to be here closing out the day with you, my sister. Thank you.
I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. We did it. Tech stuff, Facebook stuff, food orders. You just don't want to know. It's been a day. But we made it through. We had amazing women on all day long. I love these women. They have my back. I have theirs. And you know what? It just is a testament to reach out. If you want to do your own event, if you want to stand on a stage, if you want to be here for International Women's Day or be on Expert Talk, reach out. Say, hey, and I don't care if you just got started. I don't care if you're retired. If you're anywhere in between there, I want to talk to you and I want you to be a part of our family. I hope you enjoyed all day. I thank you for hanging out with us 1,000%. We'll let you know when the Domino Effect airs. It'll be this summer. And of course, Squirrel is coming and it's going to blow your mind. But until then, I'm TGo. I'll talk to you next time. Bye-bye.